Yeah, that space crashed, didn't it? My bad. I don't know what the fuck's going on. These things are so glitchy, bro. Fucking sucks.
Can you guys hear me any better now?
Yes, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whatever position you're in, stay in
Yeah.
that position.
You take Mike away from me, Logan?
Yeah,
Motherfucker.
I'm going off the rails, taking you off the mic.
Yeah,
bro.
you're going off the fucking reservation. I thought we were brothers.
Dude, the second we got that doctor in here, the space fucking crashes, dude.
It crashed immediately, though.
What the
Dead
fuck
ass.
are the chances of that, huh?
No, it
Like-
crashed like immediately, dude. I'm with you, Logan.
I've
It was
just sent
like
him another
boom.
invite.
I sent him another invite for this space. Like that just fucking sucks.
I thought
though,
you were trolling. Then I listened to him. I was like, "Oh shit, this dude's for real." And I was like, listening. Then it crashed immediately.
I thought he was trolling too at first.
As soon as I got into it, it crashed. Right, Rafi?
Yeah, it's all your fault.
No, I just mean like as soon as like I was like into what he was saying, it crashed.
Yeah, I was just like, I'm like trying to fight sleep over here. And then all of a sudden, it's like, space ended.
It was gone.
I was going to start crying.
Yeah, I started crying too, Rafi. Hold me, dog.
When you say it like that.
Hold me.
Hold me, dog.
Hold me, dog.
Hold me.
Yeah.
Hold me, dog. Hold me.
Logan, hold me.
Hold me, dog.
Hold me, dog. Ah! You know what I'm saying?
Okay. all right, buddy. Show me that you won't be too drunk in here. I don't know. It's just a little bit much.
Apologize, Logan. I'm totally normal and not drunk. Let us begin the conversations that we have with normal people. Yes, Dale. What conversation haveth you with upon us? Please speak normal as human do.
Yeah, look, Benno put me on to Dr. Drew, so I'm still catching up on his Twitter. Look, I'm not surprised that he's being censored given many of his tweets, but the crop circle stuff's fascinating. As some of you know, I work with Patrick Jackson, and that binary decoding of crop circles, that was one of the things which actually helped Patrick to develop his app and his ghost machine. So look, there's something to it. There's a bunch of overlapping researchers. So, but yeah, I'm not surprised he gets booted out of rooms, given if you go through his Twitter feed.
Yeah, dude, crop circles are fucking nuts, man. I watched the Patty Griff videos.
Is that doctor
and she's
back?
like, it's part of the earth.
Is
What
that
happened?
doctor coming back? Because I kind of stayed up for that, and now it's late here on the East.
We're working on it, motherfucker.
Yo, watch
we
that
got
motherfucking shit, bro. I'm not a drunk, and I don't play that game with you. So watch your motherfucking drunk ass mouth.
My bad, Abe. I didn't even know who was talking. Calm down, man. We're chilling. My bad, dog. Goddamn.
I just sent him.
Holy shit.
Calm down. I just sent him an invite and he said thanks. He's trying to get his
God.
his HPONE crashed. He's trying to get it restarted.
What the hell?
So
Abe, I'm sorry, dude. I didn't realize this.
His phone.
Abe, I
Give you a
didn't
little
realize
bit of
this.
background on the guy.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, dude. My bad, dog. I love this guy. My bad. I'm drunk. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Shane, just do me a favor, please, for like 5 minutes. I just wanted to not hear your voice just for 5 minutes. I love you, but just for 5, like, just, chill.
Dr. Drew is back.
Wonderful.
Yes, we got him finally. Yes, it works, and I am not crashed. Do I still sound like a robot, or?
No, you
You
sound
sound
good.
good now.
Oh, yes. All right. Welcome, Mr. Dr. Horace Drew. How's it going?
Hi, the phone crashed. This crazy technology. Maybe it's because I'm so far away from you guys, but it just took me about 10 minutes to set it up again. Okay.
The life of Twitter.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, man. This Twitter Space app, it is like probably the worst app I've ever seen. So it's nobody's fault. There's gonna be lots of weird glitches and all kinds of things crashing. So when something weird happens, just realize it's just that. It's probably not your phone.
I don't
So
know anything about it.
yeah. So you want to tell us about this story that you I saw you talking about?
Well,
that's really interesting.
I did the first X-ray structure of DNA in Caltech. I was in Pasadena. There was a student there. Can you still hear me?
Oh yeah.
Oh, good. The phone crashed again. And then I got into crop circles in 2002 when I was giving a meeting in Cambridge at engineering department, and I had a slide of the nucleosome core particle, which is how the DNA wraps in chromosomes, and the same image appeared in crops, crooked solely, like, at the same time. So I was freaked out, and I checked it out, and it turned out it wasn't made by people. So I said, we're being watched by some people. They're watching us scientists. I got to find out more than this. This was 20 years ago. You still there?
Yep, we're still listening.
I can't hear anybody because I don't know if it's glitching. So I got into crop circles 20 years ago. That's relevant to this whole CJ thing. So what happened was, in 2015, late June, the spectacular crop picture appeared near the end of an airport in Turin, Italy. And it was an airspace, no one could fly a drone over it because it's right near the end of an airport. Finally, Valeria and Silvio, two of my Italian friends, flew over and took spectacular photos all over the internet. And it had coded messages in binary computer code. And it said something like, have you seen this crop picture?
No.
It's very, very important. You'll be totally convinced.
I'd love to see. Yeah.
Torino, Italy, late June 2015. And it said, Timeo et ferentes, exclamation point, which means I fear ET bearing gifts. It was warning us about a Trojan horse attack on humanity soon. And that was in 2015. So that was cool. Then only hours later, about 12 hours or less, over the USA, on the other side of the world, there was a big UFO event involving this military guy, CJ, who I know now. Okay? And 10 big things flew over Georgia and the southeast USA. They were seen on sky cams, everything, with NASA cams. And one of them came down close to the road and interacted with CJ. I don't know if they picked him out or whatever, but he came into contact with him for about 4 hours. And he was with him.
Hey, Dr. Drew.
Yeah?
You mind if I stop you for a quick second? So you're referencing stuff that I don't think any of us really know about, like CJ, like who's CJ? If you mind just going over that real quick.
Okay, yeah. So what happened was there was a U.S. serviceman, 20-year veteran, been in combat in Iraq, completely reputable. He sort of looks like Obama, a very good, tall sort of guy, great talker, but he's very reputable. Like, he's trained soldiers, he's been in combat, and he was driving from Georgia to Colorado for the next phase of his military service. And on that night, there was a big UFO event over Georgia, near the Wadley, not far from Atlanta. Everybody saw it. There was big excitement. And what they didn't know is one of these craft, about 200 meters, came down close to the road. A lot of cars pulled off. And somehow he interacted with it very closely for like 10 or 15 minutes. Very famous UFO event. So then it turned out he put a post on some website telling he saw it. He told everything. And then the guy from Rendlesham Forest, John Burroughs, who was within the Rendlesham Forest UFO.
Yep.
John Burroughs, who was on the ground with a UFO in England, nuclear base in 1980, he saw the report, and there were symbols on the craft. And it turned out those were the same symbols he saw on his craft in 1980 on the ground. He was touching it with Jim Peniston, and they got a binary code then. So John Burroughs, who had heart trouble, radiation damage, from the UFO contact, and he was officially damaged by a UFO in the course of duty guarding nuclear weapons in England. He contacted Linda Howe. That's how Linda came into it. He said, Linda, check this guy out. So Linda went to stay with the guy for a little while and checked him out. and wrote reports about him. That's how Linda came into it. I didn't know about it till later. And it turned out this guy had been given binary codes also. Okay? So it's very cool. And then, and Linda couldn't figure out how to read the codes. And so they came to me. And here's the big tricky thing. It was a binary code. It was a computer code never seen before on Earth. So she'd go to US Intel, all these people, nobody could tell her what it meant. What did it mean? 4 symbols, not 2. We're using binary. They use 4 symbols. Like DNA has 4 symbols, has 2 symbols. Does everybody catching up with that? Did I explain that well?
I think so.
Yeah.
Is anyone confused?
No, I just wondered what you thought about how cymatics, like the shape of different sounds, could play into crop circles.
Can we come back to that? Because that's just a different subject. It's interesting.
Yep. Let's just let him explain his story and like what he. I wanted to discuss here about the messages from the future and whatnot.
That's what the focus. This is a big thing. I can talk about that too. But then
Cool.
Linda sent me these messages and decoded them. And initially, I didn't want to be publicly involved because I'm a professional scientist, and it looks really bad to be a professional scientist studying UFO messages. You know, at that time I would have gotten fired if I'd gone public. But I'm not working for those people anymore now. And then I sent her the message, and she put them all out, and they became more and more amazing. And it was 4 symbols. So to figure out what we had to do, I had to figure out how to read a 4-symbol binary code. And it took me about a month to understand. And CJ gets these messages. He got, in his contact, he got something like Elon Musk's Neuralink chip they put in his brain, so he can receive the messages. They gave him some sort of chip. His medical records with the Army or military are sealed. You can't get into them. They can see something. They put a chip in his head or something. So he can receive telepathy. It's like Elon Musk's Neuralink chip. And he can receive things really well, like radio telepathy or something like that. So he just writes it down on paper. He doesn't know what any of it means. So it comes to me, and there are about 20 pages of this stuff, you know, and you still there?
Yes. Who put that?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, we're here.
Excuse me?
Who gave him that Neuralink?
Well, he remembers seeing these friendly aliens. We weren't sure who they were exactly, time travelers, whatever. He described that, and Linda reported it. And then and then initially I didn't know anything about this, but I was the one who was asked to translate these things. And it was a fairly challenging task, since no one on Earth has done it before, right? Because you think, oh, I don't know whether I can do it, not do it, you know. It took me about a month of trial and error. And now I know what it means. It's actually...
Can I jump in real quick? Red, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you tell who is Linda? I didn't hear that. Who is Linda?
Linda Howe. Now, the reason I met Linda Howe, and some people don't like her, she was doing crop circles before, so I met her there in England a few times. I'm not really close to Linda, but I met her in England. She was over there staying with Charles, and I'd see her in the crop circles. So I met her back in like 2009, so I already knew her personally. So I'm not like a close colleague or anything, but she'll come to me if she needs something done, like computer decoding or something like that, right?
Right.
So I'm not taking anything about Linda's credibility. That really has nothing to do with this. So this guy who got the contactee, I know his real name, but you know what Julian Assange did, how he exposed that guy and he's in jail for life? I'm not going to do that.
Yes.
I'm not doing that to CJ. It's totally, if I make a confidence with somebody, it's ironclad. I never reveal who the person is. You just have to trust me that I know this guy pretty well. He's completely reputable. You know, he's sort of like, he reminds me of Obama, the way he talks. He could be a leader, like a big reputable, and he's very completely reputable. So he gets telepathic messages from these very advanced aliens, and he had some glimpse of what they meant from the telepathy. He was with them for 4 hours of missing time, and it was a well-documented thing. You know, the crop circle gave the same message as his first UFO code only hours later on the other side of the world. So I knew right away it wasn't a fake thing. So that was back 7 years ago. And then I decoded them all. Eventually, Linda started working with Intel and wasn't going to cooperative. So eventually, in private, he sent me the messages, and I've kept them private and confidential for like 20 pages or so of alien messages. That's a lot. Can you imagine that?
No, I can't.
And they're very detailed and scientific. It's not something like, we want to be your friend. They're all very detailed and scientific and advanced. And it turns out the 4-symbol code they use a Wi-Fi with 4 frequencies instead of 2. And it's actually much more efficient computing. I've tried to get computer labs here to do it. They're not ready to do it. So actually what they do is they can send 3 messages at once in parallel. So as you get the symbols in a binary message like I'm doing now, you get one message at a time. They could do like 3 messages at once. So it's pretty cool, you know, it could really improve our computing. So that was what I figured out. That's how it works. And I could explain, you know, we could upgrade all of our Earth's computing with this invention. So that's something you got to think about. And well, I've got a guy working on it now. He's working on a programmer. There's a guy who's going to put an online thing where you can write this code, you know? You still there?
Yep.
Can I
And if anyone
Oh my
wants to
gosh,
know
we're
more
still
about
here.
like your work, yeah, we're still
Can I
here.
ask
So
a
if you want to
question?
know more about his work, I put it at the top so you can like see like the stuff he's talking about. If anyone's interested.
Yeah, so I had nowhere to disclose it until Elon bought Twitter. Wherever we went, we were being censored. We couldn't disclose it. So I've had it for like 5 years, and I've moved to CJ in a few times. He's a nice guy. And I said, well, I can't disclose it. Every platform is going to censor it. I can't put it out. It's real ET messages. He was visited twice by the DOD. You know, CJ was visited twice because they were so interested in his contact. And so the DOD knows all this. I don't know what they translated it. So this is all very high level. It's nothing bullshit. It's the most important UFO contact. It's probably in recent years. I don't know how many, you know, it could be others, of course. But it's very, very important.
Holy shit.
So anyway, when I did all the messages, the first one was in 2015. It warned about an imminent threat to Earth's leaders and civilizations. And I knew there's something bad was going to happen. That was in 2016. I said, oh shit, you know, something bad's going to happen. And it wasn't until the COVID hit. See, people think Fauci made COVID something that this really implies that there's some sort of alien connection between these cabal leaders and the COVID. It's not just the virus. There's some sort of like anti-humanity thing going on here. I don't know exactly. Does that offend people too much, you know?
I hope not.
Maybe the rich men have contact with aliens like the World Economic Forum. I don't know. There's something very evil going on here, okay? And they were warning about it. It turns out the race that's contacted us are called the Emerthers, Emerthers. They only live 12 light years away. It tells them the message. They made an emergency trip here from their star to warn us because they were so concerned. We're like a colonial planet to them. They're not exposing themselves. We're like the Amazon Indians to Western civilization. That's how far we are behind them. But they're protective of us. They're guiding our evolution. They're a race that protects us. And there's a series of races in our part of the galaxy which protect humanity because we're a very primitive emerging species. And that's what this is all about. And the QAnon, is also related to this. Do you guys follow Q?
Yes.
Hell no.
So what happened was I didn't know about Q until 2017. I'll tell you something that might make you change your mind. In crop circles since about 29, there's been all sorts of crop circles about Quetzalcoatl. And there was a huge one with aliens, and 3 or 4 alien tall blonde guys were seen in it in 2009 by policemen. Spectacular thing near Silbury Hill. And it's the famous Mayan Quetzalcoatl. And then I went in 2017 with some people, and there were 2 or 3 more crop pictures then in about June or July, which showed cues and things like that, and they were going to broadcast. And I didn't know what that meant. And then about October, this guy Q started going on the internet, and I didn't know if it's some crazy person or maybe it's the alien crops artist himself. Maybe it's a time traveler. I didn't know what it was. So I'm just sort of slowly following the whole process. So I've come to think that actually, and there's a group on Twitter. Have you heard of Mr. Poole?
No.
You don't know Mr. Poole and XRP and the whole cryptocurrency thing?
I mean, I know crypto a little bit, but I'm not sure who Mr. P is. Who is he?
Well, it turns out there was a mystery. There's a joint mystery. We had the Q mystery. We have this mystery of how David Schwartz learned to program XRP out of nowhere. He said he was taught by somebody. We have the crop circles, which often show images of the future, like they're made by time travelers. So it seems to me and anyway, what happened was in 2019, there's a Mr. Poole who's a big leader, a friend of Elon Musk. Mr. Poole's a friend of Elon Musk. They hang out together. And he published in 2020, he predicted an earthquake in New Zealand 6 days beforehand. And thousands of us on the internet saw it. I put a video out. I said, well, this guy's got some sort of high tech. No one can know there'll be an earthquake in New Zealand 6 days from now. I put a video on YouTube. I said, I don't know what he's doing, but he has some way of knowing. This is sort of future viewing or time travel or something. And then a friend of mine who helps me in my crop circle, she lives in Rhode Island. She was in her sailboat, and they were doing something. And Mr. Poole, the same time mystery guy, he put the lat long of where she was exactly in the sailboat. Nobody else knew, and wrote a coded response to her on Twitter. And it was exactly what she was talking about. I won't get into it. This was in August of 2020 on the boat. So somehow they were watching her on this sailboat in the middle of Rhode Island Harbor. Just like in crop circles, you go around and you think, oh, somebody's watching me here. I can't see them, but somebody's watching and hearing everything I do. People in crop circles get that right away. You know, you get into it and you say, oh, shit, what happened? They see me, or invisible probes or whatever. And a lot of people in crop circles have seen this, so many that you can't ignore it. I've had it happen to me a few times. So we're dealing with some sort of high-tech stuff, maybe time travel, maybe extraterrestrials. So that's where I've been at for some time.
Yeah, thanks for explaining it, brother. Is there anything else we should know? Like, I don't know, anything?
That come from this alien group, the Emerthers, and I've put them on my Twitter page. And there's one thing I didn't want to say comes from the future. And it turned out, when I translated it, it turns out it comes from guys who live in Jerusalem, particle physicists, sometime later in this century. And I'm going to say something shocking to you. The reason I didn't want to release it, it starts out saying, your creator is displeased. Arrogant belief must allow all. And what he's talking about, this is shocking. He doesn't like it that only Muslims worship at Temple Mount. He wants Christians and Jews to worship there also. So we're talking about Yahweh being maybe an extraterrestrial, the founder of the Jewish and Christian religions. So when we get into that subject, we have to be very sensitive of not want to offend people, right? You understand? I don't really, but it comes through everywhere. This is our Yahweh God, our Enki, that these people are extraterrestrials who formed the human race like for thousands of years ago, and they're still involved and still getting messages. So it's a very, very big subject. I want you to understand this is a big subject, okay? You still
right? I think we understand that. Hold on, we got E raising a hand here. So, Mr. E, what's up, brother?
Yeah, Brett, I just have a couple questions. You might have said it, but I didn't catch it. Can you give us any clue what particular race could potentially be the threat? And the other question would be is there any percentage of chance that some part of this could be some sort of psyop?
This is his first time using Twitter Spaces, so just give him a little patience. Mr. Drew there, you got to press the mic button again. So when you talk, press the mic button, and then when you're done talking, you press it again to turn it off. Because open mics can cause like an echo feedback in here, so you just got to press that big mic button on the bottom left. You're still muted.
Got it.
There you go.
Got it. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Am I in?
Yep.
Okay. This is all the phone's glitching all the time. Funny. It's going in and out. Yeah. So what happens is, I'll tell you what I put the messages up on my Twitter page because I said, oh, look, Elon's not going to knock these off, and people can just see it for themselves and make their own interpretation. They're 100% accurate. Okay. And they're all given in a computer code which nobody knows about. So there's no chance that it was fakery, zero chance of fakery. And there was UFOs seen and all this stuff. So these are the greatest UFO, honest, unquestionable messages in history is why I put them up. And you can study for yourselves what they mean, okay? You still there?
Yeah, I put a bunch of your texts up at the top. I don't know if those are the ones you were wanted to talk about specifically. But just in case anyone else was interested in stuff that you've been decoding or whatever, I put it at the top. Mr. E, did he answer your question?
Yeah, part two would be this. What particular race does he know is the threat? Who is the threat?
You gotta press your mic again, Mr. Dr. Drew.
There are glitches everywhere. They've been warning in crop circles. If you know their very famous crabwood crop circle in 2002, do you know that?
Nope.
Beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises. Much pain, but still time. Believe there is good out there. We oppose deception. Conduit closing. And they showed a picture of a big Orion gray alien.
That was like the Arecibo reply or something, right?
1 year after the Arecibo reply. So the Arecibo reply was probably done by the friendly aliens, the same Earthers who contacted CJ. There's a little picture of them in the Arecibo thing there. They sort of like friendly grays. So what happens is there seem to be two factions. There's these Earthers, and they seem to be allied with the Plajaran or Q or whatever. I don't. It's a bit sort of mystery thing, but I think the Q is an extraterrestrial time traveler. People don't like him, but that's just my personal view. You're allowed to think what you want. And the enemy race, there are apparently two other races, the Zeta Reticuli Greys and the Orion Greys, who are their enemies. Apparently, all aliens aren't getting on with another. So at least four races. Two of them are opposed to the other two, and they're the bread and we're the cheese in the middle. Earth is the cheese. And this whole COVID thing, and they warned in the codes, they said, evolutionary advancement needed to prevent takeover. And that's where the Great Awakening came from. I knew about this in 2014. So the Great Awakening by Q was mentioned earlier in all these messages before it happened. I had it all on my computer. Evolutionary advancement needed to prevent takeover, expose hidden knowledge to all citizens. And it went on like that. I put them on there. I think you ought to read that. So that was before Q started the Great Awakening. So the chance of that being unrelated to this is just zero, the coincidental chance, So I knew they were going to do a big exposure event, an awakening event, and I didn't anticipate it would turn out like it did, like this political thing. That was sort of surprised me. I wasn't anticipating that. But who knows? It's a strange subject. Who knows what's going on exactly? But I put the messages on the page, and you can study them and draw your own conclusions and come back. We can discuss more. That was my purpose. I just put them there, and you can study it yourself. I call these the alien Twitter files because I had no other place to put them. They get censored off YouTube or anywhere else, Facebook. I've been banned 5 times, like Twitter and Facebook already. So this is for you. You can look at them. They're 100% honest, 100% authentic, and you can make your own judgment. I'm not telling you exactly what I think. Is everybody happy with that?
Yeah, we're cool. Hey, can you go ahead? So when you're done speaking, just press the mic button. Perfect. Okay, so let's get back to Obi Flet. You have a question?
Yeah, man. How we doing tonight, Logan?
Hey, what's up, brother? How's it going?
Oh, dude, hanging in there, man. It's been a long life. Anyways, gosh, the psychological shit going on right now is really tripping me out. For me, this is my first time talking in any space more than a couple seconds ever, dude. But I just I had some shit happen to me. Long story short, blah blah blah. Did any of you guys listen to Spaced Out Radio last night? There was a guy in there, the random dude, who was saying some stuff about the Tic Tac being United States weaponry. And Eric, man, I followed you forever, dude. Do you want to speak up on that, man? Like, I don't know, man. Did you listen to that, man?
I don't want to jump in yet, but let's take Red's time if we can. I'll tell you later.
All right, man. But anyways, Logan, man, I love your spots, man. It's really cool. I listen all the time. I follow all you guys, and I don't really talk much. I don't really, I don't know, dude. I saw some shit in the sky, and then I saw some shit in my house, and that's basically the gist of it. So,
hell yeah, Obi, you're good, dog. Sounds fucking crazy to me. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I want to hear about that
Love
shit.
you, dog.
But right now, we just got to take advantage of Dr. Drew here while we have him. So we just kind of want to focus on what he's talking about real quick. And then, yeah, dude, afterwards, I want to hear about what you have to say, brother.
Do it, bro.
About that Tic Tac.
Do it, bro. I'll be right here.
Sweet. All right. Let's get back to some hands. What's up, Miami?
What's going on, Logan? How's everything? For the doctoral question, it has to do with the nanotechnology beings are supposed to be very dangerous, and the whole technology is nano-based. They can infect people, and you will know it. I heard something kind of warning that a while ago.
So that question was for Dr. Drew.
Yes, for the doctor. For the doctor.
Sorry, I'm trying to let other people talk. I don't know how to use this app.
No problem.
I don't know. My wife does nanotechnology. She's researches, but I don't know much about it. This subject is so. What I'd like, people do, just read what I've posted, and then if you don't get, I can't talk over the phone and say all that because this is about years and 20 years of work. I think we have a real chance of getting an open ET contact fairly soon, like certainly before 2030, and it may involve some that look human. And it may involve like some grays that are friendly, and I mean, who knows what's going to involve. But I think we could get like fairly soon, like 2025 even, you're like open. And I would suspect that the U.S. government knows about this already. I don't think there's any I think they're actually in contact with them already. So I wouldn't worry about the nanotech people. The trouble is right now is they have a lot of racists. And for some reason, there's a barrier to us learning and letting the public know there are all these other racists around us ready to join in. And I don't know how long it's going to last for, but I don't think it'll last much longer.
They don't even want to acknowledge that there's UFOs really like that are alien. So it's going to be a minute still, I think. But yeah, let me ask you real quick. Were you the one that decoded those messages for Linda Moulton Howe about, or I don't know if it was for her, but did you decode the Rendlesham binary code?
Yes, I also did the Rendlesham binary code, and I was talking to Peniston and Burroughs about it. They said my version is the correct version. It's up there. And it's definitely a time travel code. At one point, it says continuoquence PR, means time is a continuous sequence of probabilities. They use physics jargon and all that stuff. So there's no doubt there was some time travel stuff in that. And I did the correct. The thing on the History Channel was bullshit. I don't know where they got this guy from, but he doesn't know how to translate things. So I did the Rendlesham as well. That's why before this. So, and there are a lot of similarities between CJ and the Rendlesham when you do it. It's not exactly the same, but certainly there's some similarities.
Cool. Thanks for that. I just wanted to double check. Hey, Benno, what's up?
Hey, Logan. Thanks, mate. Thanks very much for coming into the room, Red. Yeah, it is hot. I'm in Brisbane, mate, so I'm feeling the heat the same as you. I just wanted to ask you, I understand you worked at CSIRO for a good amount of years. I've also heard that they've also been connected with, I guess, the Australian version of the American Department of Energy, and they may kind of deal with, I guess, if there were UAP crash retrievals without sort of going over any lines or, putting yourself under any, saying things. I don't want you to say anything, get you into trouble, so to speak. But can you tell us, is the CSIRO, did you ever hear while you work in all your years there of things that sort of help confirm, I guess, UAP retrievals or things of that nature?
No, yeah, you have got it sort of hopelessly wrong. I went to Caltech for a PhD for 5 years, and then I was in England, the MRC lab, MRC Cambridge, with that 13 Nobel Prize winners till 87. Then I was at CSIRO Australia for 23 years. And let me tell you, it started all right. By the time I left, CSIRO became this dumb bureaucratic nightmare, and they aren't doing anything. There's almost all these other scientists feel the same way. It became very bureaucratic, very contract research. So they're not involved in anything, I don't think. As far as I never heard of anything there. It's not really a good science lab. So people were happy to go and do other things. So I don't really think CSO is in that. I'm friends with Bill Chalker and the other Sydney UFO people who are in Sydney.
Okay, so Mr. E, you again. What's up?
Yeah, Red, I want to talk to you about, you mentioned Q, and I've done the deep dive into QAnon. I've seen the series, the 10-part series, QAnon Into the Storm. I followed there's a show on Showtime, 7 seasons, called The Circus, that features Donald Trump and the mega movement. Where do you stand on all that, please?
I'm not really totally political. I'm sort of like coming at this from a UFO time travel perspective and the change of history, that time and history being manipulated in our time. Like Q said, I suspect there's time travel involved in Q, although he's pretending to be political. My other friend is Janet Osebard, who does all the Fall Cabal series. I knew her from Crop Circles before she became she's in the Netherlands. So I don't really want to get into Democratic Party politics, but
Yes,
I think,
please don't.
no, I don't really, and it's just become, but I think we're looking at, you see this in crops everywhere, that there are eye of providence or time travel or extraterrestrials who are subtly influencing all events on Earth, changing reality. And I'm sort of following it from that perspective. Like Q might be one of those people. He's not really whether for Trump or against Trump, but there are a lot of things like in crop circles. They had in 2007, they had the first, in 2005 in crop circles, a whole series of crop pictures predicted a comet in 2007. That's where I first learned about it. Well, not the first, but so I realized there's some sort of time travel element involved in all these things. So that's sort of my perspective rather than political.
Yeah, we don't need to get into that political stuff. What's up, buddy? And then Natalie.
Hey, yeah, dude. Hey, Red, I was going to ask you a question. Have you heard of the Pen of the Golden Age that have talked about deciphering codes from the Zeta Reticuli?
I haven't really heard of it. And I'll repeat again, these codes are very interesting that I got from CJ, because first, he doesn't know what any of them mean. Part of the CJ code was written in Latin, talking in classical Latin. And I translated it. I said, CJ, do you know any Latin? And there was a crop circle written in Latin. He has no idea. The guy's, just if you won't be convincing, the guy has no idea what Latin is, He's this guy, his brother played basketball or something like that. So I don't know anything about that. But these codes are very interesting because we could actually change our computer systems right now. Before we get quantum computers, we could do this, and we could upgrade quite a lot, encryption and all that. And I can't get a computer company really interested. But I don't know about the other Zeta codes, yeah.
Go ahead, Natalie.
Okay. So, when you decode crop circles, are you using Q drops to decode them, or do you use crop circles to decode Q drops? And yeah, how does that play into XRP blockchain?
That's a bit complicated. I will mention that I know how to decode the crop pictures. Let me just give you, there seem to be a team of time travelers, or some, you can't see them, angels, whatever you want to call them, some advanced beings who look down on Earth from above, up in the sky somewhere, and they see patterns in the landscape, and they're very artistic. And usually every crop circle fits into another pattern in the landscape, like the eye of a bird, and the crop circle's the eye, and what is the bird seeing? But it looks like a bird. So if you look at crop pictures, that's how you work it. So I have to use Google Earth for the crop pictures. Very few of the crop pictures, I mean, a lot of them have to do with someone called Quetzalcoatl, which is the Mayan leader. And whether that's the same as Q, who the political, I don't know, but probably about half the crop pictures seem to be made by a team led by a Mayan leader, Quetzalcoatl. Now, one of the crop pictures, which is really interesting, you guys are interested, in Italy, they were leaving the Pleiades in 2012, a fleet of 3 ships, and they were going through a space-time wormhole to head for Earth in 2012. And my friend was there in Italy for the crop. It was very spectacular, and I was seeing them. And so they're on their way here. Another one said they're using super rocket fuel to reach Earth. They're coming as fast as they can. So there seem to be a team of them from the Pleiades or wherever, headed right now for Earth in transit. And they're tending to make contact. But I don't use Q drop specifically like a political thing. But there's some relation, but I'm not really sure what it is.
When are they getting here?
I wish I knew. How long does it take to travel 400 light years through a wormhole?
You said they're using rocket fuel? Super rocket fuel?
When you start studying all the crop pictures every year, about half of them have been about how they're going to arrive on Earthsea. They saw the movie Arrival and made a crop picture about that, for example. And so they'll see our popular culture. They see everything we do. I don't know how they do it. Movies, TVs, they're watching closely everything we do. And the Arrival movie was a crop picture. They're making jokes. They're on our internets everywhere. And they're all about, and for example, if you just go last summer in England, and the first one showed a serpent crawling toward the Hackpin Hill white horse with the ASCII code for love, Love. And the serpent's the one who's supposed to come down the pyramid at Chichen Itza. That's a big thing. Serpents coming down the pyramid, like in Mexico, is a really big theme. So personally, I think there were extraterrestrials on Earth before, and when the Mayan civilization crashed, I would suspect some of the Mayan people went to the stars with them, returned to the stars. And those Mayans may return as spaceship engineers or something. You know, they've been 1,000 years, they've been gone from Earth. So I suspect there's some relation between the Mayan culture and that. And it seems to be that whole thing seems to be related in the return phenomenon. Like the Mayans may return, the Pleiadians may return. I don't know when, but they talk about it constantly. In every season, like 30% of the crop pictures.
Dude, like every all our telecommunications, all our internet, everything gets beamed out somewhere, and they can receive that signal. Even our thoughts can be read, just like a TV antenna. What's up, Joe?
Hey, yeah, I'm in Sydney too, Red. So, yeah, nice warm day for us. Just wondering, and if you haven't heard of him, just say so. But have you ever heard of Patrick Jackson? He claims that someone helped him to decode crop circles, and that he used that binary code to invent some machines which attract the phenomena. I just wondering if you've ever heard of him, or were you aware of other people working on these codes? Because you're the second researcher I've heard recently talk about using these decoded crop circles to communicate with extraterrestrials.
I've never heard of him. I pretty much know all the people in the crop circle community because I've been doing it since 20 years. You know, I know the debunkers, and they know who I am. I know the website people. It's a mixture of people for sure, but I've never heard of him. I will mention that I realized some years ago that some crop pictures, about 10-20%, contain blueprints for alien technology, like Jodie Foster Contact, the movie, you know? And I've solved some of those, and most of them, there's not free energy. You know, if there was one for free energy, I would like for one for free energy, but there doesn't seem to be anything for free energy. But they do tell you how to make an ion drive. You know how NASA's trying to make an ion drive? So there are a lot of blueprints for the ion drive and how it works. So I've been doing that for about a year. I have my own laboratory here, and I'm putting YouTube videos. So I'm trying to make an ion drive instead of chemical rockets. That's my major research right now. And I'm doing like 40,000 volts AC. I'm making big power supplies, and I'm getting more and more progress. So instead of using a chemical rocket, we'll shoot electricity and shoot gases out really fast. So that's a definite reality. I'm just limited because I'm sort of by myself.
Go ahead. I'm not sure who was next. Do you know Screen or Benno?
Probably Obi.
Okay, what's up, Obi?
Man, it's been so long I don't even remember. I'm just gonna hang back. Like you guys, you talk about crop circles and stuff. Do your thing, man. I'll be right here.
Cool. Hey, what's up, Natalie? And then you go after Natalie, Eric.
Okay, so you said that the Pleiadians are dropping crop circles and they're on their way here potentially, but they communicate with us digitally. I mean, I see them all over YouTube and in the YouTube comments as well. And I was just wondering if you think that the Pleiadians are physical beings or like plasma beings. And I tend to think they're benevolent. And then also, since there are like different factions of aliens, do you think that they're working with another type of alien race that is like on Earth right now?
That's three different questions. I'll quickly, if I can remember. First of all, I'm not making things up in interpretation. The crop picture in Italy, 2012 Fabrico, it showed a picture of the stars of the Pleiades, like the 6 stars, the sisters, 7 sisters, and that was drawn there in crops. My friend went there, took photos for me. Couldn't go to Italy, and they showed a wormhole coming around the outside, and they gave a Mayan date of 1919-816 in the long count calendar, which was the date of their departure from the Pleiades for Earth. So that's a factual statement. And there was no doubt of the interpretation. They left the Pleiades in 2012 to come to Earth, okay? The other things, on crop circles, you'll see intelligent spheres of light. We interact with people. Friends will sit there. They'll fly over crop pictures. We don't know whether those are spiritual beings or whether they're people like from the future using these things as a probe, like from Stargate or something like that. But they often see orbs and beams of light. And a friend of mine will take photos of these things. People who I know have taken photos, and there's a little rugby ball floating over the crop picture, and there's no fakery. They sent it to me right out of the phone. So we don't really know what those are. They seem to be like rugby balls, and they have anti-gravity in that little package about the size of a rugby ball. What's the name? People have photographed these things, so they have tech just way beyond us. Beyond that, I don't really know. Spectacular tech, And so there's not 100. People. Let me say about crop circles. At first, I thought it was fake. I've been to England 8 times, and I know the situation. When you go see something 8 times, 8 summers, you sort of learn about it. So I'm pretty well acquainted with the thing. To say that something like 80 or 90% of the crop pictures every year are authentic, and that we have ways to tell. I can tell you about it. Now, I know the media says everything different, but that's just they're saying lots of things. Okay, thank you.
Your answers are amazing. Thank you for being here.
Can I go again?
Yeah, of course.
Sir.
All right. So just so you guys know, just be calm here. I'm not trying to make this political. I'm just trying to understand that if Red could tell us, if he could even speculate. I mean, he's mentioned Q several times. Who he might speculate Q is, and how is Q entangled in all this? I really want to understand that part of it. It's a reasonable question.
It's also a very deep question. I don't want to offend anybody, but what happened was when we started studying crop pictures around from 2000 onward, they seemed to show Mayan themes or Quetzalcoatl, and big letters Q would appear in crops. So we were associated that with me, and actually I associated it with Billy Meyer. He said he met the Pleiadian leader in this whatever, and his name was Quetzal, Quetzal, Quetzal. And I said, well, maybe the Pleiadians met the Mayans and they're hanging around and things like that. Was actually what I thought. So then the political thing came up when this fellow Q started on the internet, and it wasn't what I was expecting at all. I thought it might be some radio transmission over the TV or say, here we are, and it wasn't anything like that. So I'm still not certain about that, but there does seem to be a time travel element, and it seems to be they're changing our history. Yeah, one of them, I'll just tell you, you're not going to believe it. It was so funny. One of the crop circles I went to in 2017, and I analyzed them all, at Woolston Hill, I think it was. And if you analyze it in total, you'll see a white rabbit kicking a wicked witch in the bum is the overall scene. So we have Q the white rabbit, follow the white rabbit, and Hillary the wicked witch. So it's a comical thing. It's like a cartoon. However, it's hard not to see. And there was another one in Brazil with political overtones. It looked very clearly in Brazil. When the first debate between Trump and Hillary, there was something looking like there was a picture of like Trump and Hillary in crops, and Hillary was getting swatted on the back of the head by something like when she had a collapse on 9/11, remember, just before the election. So it seems really possible that was not an accident. That was an intentional butterfly effect. It seems like they may be doing something to change time and history by butterfly effects. That doesn't mean they're pro-Trump or anything like that, but it seems they're concerned with the long-term course of history, and they're using politicians as sort of like their tools and cryptocurrency to change the path of human history. Is that clear? I think they're trying to change the path of human history, and there's quite a big group doing it.
Thank you for that answer. That's reasonable. Thank you, sir.
Wow. Yeah.
What's up, Dale?
Look, I'm not trying to harp on about Patrick Jackson. I follow lots of people, but you just said exactly what he said. He told me just the other day that the crop circles are formed by antigravitic metallic balls, which he claims to have seen and had photographs of, and you just said the same thing. So, again, just fascinating that we've got different researchers coming to the same conclusions. So that's fascinating to me.
Hey,
Dale.
Dr. Drew, is it what's your stance on Billy Meyer?
I knew nothing about Billy Meyer until 1990 because he was regarded as a fake. I saw this UFO close up in 1965, like really close. Like it was like the car in front of my house here. I could sort of see it. And for about 10 or 15 seconds, it was broad daylight. I mean, I couldn't forget it. You can't forget something like that, right? The dog was barking, and I saw the dome and the metal and all that, no rivets, and seeing it flying. And then I didn't know anything about Billy Meyer. And then I was going through a book in a library like 1990. And a picture of the UFO I saw was in his book. And it was a book about Billy Meyer and some of his UFO photos. So that's when I learned about Billy Meyer. I knew nothing before that. So it seemed to be he photographed a real UFO. It was the same one I saw. That's all I know. I don't know anything else.
Oh wow! So that's surprising. I guess. So do you think like he saw like a real craft and just kind of recreated it with whatever things he could recreate stuff with?
My personal feeling was that one over the pine logs. There's one over where it's shown of UFO posters everywhere, I believe, over the pine logs. That's exactly, a lot in Switzerland. And that may have been a real UFO photo. A lot of these guys wants to get one photo, you'd be lucky to get one. I think they made fake things because they want some publicity and make fake photos after that, Maybe they have one real photo and the rest of them are all fake. So I think maybe he did that one was real anyway, because it was just the same thing I saw. You can't forget it. You can't. But it was that one at least is the only thing I thought about it. He talked about being a Quetzal, Q-U-A, and then we also get Quetzal in the crop circles. Everybody knows the Quetzalcoatl headdress. A policeman went into it the next morning, I know, next to Silbury Hill, and there was these three tall alien guys. He thought they were British Army. He walked, and they were sampling the crop. And he thought he walked in to talk to them. He said, "What's the British Army doing here?" Because sometimes after crop pictures, like in 2007, the British Army will seal off the whole field because there's been an alien event there. And people hang around, take photos of the orbs flying with the helicopters, So there were these tall blonde aliens, the policeman saw them, and that was called the Quetzalcoatl headdress, one of the most famous ever. And so that's why I thought there must be some relation, but I'm not really sure what it is.
I think there's some like I don't want to say like conspiracy because that's not the right word, but I noticed a lot of UFO people have a lot of kind of interesting, almost kind of shady things about them. Like Travis Walton, like won an award for like faking a UFO. Like he was hoaxing a UFO, and like he like won some award for it. But this is the same guy who had this famous abduction case, which is legit, right? So like the people who like come out about UFOs or whatever also seem to have something shady about them for some reason, like as if there's some kind of like time travel agenda to like try to discredit these people before they do whatever it is they do. I don't know. It's weird. But anyway, what did the Rendlesham case say again? And what do you think about the whole Hi Brazil thing? When you decoded your message, did it say Hi Brazil too?
Just for a second, Hi Brazil was an error about the stupid man, the History Channel. How much did they pay that guy? Got to do the decode the message. I don't know what it was. It was some sort of bullshit. The guy, they completely got it wrong, the ancient aliens people. I mean, I'm a scientist. I don't go to UFO meetings. I go to one over here, but that's why I don't hang around these ufologists very much, because it's not really productive. Go to these UFO meetings, they give you a award, and they talk crazy things. So the Hi Brazil was a mistranslation. What it actually showed was very interesting. They told these time travelers, they come from Woodbridge, England. They have a base there in the future. And they told all the places they visited on Earth in the past, like the Great Pyramid or a place in Arizona or various places. They list all the places, and they give coordinates in north, south, east, west. And then they gave their source of origin. And the source of origin in that message was the town center of Woodbridge, England, to 6 digits, means like an inch. And the interesting thing was the east and the west were flipped. But it was, it was incredibly accurate. You say, where's the town center of Woodbridge, England? Then you put it on there and you give 6 digits. That means you've just say within a foot. You've specified exactly there, which is crazy, like on our Google Earth. So, and also you can have east rather than west. So one thing I don't talk about because it's too much for people, we have to consider a parallel mirror universe. That there might be a parallel mirror universe to our own as the source of some of these things, like in Fringe. That's why Fringe is the most popular show among crop circle people. They're very popular. Like there's other side, another parallel universe like Earth, and the Big Bang. We have We have all the cosmologists think the same thing. The Big Bang created two universes. So that's still an open question.
Go ahead, Beto.
Yeah, Dr. Drew, why do you think that the government pushes their own narrative, or there's such as if they're in control of disclosure itself, as if they basically signal to us they know a lot more than what they do, but they still seem to have a narrative that they want to drive? Like, is it because they are none the wiser to actually what's going on, or are they those who are deep within the military, perhaps, who are very acutely aware of what's happening? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, in the Emertha codes that CJ gave me, they tell quite clearly they met Eisenhower in the 50s, these guys. So there's no doubt they met Eisenhower in Majestic 12, the Emerthers. And they met, so they're completely under our government. So there's nothing I'm not telling you new. So why they're doing secrecy, personally, I think it's the military-industrial complex that Eisenhower talked about how dangerous it was. Because what happened was, Roger Lear, do you know Roger Lear, the UFO researcher? He was Roger, he was a good friend of mine. We were good friends in Thousand Oaks. I went to see him in Thousand Oaks quite a lot. And he was with Dan Aykroyd. Dan Aykroyd gave him a lot of money in secret, and he didn't want me to say anything about it. And Roger passed away. Roger came out here and we drove all around everywhere. So he was given a piece of the Roswell crash in 2004 by the widow of a serviceman who collected it. And he didn't want to, while he was alive, he didn't want to give it to anybody. After he died, the widow had it in the closet. She came, Roger, here it is, you analyze it. So Roger gets a scientist down at UCSD, material scientist, do EXAFs on it, elemental analysis. And he told me how amazing it was. He didn't show it to me, but he told me how amazing. And it turned out to be dope silicon like we're using in this computer technology. And it was silicon germanium, and the isotopes were different. Like, I'm going to say something scientific. Silicon has 29, 30, or 31 atomic numbers, and that's characteristic on Earth, a certain mixture. So this silicon came from another star system. The neutron numbers were higher, and the germanium was 99% silicon, 1% germanium, or something like that. So it's like dope silicon like we're using in these phones on the computers. So that was April 1947. And then in the end of 1947, Bell Laboratories supposedly, quote unquote, discovered the transistor. Now, the odds of that not being from the Roswell crash is just zero. So we got such a major discovery from ET technology. I think that's why they want to keep it secret from other nations like Russia and China.
Me?
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead, Obi.
Oh, hold on. Red Collie, your mic is still muted. Oh, one more time. Okay, one more time. Just don't. Sometimes it can be slow to respond. Okay, there you go.
On.
Yeah, you can see the mute. There you
on.
Go.
It's on now.
Yep.
Okay, we
So
good?
yeah. So what do you think about those? What I said about the other countries that are getting stuff like we have? Like them having meetings like we did with Eisenhower and whatnot.
Apparently, the Emerthers say they've met with the Russians, and they must all know about it. The Emerthers are like, it's new in the codes, but they've said they've met all the nations on Earth, and they're I don't know details, but I would take them at their word for it. And I don't want to get that into religion or politics. There's certain things I could get into about the landing on Mount Sinai in a big spacecraft to see Moses.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, a big spacecraft to see Moses? I got to hear more about that.
Well, this is why I was a little sensitive putting it up. A lot of the codes mentioned the Pope, Bergoglio, religion in this UFO code. And there was a UFO over the Temple Mount, and some of them mentioned Yahweh, the Christian God, Yahweh. And they had the Pope in there. And so the extraterrestrials must be linked with our religions in some way. So it actually says in the codes, which is why I didn't want to release it. You can see why. I don't want people attacking me. It says that Yahweh is the royal Emertha prince of that world. He's a prince of another world. And you remember Jesus said he's the king of another world. As well, Jesus said he's a king of another world. So there are a lot of parallels there, and I'm not going to be definite, but I think you need to be open-minded. That could be the situation, you know.
Yeah, no one here is going to attack you. I think we're all pretty open here. We don't attack people. We attack, data. Anyways, Obi, did you have a question?
Yeah, no, I was curious. Is anyone uh, Dr. Drew was concerned? Has anyone tried to extract anything from Terry Lovelace?
Oh, Red Collie, your mic is muted, so you got to hit the mic button again.
Excuse me. What should I do? I've got
Never
them
mind.
on.
Yeah, okay. So, what have you analyzed anything from Terry Lovelace?
No, I've never heard of most of these people. I'm a scientist. I don't hang around the UFO communities, so I may be a specialist. But the CJ thing is, I know that one's real. I know nobody's faking me. So in the crop circles, I know. So I tend to focus on things I've done my own research to avoid fakery. There's so much fakery in the crop circle field to get through. People who intentionally lie about it, and I'm sort of through all that.
Terry Lovelace isn't connected with the crop circle stuff. He's just a lawyer that had his own abduction experience that has a bunch of implants, apparently.
It's possible, yeah.
I guess he was just asking if you'd had any of that stuff analyzed personally, but I guess not. What's up, Benna?
Roger Lear did the implants of people. I'll tell you a freaky story, but it's very freaky. I'll tell you to show you how strange this is. When in 1999, I was doing the first research I did was with Bill Chalker, who's Australia's leading researcher, right, in UFOs. Bill's a friend of mine. And then there's a fellow, Peter Curry, who lived in Western Sydney here, and he apparently had two women teleport into his room, take a sperm sample, and leave. And one of them left a long head hair behind. So I got a hold of that. I asked Bill, is there any physical evidence for UFOs? Because I wanted some physical evidence to analyze. So I got this long head hair from this woman. It was about 2 feet long, and there was no color in it whatsoever. It looked like fishing line. There was no yellow, no whatever, no, not albino. And it was very thin. So we actually had some tissue, and we analyzed it. And in the process, when I was doing that, I actually had the films. I took the films home. So it's Christmas, I've got the films. I'll study them over Christmas. We were doing a typing like they do for the Idaho murderer. We were typing the extraterrestrials, see who she was, right? That's what we were doing. I had some guys helping me, some real experts. I got some forensic experts to help me. They have the top company in Australia. I'm not going to say who they are, top guys. So I wouldn't do it by myself. And then while I was doing it, I had a contact experience myself. I don't want to get into it, but it was definitely a contact experience. And they knew I was analyzing this DNA. And the woman was real. That's all I'm going to say. So when you get into this, often they know you're doing this research and they'll do things. And I'm not afraid of them. It was a bit of a shock, of course, when something like this happens, but then you get used to it. I'm not afraid of them anymore. They're just sort of checking, but this does happen. But if it hasn't happened to you, you say, oh, it's crazy, but it does happen.
How many contact experiences have you had?
I saw a UFO twice when I was a kid, once with another friend, but one was distant, like lights. The other was right in front of me. When the dog started barking, I don't know if it was for me or just happened to be there. I turned around in Florida, Jacksonville, and the UFO was the dog started barking like, rah, 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 rah. And I turned around, what's the dog barking at? It was right in the sky, right in front of me. I didn't know it was there. It was hanging in the sky, So I've always been interested in trying to make a gravity propulsion craft, which is why I have a lab here. Haven't done it yet. And then I had another sort of very unpleasant experience about a year later near Gainesville. Very evil alien. I don't want to talk about it because it'll freak people out. And then there was nothing else until about 1999 when I started doing UFO research. And I'll tell you something else, although it's hard to believe. During this process, my father had a stroke. So I'll come to Roger Lear. Roger knows all about it. He's passed away now. So he had a stroke, and I didn't think he was going to live. He was in a rehab center in Jacksonville with his friend, and he was a doctor, very prominent. My great uncle's Turner Butler. The name Expressway is named after him in Jacksonville to Ponte Vedra. So I came from a good family. So I go there, and he's had a stroke. Don't know if he's going to live. I go see him the day before. He's gray. The doctor says he might not live through the night. And then in the middle of the night, he had a miracle healing. And he told an angel had come and healed him like Jesus would heal people, some sort of energetic healing or all that. And then also on the plane trip over, how did I meet Roger Lear? It wasn't an accident. I admitted him in a meeting. He was on an airplane. I want to tell you, do you want to hear a freaky story?
Yes, please.
Okay. This freaked me out at the time. I wasn't afraid. Okay, so my dad's dying, thought he was dying. I go with my daughter. We get on a flight to LA. We arrive in LA. There's smog everywhere. I said, oh, shit. It's full of smog again. So there was nowhere in Atlanta because there was a hurricane. So in Jacksonville. So I called my friend at Georgia Tech and I said, can we stay at your place? Because I can't get a hotel room and I can't get a flight through. So we agreed to stay in Atlanta. So I get on the next airplane from LA to Atlanta. And I'm sitting there in the vegetarian seat 1A and 1B with my daughter, who's about 10. And then in the middle of the plane, this Southern girl gets up, Delta stewardess with this accent. And I hear and she's serving me. She's right in front of me, sort of a blonde with Southern drawl. And right in here to me, I hear her say, Dr. Roger Lear, please return to seat 22A for your vegetarian meal. And I said, Dr. Roger Lear. And then she looked right at me, like right in front of my face, like she was talking to me. And she said the same thing 2 more times. And I looked at my daughter and said, is there something wrong with that woman? So I said, so what would you do? So I said, look, I'm going to wait till the meals are over. I'm going to walk back 22. I'm on seat 1A, 22A. This was in April of 1999, and see if that's that Roger Lear guy they talk about for implant surgery. And that's how I met Roger. So it was non-coincidental. Maybe they wanted me to meet him, and this was all in an airplane flying way up in the sky. So I thought, oh, there's nothing beyond these people, And then I had that happen on the way over. That's how I met Roger. We became friends after that,
Hey, I have to ask you about your you said you didn't want to talk about it because it's going to freak people out, but I don't really think anyone cares about that. The gray story you were just saying. Can you say it?
I woke up. I don't know if I was abducted or not, but I woke up in Florida one morning, 1967. The sunlight, the dawn was just coming through the room. We were in the countryside, like out near Cross Creek. There's no houses for miles. And instead of laying in bed, I was sitting up against the wall. Like, you don't sleep up against the wall, do you?
No.
So I was sitting up, back up. My feet were out, but I was sitting up straight against the wall. And I was like a taser was hitting me. And I was paralyzed. I couldn't move. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I was awake. I couldn't move much. Like just like I didn't know what a taser was. I couldn't move. And one of the ugliest aliens I'd ever seen was doing shit to me from right next to me, And he had a couple of holes drilled in my places, put an implant. He had a drill. He put something in my chest. Like I didn't know what an implant was. He was just so ugly. And also there was a radiation of evil. It wasn't just being ugly. It just like was a feeling of evil. Like just you could feel evil. Like you don't normally feel evil, but I could just say, oh, this is very evil, So and then he floated. I fought, and he sort of floated across the room. I saw it. I was waiting there, and he went straight up. There must have been some craft upside it, and it just stopped. It just released. Then it was released. I walked around like a normal person. So it was such a freaky story. I thought these people must be very evil. Some of the aliens, it wasn't a friendly contact at all. So I can see why they wouldn't tell the government wouldn't tell the citizens that's happening. You would never tell the people that's happening, So.
Yeah, they will never officially disclose that unless they're somehow forced, which I don't see happening. But yeah, your story is very common. That particular the details right there. Go ahead, Dale.
Yeah, Red. Just wondering if you can comment about Chris Bledsoe, because the cover of his book also has that link to religion. The Vatican apparently gave him some advice. The picture he has on the cover of the book has the spears in their sort of classic formation, and apparently they said Saint Francis of Assisi. But I'm finding all these connections between what you're saying and what Chris is saying and what others have said between religion, the Vatican, and the ETs. So I'm just wondering if you've come across that story.
Am I still there? Twitter was crashing.
Yep, you're here.
Oh, good. Okay, it was crashing over this end. I don't really know. I don't really know the ufology literature because I don't.
There he goes. His thing must have crashed or something. But I think you got your answer right.
Yeah, I'm good.
Anyway, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I hope we can get him back up. I wanted to ask him what he thought disclosure looked like or post contact, because he's given a pretty near date, 2027. So that's not too far from now. I wanted to ask what he thought that may look like, open contact, and how society how does that contact? What does it look like? Is there anything in the coding that he's seen so far that would to allude to as to how that would sort of go about or how it would happen, and will it be a peaceful process?
I'm curious to know what E thinks about this.
Who thinks about it?
Mr. Eric down there.
Yeah, I think I should just keep my mouth shut tonight because I don't want to piss anybody off.
Yeah, I think there's you're not alone in that thought, I think.
Okay, I mean, he said 2027. My question would be, has he listened to John Ramirez? That would be my question. And the 2025, 2026 came from Chris Bledsoe. Does it mean? I mean, the guy could be great. He could be totally right on with his crop circle analysis. That could be. I don't know. That could be. He could be straight on the money with that. I don't know. I haven't looked into it yet. But there are some red flags that were jumping up, and I don't know the man personally, so I'm not going to pass any judgment on him.
No, I trust what he says. He's data driven. I like that. I respect that. You can't argue with hard data and hard science, and that's the part that I love about Red, and that he doesn't get caught up in the stories and whatnot. So it seems very genuine to me. I wanted to get him back up here, but it looks like he might have just dropped out again.
I didn't hear him say 2027. When did he say that?
I would just say that if I were advising him, I would say share everything he just said, but leave the Q part out, because I just don't think that's a good idea, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't really know much about Q. Who like? I mean, as far as people, like, all I hear about it is like apparently it's like some right wing like psyop. I don't really know much about it. Who is Q? What is that?
The best you can watch this series for free. If you need a link, I'll send it to you. It's called Q Into the Storm. It's a 10-part series. It's about 10 hours of viewing. I highly, highly recommend it. Even if you're not into politics, you've got to understand the psychology behind everything that's happening in our world right now. You don't agree, Red? I'd like to hear what Red has to say about that.
Red, he's not here, but go ahead, Dale.
Oh, yeah, Red Panda's down there, though. I'd like to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, look, I'm just going to jump in and, on the same topic as what Eric's talking about here. I mean, Q has all the fingerprints of military-grade PSYOP all over it. So that's what I said at the beginning, that there's reasons why Red's been so suppressed, and he already said he's had many accounts banned. I mean, all the QAnon accounts were banned some time ago. It's got I'm not, mind you, what the fuck would I know? I mean, you got clowns like, well, I shouldn't call people clowns, but you've got all sorts of people who piled in on that, right? But then you've also got the thing that disturbs me about that whole, and I call it a psyop or a LARP, was that you had some very high-level people in it. I mean, why on earth are guys like General Flynn, former head of the DIA, participating in a military-grade psyop like that?
Yeah, so we got the doctor back in the house, but go ahead, Red Panda.
Real quick, what I was just going to say was, like, to maybe some of the older people, too, like, did 9/11 conspiracy theories, like, occupy this space that Q is? Because it just seems, like, so shilled by the media, to be honest, like, more than I hear it from anywhere else. And also, it's, like, I feel like the government definitely uses it as, like, it's close enough to some things where it's, like, it makes people dismiss it. And we've seen on UFO Twitter how, like, emotional people get about it. And I'm not saying, like, I support it or anything, but it's just, like, for example, for the Hunter Biden laptop, like, all of MSM put out an article saying that this was QAnon disinfo. And it's, like, it's such this, like, threat to the media, I guess, or whatever. They're always talking about it. But I also think, like, if it really was some random dude in the Philippines, like, the U.S. military would find out and like get rid of it. So I think it's kind of like a controlled. I personally think, as of right now, it's like the National Enquirer, but just online, where like the National Enquirer had like some stuff that was closed and some stuff that wasn't, and then just muddied everything. Because like some of the names and lore, when you look at like what Tom DeLonge says, is like not that far off. But that's all I'll say.
I have the exact same opinion.
Let me ask Red a quick question. Have you got a chance to see the 10-part series Q Into the Storm, Red?
I think so. That was the one on HBO, right?
Yeah, you'd remember it if you
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
And then, that also reminds me too, because I was listening to some stuff today about it too. Because like, I personally have the belief like if I'm gonna have like an emotionalized response to something, I should at least understand it, you know, like truly. And I just feel like a lot of the quote unquote like Q media, it's all like kind of like condescending and doesn't really like talk about like Epstein or stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like they just paint it all as like dumb dur, which I don't know. I kind of got that vibe from that documentary. And also like what I was saying earlier, it's like, so QAnon is this big threat to America or whatever, right? And the military can't find him, but this HBO guy can find him in the Philippines. Like it just doesn't add up to me.
Yeah, I agree. Go ahead, Red Collie.
I don't.
Cut out again.
Yeah, you cut out, Doctor. Are you there?
Someone does not want this guy to talk.
A fun one that's fun to just play around with. I'm not saying I believe this. Is if it's an AI. There's some people who say that stuff online and like I don't know. Yeah, apparently, how Lou Elizondo recommended Chains of the Sea, and then UFO Joe said that his insiders told him that like Chains of the Sea is basically like what's going on. So I was like, interesting. What would be like an AI that's like alive right now, or maybe Bitcoin, Satoshi or whatever, the guy who made Bitcoin.
Okay, Satoshi could be AI, like that invented it. Like I heard a guy the other day say that like the Tic Tac is like just. Oh wait, no, it was the guy from it was that guy you love, Eric. Your guy you sound like. He was saying that the Tic Tac is AI, possibly on his new show over there. Forget his name.
Oh, Turd Ferguson.
No, the radio show guy.
Church. Jimmy Church.
Yeah, Jimmy Church. He was saying that like the AI is Tic Tac, and he was talking with Micah Hanks about it.
He's an idiot.
Didn't I'm not jumping into one way or another, but wasn't that, it might have even been a mainstream publication, because basically someone pumped in the telemetry or the data from the way the Tic Tacs moved, and what they found was that even existing machine learning devices or AI could replicate it to 97 or 98%. I think that may have been the link or the origin of that source story, but I'm not going to be able to find the link. I read too much stuff.
Yeah, I'm just messaging him, telling him how much of a crappy app this is, and that we couldn't hear him. But yeah, hopefully he comes back. But what?
Yeah, that was some good shit.
What do you think, Screen? You think like what he says is
About
on the level?
Part? I missed the last 5 minutes waiting on my food.
Oh, so like what the stuff he like decoded and stuff, like the messages. You think that's like all like possibly like legit? I don't know. What's your feelings on that?
Yeah, I do, because they seem, if I remember correctly, they seem to be along like the major ley lines, which would just be X points or like areas where they converge on like normal magnetic fields.
Yeah, I'm down with the crop circles. I definitely think those are. I mean, of course, they can fake them just like they can fake UFO videos. But I'm down with the crop circles. I think there's something significant about them. But what Mr. Red was saying, or Drew was saying, that about his friend or this guy that had that encounter, and then he had some sort of a Elon Musk type neurochip put in his head, and somehow he has this connection. He's getting these downloads. I'm interested in that. That's where I'm going to dive into. I want to know more about that part of the story.
Was that the Lear guy he was talking about?
That was early on in the conversation. I don't know if you were here in the first 10 or 15 minutes. He was talking about some guy. Logan, you want to recap that part of it? I don't remember.
It's in the notes at the top. It's in that no, it's in the notes right at the top. The CJ. It's the first two transcriptions. CJ is the officer he was talking about. It's in the notes at the top.
Thanks.
So like CJ is like this. So he wrote like, here's part of an interview between Linda Moulton Howe and U.S. military man CJ in 2016. I guess they were saying Linda was like, CJ and his wife told me of a dream they both had at the same time on the night of March 6, 2016. CJ says, I dreamt that I was on the ground near houses and recall seeing a bunch of people running away from something. I saw them looking up into the sky, and I looked up as well. There I saw an oval shape. I remember a light coming down. I tried to run, then was immersed in it. And then she was like, what was this beam like? And then he says, it was bright white with blue inside. I felt completely numb and paralyzed. I couldn't move. Then I was no longer there. Next, I remember that there were different humanoid species. And then she's like, not human? And then he's like, not human besides one. The one that looked human was a male, late 40s or early 50s. Everyone referred to him as Crom. He looked American to me. Slight receding hairline, light brown hair, brown eyes. He was wearing... Oh, is that the doctor?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, you're back.
Scientist.
What's up, doctor?
My phone keeps crashing. I have to restart it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just reading the interview with CJ and Linda Moulton Howe because it seems kind of interesting. He's talking about, I guess he was abducted, and he's talking about the incident.
Yeah, I put that up. I've got a lot of private commentary from him, but I'm not allowed to release all of it. That's just happened to be something he did with Linda, so it's already public.
Yeah, he's just detailing like the aliens that he saw, a tall blonde woman, human looking.
Yeah.
You're describing a scene of some collaboration between a U.S. government official and extraterrestrials. Why did the non-humans lift you up in a beam with that American colonel? Who was immediately engaged? Blah, blah, blah. There's some good stuff there.
There's also...
So, yeah, anyone else have questions for him?
Oh, I have a question. Red, what's your take on the metamaterials that TTSA and Tom DeLonge has? I heard you talking about isotopes and earlier with Roger Lear.
I think Mr. Bigelow has had those for some time. I met Mr. Bigelow before, and I think Bigelow Aerospace has those, because I met Mr. Bigelow in 2002, and they've got some sort of...
Yeah, they've been around the block. They've been through a bunch of people's hands by this point. But yeah, I think he had them for a bit, and then Art Bell, and then Linda Moulton Howe. Travis Taylor, I analyzed them in like 2000.
Yeah, I met Colm Kelleher. He's quite reputable also. He ran the NIDS, National Discovery Science, and he gave me long just tells about what happened at the ranch. So a lot of stuff happened at the ranch. He told me lots of stuff. So certainly something was happening out of that Utah ranch.
Oh, we got to hear about that. But first, let's get to Davey B Music. What's up, bro?
How's it going, guys? Hey, doctor, just a quick question. You referred to some of the data that Linda Moulton Howe has with CJ, and you were not allowed to release all of it. Is there a plan to release that, or is all that stuff staying squirreled away?
I have just released, thanks to Elon buying Twitter, I've just released all of the messages I know about on my page. I call them the alien Twitter files. So you can copy them, download them as JPEGs. I did it that way so you couldn't change the text. Nobody could change the text. You can download all of that. Only the thing I'm not releasing is private commentary, which CJ hasn't given me permission to release. Personally, I think they've chosen him as the ambassador for the future. This guy's like very, very credible. He could be a leader. He could be ambassador Earth for all I know. And
that's what I'm wondering is, oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to cut you off.
They have something like the code certainly imply they've chosen him as a future ambassador for their race to Earth, not the military. They like him, they can handle him. He's respectful, respectful fellow. He's I don't want to give too much detail. He flies airplanes. He's a combat training. So he'll be very important in the future, I think. And I don't want to say anything that will affect his future. He could be much more important than me. So we just wait and see what happens,
Is it a name we would recognize?
No, I'm not going to give away. No, you wouldn't. It's not some famous person. And he's got his wife.
Do you have an opinion on a timeline as far as disclosure or mass kind of news or presentation?
I don't know. I'm just waiting and waiting and waiting. With crop circles, Michael Glickman thought it would happen by 2012, and it hasn't. And they say they're coming. They say they're on their way. every year you see these things, and since like 5 years in a row now. So, there's something they can do which is remarkable. Do you want, it's like Star Trek technology. Apparently, they have probes on Earth, and they could be on a starship somewhere in wormhole, and they can actually make crop pictures off a computer while they're still on the starship. I'm going to say that I've seen they can actually, just using remote probes to view Earth through like hundreds of light years. Apparently, that's how far ahead their tech is. They have some jokes about that. They can like seeing face to face, and they're hundreds of light years from us, just like we use Skype. So I don't know when it'll be though, but apparently they're very, very advanced in that technology.
Do they give you an indication on what disclosure looks like or what open contact looks like? Do you have any idea sort of what that looks like for us as humans? Does it mean that we now have access to interstellar travel, or is it a one-way street where they just come here? And also, is it going to be a peaceful process, do you believe, or is there going to be some sort of battle, I guess, the Earthers versus the bad greys?
Well, that's what's going on now. They're going to join us. We're part of we're evolving, and they'll guide us and join us. We're part of, just like on Star Trek, the Federation or whatever. For sure, they're going to do that. I trust them. I see all the messages. I know what they plan to do. We're evolving, and when we get to a certain level, they're going to take us on like anybody else. It's not going to be an issue. The great future for humanity, they promise. There'll be a great positive future in the future. And they're adjusting the timeline for all those things.
Hey, Benno, you want to take over for a quick second? I just need to take my dog out real quick.
Question real
no
quick, because I
problem at
got here
all.
late. Red, so this info that you're saying, you're getting this from the crop circles, or I just want to be clear on where it's coming from?
Well, I have had a little bit of telepathy myself, direct, but not much. I get information from the codes given to these contactees that I translate, and also all of the crop pictures I do every year. I go each one at a time, and I get information out of as much as possible. They're mostly on Crop Circle Connector, Mark Fussell, and I go and study all the information, all of those as much as possible. So, and also, there's some places, some of these people apparently be on social media. There's one on Telegram. There were a couple on Twitter, not many, just a few. And I have verification that one of them on Twitter was really some paranormal guy from the future or some. So some of these actually seem to be real, and they know me and I know them. I just don't talk about it. I don't want to cause a big stir. So I get information from about 3 or 4 different sources. I wouldn't trust them. I wouldn't trust them anybody, because most people just lie.
Is there human interaction though, like as far as humans interacting with on a nefarious level to that extent? Or I'm just trying to understand why. Is there an interaction there? Is there a relationship between, I guess, our military on Earth and these beings?
My battery's running out. Another glitch. Here we go. We go. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Good.
I can hear you loud.
My battery was down to 3%. I'm glitching every few seconds. I'm sure that the U.S. government has full knowledge, at least the NSA has full knowledge of all these people. I'm sure they know everything. And they just don't tell anybody. They keep saying there's no UFOs, there's none of this, none of that. And even all the debunkers in crop circles, there are a lot of them paid by the government, they all know it's real. And the thing is, I'm not really angry at those people because, look, they could get up and say, look, we've been paid by the government to lie about crop circles for 30 years. And you know what happened? They'd go to jail and nothing would be changed. And they say they're crazy. So I'm not really angry at these people at all because I know them, like Matthew. And there's nothing he can do, at that level. He can't change anything, But they all know it. They all know the crop pictures are made by ET. And none of them have the power at their level to make a decision.
Have you ever been, has anyone attempted to silence you as opposed to just censoring you on social media? Have you ever had sort of been warned not to discuss these things, or has it been an effort to sort of keep you quiet that you could?
Yeah, I was quite threatened in 2018.
That you've gone through?
I wasn't threatened until 2018. I got threatened and quite viciously by some of them because they were going to lose their jobs. These guys make money, that their salary comes from covering up crop circles. So enough people were I was on Facebook with a big following. Enough people follow me, not them, and they were losing it. and they got really quite aggressive. They can threaten me. We're going to do things at your house and verbally there. And there are a couple of them are really crazy, like it'd be dangerous. I actually had psychic warnings not to go to England again. It just kept on and on and on. Don't go back there. It's quite dangerous. They're going to run you off the road or something. So I don't think it's the government agents themselves doing it. They would be more responsible. But there's some sort of evil element who doesn't want people to know about crop circles. There's no doubt about it. Demonic element or something.
Go ahead, Natalie.
I feel like I've only been able to decode one crop circle, and I posted it up here at the top of this space from Wiltshire on June 9th, 2021. And I was just curious, like, how do you decode that crop circle?
Which one was it?
It's at the top of the screen. I posted it. We call it the nest. Just click on it, and then it'll open to a picture.
I'm just getting back into this phone here. This is one of the least friendly apps I've ever seen. Where is it?
Wiltshire, WiltShire, UK.
So if you go to the top, or like above our avatars here, and you scroll down with your finger, you can see that there's like a little area up top there where the people can post stuff, and you'll see that the latest post, if you see, is from her. It's just a link to a YouTube video. Is that what that is?
Yeah. I don't think it's a YouTube video though. It's just supposed to be a picture.
Oh yeah, there is a picture, but there's also like a YouTube link.
Oh yeah, that's to NASA. Okay, so what I think it is like the Earth entering a new dimension, and then that like crosshair target looking thing is a mothership, and then that's the moon in orbit, and then the YouTube video is to that mothership. Yeah, that NASA took a video of. But to me, that looks like a timestamp of like where Earth is in its ascension to 5D. That's just my perception. While you're here, I just had to ask what you see in it.
Looks like he's connecting.
Yeah, if he clicked that YouTube video link, he probably got disconnected. Go on, buddy.
Dang it, Natalie.
He'll find his way back.
Oops. Anyway, what did I? Anyone want to recap the past 5 minutes?
Benno just kind of grilled him on some stuff.
Yeah, I was asking him if he's had any if he's had any threats, like to be kept quiet, apart from just being censored on social media platforms. And I asked him also about what he thought. I think you were there for that though, Logan. What he thought open contact looked like, and he said that it was a positive. It's going to be a positive thing. So, but I also wanted to ask him where he got his dates from, because after he left before, some people made the assertions that he may have gotten from other people. But I'd like to hear where he sort of crunched the numbers, I guess, and come to that conclusion. Although he does say very clearly that he goes, I don't know when. You can hear that he wants to know when, but what sort of made him think 2026 or 2027? Are you back, Red? Yeah, I wanted to ask you, what makes you think that it's going to be that soon, or like before 2030? What's in the what have you what makes you draw that conclusion, if you don't mind?
Is that for me?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Just earlier on, you mentioned that you thought might be 26, 27. I think you might have floated that date, but you said before 2030. And I just wanted to know, like, what gives you the impression, or what's from your research, sort of gives you the indication that we're looking at that kind of time frame.
I don't know exactly what the time frame is, but I know that there's this cabal they want to get rid of before they land. the World Economic Forum, this big cabal thing, the COVID people, and all these people, there's a political struggle before they actually come. So when that's over, and if you follow the XRP crypto people, they all talk about, they show images of coming through a black hole or wormholes. So I think it's sometime in the near future. I wouldn't be surprised. The images and all the crop pictures, they're headed our way. I don't know when it'll be, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be a long time off. I would think it could be this year. For all I know, it could be this year. I just didn't want to say that. There's no specific date they've given.
It would appear that there is political strife at the moment, given that there's accusations everywhere on both sides as far as the documents and etc. go. But I guess you're referring to American politics. I guess that's sort of where the cornerstone is of the power on earth. I guess everyone would agree with that.
I think what they mean is there's alternative futures for Earth. So, and the future is adjustable while these people have time travel tech, just like DNA, they have time travel tech. So in one possible future, the World Economic Forum succeeds, the Great Reset succeeds, and we go back into the Middle Ages, slavery, and the human population is reduced to about 1 billion. So I think they're actually more concerned about that than making contact. It seems to be a lot of the efforts of these people have been, and there may be links between aliens and the people, World Economic Forum, the rich men on Earth, They say, oh, get rid of all the others and we'll put you in charge with us. You can just see that happening, sitting at the table. So I think they're mainly concerned about returning, stopping a takeover of Earth by like the elites, Davos. There's a big, then they all talk about a takeover of Earth that has to be prevented. So that's what the primary thing is. And they're not going to do it. They're not going to expose themselves till that's over. They're actually going to work through the timeline, make changes so the takeover fails. And I don't know when that will be. And they obviously, I think they recruited Trump, however obnoxious he is, and he's a little bit obnoxious. I think they recruited him to play that role, although you don't like him. A lot of people, I can understand a lot of people don't like him. But I think he actually has more knowledge about this than you can imagine.
I think you're probably right. Do you know anything about the Oh, Natalie said, by the way, that CJ is like kind of like JC for like Jesus Christ. That's funny. But do you know anything about the Dresden Codex?
It's actually named after his chicken. He's chicken something like, I forgot, some kind of favorite chicken. He and Linda just came up with some pseudonym. His initials have nothing to do with that, So.
Hey, Event Horizon, did you want to ask something?
I did. Thank you. So, Doctor, I'm curious when you're talking about this, the uplifting and the strife that's going to go on, because are you familiar with Exo-Academian?
No, not really. I don't really. Okay. I sort of like just as a scientist,
Okay, he's a channeler and he's also a scientist and stuff like that. He's got some good content, and he feels that there's this book called the Law of One, and he thinks that channeled information that was put into that book is pretty accurate. And in the past 2 episodes that he's talked about experiences that he's read of where a lot of people are being contacted and they're being recruited to help spread the message and fight against these benevolent forces that are here, that are also vying for, using humans as a tool for their own means, right? I'm wondering if you had any insight on that. Like, is there any validation to that? I mean, is that something that you've heard or read through these crop circles or anything? And I'm sorry, I came in late, so I apologize if this has already been asked.
I don't really know about that particular thing, but the rumor has it when they first met these people in the 50s, the Greys, they said, oh, sorry, our planet's dying and decaying. We're looking for a new place to live, but let us be your friends. So there was already a good indication they wanted Earth, that some of these races basically wanted to get rid of the human race and take over Earth, like in the 50s, because it was a good planet. You have trees, oceans, and I think it's an existential threat they're worried about.
Is there anything you're worried about? Like, what dates that are coming up are, oh, by the way, I don't know, your phone's on vibrate, so like, every time it vibrates, we can hear it. I don't know if you just want to put that like on mute
No,
real quick or something, but
this whole app is like I'm crashing every few seconds. I'm standing here, but so it's just like my phone doesn't like this app, you know.
oh, dude, no one's phone likes this app. This app is the worst. Anyway, is there any dates coming up that you're worried about?
No, I'm not worried at all. I'm waiting for XRP to go to the moon because apparently there's a time travel thing. The XRP is going to. They're planning a transfer of wealth from the richer classes to the middle classes, and they're using the cryptocurrency XRPs. Ripple's one of them to plan transfer of wealth back to the middle classes. So I'm waiting for that. That could be like in the next 3 months or so. So all of a sudden, all these middle class people get wealthy, and the rich they want to get rid of the rich people. That's the only data I'm worried about.
Is that called Jasara?
No, this is Ripple XRP. It's the major one of the major cryptocurrencies, which has links to these people. So it's not just happening. You can imagine people in crypto. They think, "Oh, I'm going to make money. I'm going to do this one, that one," and apparently, what the goal is social engineering. That they want to transfer a lot of wealth away from the Davos people, these elites, to the broad middle classes, the common people. So, and that's their plan, one of their plans for social engineering. So, of course, I've invested. When I learned that out, of course, I'm investing in XRP now, because that's going to probably one of their major plans to make that happen, So people like me will become wealthy out of doing nothing. And there'll be tens of thousands of us, like 20, 30,000. So I'm just telling you, I'm not keeping it secret, but I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but that certainly is suggested.
I've done well out of Ripple for some time. It's been talked about in these circles for a while, and I'm still holding a lot of it. So I'm loving what you're saying, and I hope you're right.
I am with Luna.
Yeah, I'm holding as much as I can, just because I thought I don't want to miss it to be historic. If it's actually not just crypto, but a planned social engineering of the wealth on Earth, like a redistribution of wealth, and that's how the time travelers are doing it, then you don't, and that's what their plan is. They just don't want, look at those people meeting in Davos. They're not your friends. And then all of a sudden, all the money goes to normal people again. So I think, so I think if you follow Mr. Poole, there's a big following on Twitter. He's got like over 100,000. There are a lot of high-level people who follow him, and he's also friends with Elon Musk. So the guy in charge of this XRP is friends with Elon Musk in secret. They had a thing. So there's a lot of things going on we don't know about.
That's cool. You got some insider info. I just want to ask you real quick. Someone in the audience wants to see are you on, researchgate.net? Do you have articles on there as pertaining to, here's one called a useful role for static models in elucidating the behavior of DNA in solution. Were you part of that study
That
or
was an
whatever?
article I
That
did
paper?
back in 1990. It's not a major study. My major studies were the first crystal structure of DNA in nature, PNAS, and all that. My major PhD work was CGCG, AATT, CGCG. It was the first crystal structure of DNA in 1980 when I was younger. And also, I did the first crystal structure of DNA using X-rays. And also we had a left-handed DNA. We had a full-length Nature paper there. And I've got a textbook called Understanding DNA from Academic Press, Understanding DNA, Horace Drew. So,
yeah, I see it. Crystal structure analysis of a complete turn of bDNA, and then decoder conformation dynamics. Okay, yeah, I got you
that
over
was
here.
when I was 25.
Oh,
So I've done
impressive.
quite a lot of research
Awesome.
since then. It seems like ancient history. But and left-hand DNA, they're testing it for cancer now. Apparently, if you give a drug that induces left-hand DNA at the same time as a monoclonal antibody, that may it gives a cancer cure in a small group. They're doing a large-scale trial now. That was the other thing I got back in 1979. So there's a large-scale clinical trial to cure cancer using monoclonals in combination with this left-handed DNA drug. And monoclonals were made by right in the lab where I was at in England. Greg Winter and Cesar Milstein were working just down the hall. So that was back in 1985 or something.
Event Horizon.
I have two questions for you, Doc. I'm I'm curious. You mentioned the cryptocurrency. Why is the money important? I thought the idea, if you're transcending materialism, should be the least of our worries. That's one. The second is there's Michael Masters. I think he wrote about the ent- intertempestry, or they're from the future, like the future humans and
Tempestrial?
grace. Yes, tempestry. Is that what you're getting at? This is like us in the future coming back and changing the timelines, because that's something that was in that book, and I think he's an anthropologist, so he kind of knows how people evolve. So, is that what you're saying? That these are future humans, and then they're still there, but so we're still dealing with materialism. It's not outside of our planet.
Well, look, you're looking at the whole, just ask yourself, why would the whole phenomenon of crop pictures happen right now? I mean, there was some in the past, like at the time of Newton. Why would you have in 1990, 50 a year, 26 countries around the world? Why would it happen now? They're all attempts to influence the timeline. That's what they're all meant to do. Beautiful art, professional artists from somewhere, and they're all meant to like change time and history, because those things didn't exist in our original history. So they're the massive phenomenon of crop circles. That's why I got so interested. And then I wasn't initially interested in money. The reason I got into Mr. Poole, there was a crop picture in near the Uffington White Horse in England. And then Mr. Poole published I think it was 2019, 2020. He put a video out on the Twitter at almost the same time, a week later, and it showed something from that crop picture, which no one else but me would have known. The same imagery, the same thing as about astronomical clocks and things like that, how planets move. So I thought, this is interesting. I got to follow this. And then I didn't get it. And then he contacted a friend of mine. So I got, paranormal contact, like in crop circles. So I realized I got into cryptocurrency through crop circles, believe it or not. And it turns out both have a time travel relationship. So this suggests, I know it's a big thing to think of. Just imagine there's a team of time travelers here who are changing history from, maybe it was really bad history. Maybe the human race went to shit by 2050. And they had somehow got access to the tech, and now they're going back to change it. Now that history doesn't exist anymore, and they're in the middle of doing that still right now. So they're not going to. They're not. That's their major goal, to change history. The place they came from no longer exists. The future. So we don't know enough about temporal physics to understand really what that is. But that seems to be what's happening with the crypto as well.
And then the one comment you made about Trump, I will say that there's a starseed that blocked me on Twitter, but he's a guy by the name of UAP Theory, and he is constantly channeling information from the quote unquote Galactic Federation, and he's saying that Trump is a starseed, Elon Musk is a starseed, and he says they're good people, they have good intentions, but they're supposed to play the role of these like arrogant, disruptors, basically. Like, people hate them, but that's the role they've been assigned from when they're reincarnated on this planet. Any inkling to that? Anything like that you've heard?
Well, what I found personally, I don't know anything about it, but if you look at the famous book written in 1890 something, Baron Trump Takes a Journey Through Time. Supposedly there's some fellow Baron Trump, who's Trump's son, who goes underground through some sort of machine, goes back into the 19th century, and somebody writes a book about him. And on the odds of that being an accident is just zero. And so the fact that there's some sort of time travel, if there was a time travel, and plus I know they're already from the Rendlesham Code and from these CJ codes, I know there are time travel bases in England and Germany in the future. And the famous Nuremberg UFO incident in 1561? Yep. Remember that, a UFO battle?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh no. Looks like you're disconnecting again. You there?
We're just about to get some juice.
Yeah, sorry about that, Doctor. It looks like it struck again. This app is the absolute worst.
Logan, where does he reside now? Is he here in the States?
He's in Sydney, didn't he say, Dale?
Oh, Sydney. I didn't hear. Okay, I just heard him say he doesn't want to go back to the UK.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
No, I'm not
He's
sure.
he's in Sydney.
okay. How do
Yeah,
you
I'm
find
looking at
this
this guy you said, UAP theory.
Yeah.
He's interesting. He blocked you. Why did he block you?
I think I made a comment about Trump or something, and then I got blocked.
Oh, Red Panda's back up as speaker. What's up, Red Panda? Or let's see. You probably can't hear me. What's up, Red Panda?
Oh, real quick about the Elon thing. Did you guys see the alleged deleted tweet from Diana Pasolka saying that Elon was what's the guy in her book's name? Tyler's contact or something like that regarding UFOs? I thought that was interesting.
Wait, Elon is Gary Nolan's contact?
Not Gary Nolan, the other guy, like Tyler D or whatever.
Oh,
who is we had his name a while ago. I forgot what it is.
That's not Travis Taylor, right?
No,
That's
it's not
Travis
Travis Taylor.
something else.
I don't think this guy's public at all yet. But
right.
Apparently, you know what I mean? Who knows what to make of any of this, but I just thought that was interesting. Yeah. Oh, and then the Trump stuff. I did make a Trump video 2 or 3 years ago, I think. And there's some interesting stuff about his uncle was really involved with radar development in Vannevar Bush. And he was radar technical advisor to General Carl Spaatz, whose name comes up a lot in UFO lore. Oh yeah, and his uncle had to investigate Tesla's papers and stuff when he died, so he was super smart. So what I said in that video was if the government asked him to go through Tesla's papers and he was all involved with all these same science people, I'm pretty sure they would have asked him to at least look at Roswell or something like that, or the 1952 wave, since that was such a radar heavy wave.
Here's the thing. Yeah. Here's the thing about this. There's a lot of information that is not being handed down to us for many reasons that are, in my opinion, good, and for good reason. Well, people are asking, why doesn't the government do, what do you call it, tell the people about UFOs and aliens and stuff, disclosure, that's the word they use.
By the way, Tim Taylor is the guy, right? That's what Alexander just reminded us of, I think. He's the guy with NASA. That's
Yes, that sounds familiar. Yeah, I mean, and I'm pretty sure the tweet was real and she deleted it because a bunch of people were sharing it, but who knows? It could have been a fake tweet. But yeah. Oh, and then to whoever was saying the other thing, I like to always flip it too. It's what would the reality have to be for you to support the cover up, even if that means killing people?
Right, that's a good question. I think of that myself. What's up, Eric?
Did you guys say Tyler? I thought somebody said Tyler. I was thinking Tyler Durgan. Is that the name you're looking for? Or is that no?
No, it's Tim Taylor.
In the book, she calls him Tyler D, based off Tyler Durden or whatever. And then people found out his name eventually, and I think it was that Tim Taylor or some. Dale, do you know? I feel like Dale would know.
All I think of is the Tool Man every time you'll say that.
Yeah, me too.
Well,
the Tyler thing's interesting because what's his name? Post Malone talked about an ET or an AI that he communicated with Tyler, and there was a Tyler account on Twitter which was allegedly a live AI which had come from CERN or the CIA. Anyway, it could all be bullshit like most of the stuff we talk about, but that Tyler thing's really quite interesting.
You know what I hate? I hate how these conspiracies have I feel like they feed into them on CERN. I saw a CERN logo today, and it's 3 6s in a circle. Why the fuck do they have to do that for? Are they just egging us on, taunting us? Why the fuck are they doing that? Are they just doing that for funny reasons?
Marks a portal.
You guys remember the human sacrifice hoax that they never found the people for? It's pretty sketch.
Oh, I thought that was a prank or something, or was it not?
They said it was a prank, but they said last I remember when I looked into it, they said that they never found the people who did it, which I don't believe. Because that place is pretty secure.
For real. Oh man, if that shit's real, that's sketch.
Dude, why?
I found the Linda Moulton Howe. It's 5 years ago. It's about 11 or 12 minutes long, so I'll post it for you guys.
And
the doctor's back.
I was just going to say real quick, the 6s in a circle like that marks a portal, and then 9s also usually means it's positive or negative or something like that, or what hemisphere it's in. So they clearly know what that means.
Yeah, Dr. Drew, what do you think about the whole CERN thing? You think that's all like sketchy shit going on there?
I don't know. I don't know.
I've heard theories that it's like that's how we talk to the future or whatever, and that's like where Mandela effect comes from. I'm not saying I support this, and just a casual reminder too, like everyone should like read a bunch of different stuff before they make opinions about anything. We're just having fun talking, but I've heard that theory, but who knows?
Well, in the CJ codes, they're particle physicists who live in Jerusalem. In the future, this is going to be the end of times when Jerusalem gets destroyed. That's why I didn't want to mention it. Apparently, something's going to happen, like predicted in the Bible. And apparently, they send message back in time in these codes. I said this. Read what I posted, and they tell for physicists of our era, they are giving them advice on what sort of research to do. So they said specifically, don't study dark energy until you study photon energy, which isn't what we're doing. All these particle physicists studying dark energy. And they said what they want us to do is they want us to squeeze light, reduce the Heisenberg uncertainty, and put a charge inside of it. And apparently they give the name of the program, and apparently they may discover particles that can be sent back in time like Morse code. So it may be that's how they sent the message back in time to CJ, because they've discovered these particles at CERN in the future, which go back in time, and you can modulate them just like Morse code, beep, 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 beep. And that's actually written in the messages if you just read it. So that's what I suspect has happened. They'll discover these particles at CERN in maybe 2040, 2050 or something.
Why
not study
dark energy?
I don't know. They also said, and interestingly, the U.S. Space Force were named Guardians in 2018 by Trump or something. They called them the Guardians. They had that in the CJ code in 2016, 2 years before it happened, which is a strange name, isn't it? So I pretty much believe it. The Guardians, the U.S. Space Force.
No way.
So like being named the Guardians.
Yeah, well,
2 years before
it was in the
Trump did.
Yeah,
Trump
I didn't
did?
know what they were talking about, the Guardians, and then Trump. And 2 years later, Trump named the U.S. Space Force Guardians. So I didn't know about it until 2 years after I got the code. So I believe these things definitely come from the future.
There's also a group
of people called the Guardians who are a group of people.
Hold
on. I had to mute your mic. I cannot hear my voice.
Thank God for that.
Okay, hold on.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Yeah, just leave your mic muted for a second, please. So, like, a group of people called the Guardians. I read this document about they had found out about this group of people had found out about this treaty that was made between our government and the aliens supposedly, and they called themselves the Guardians of like the secret, and maybe they're referring to them. I don't know.
I think Scientology has a rank called Guardians too, or something like that. Not saying to believe that by any means, but just interesting name.
Yeah, no one should believe anything that's said here today, like as 100% fact. We're all just kind of, brainstorming or whatever that's called. You know what I mean?
And Red,
that comes with any information.
Sorry.
Who was? Oh, him? Yeah. Go ahead and unmute your microphone, Dr. Drew. Oh, there he goes. Fuck, man. His app is just like seriously bad, or is like someone just not wanting him to talk? What is going on there?
Actually, I thought that would have been prime time to kick him since we were waiting on him to talk.
So what do you think is happening with there goes Eric. What do you think is happening with CERN Screen? You think they're opening a portal to like another dimension and talking with the future?
Dude, I used to think all that was bullshit, right? But like if that's true about the the symbol or the logo they picked and stuff, either they have a really great sense of humor or it's just fucking true. Like it's weird, right? And honestly, I have a very hard time I mean, I'm a dummy, you know what I mean? I understand this on a dummy scale. So like I just don't think it would be worth it for them to put all the time and money into it just to smash particles together. Like that thing is huge and it doesn't even run all the time. You know what I mean? They turn it on and do the test and then that's it. And then so it's like I don't know, it just seems like a huge waste of money to me, but maybe they launder money through it for all I know. You know what I'm saying? So it's like there could be a whole bunch of other reasons, but so I don't know, man. Like it's a big mystery.
Yeah, that's kind of the depressing thing about like investigating the UFO phenomenon is you find out like our government and pretty much all of society and the world governments are all a lot more corrupt than you would kind of wanted to imagine or believe they are, and it's kind of a big downer when you realize how sort of hopeless it can be to actually expect anything to happen.
Yeah, I was like depressed for a little bit when it like really hit me that like, because I would like probably casually laugh at UFOs, without thinking it, and it's like, damn, what else are they doing this about? It can mess you up. Oh, also Logan, I sent you this really good time travel thread from UAP Toronto. If you want to put it in the space, maybe he like just basically collected all this stuff people have said about time travel over the past 3 years.
Oh yeah, I just put it at the top, so if anyone wants to see it, I'll throw it in the thread too.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, no doubt, brother. Hey, so Red Panda Koala, what did you think about the UAP report?
I think it was kind of weak, right? The slides are cool from Kirkpatrick, but I think that UFO podcast was saying like they better not pull what they did last year because it's like they did a whole new team for this year, and if they do that again, then it's kind of like a major like fuck you. I feel like to all of us, but it's weird. It looks like there's this civil war going on behind the scenes. I don't know, and yeah, I still think about how Chris Mellon said he was supposed to meet with that guy, and he had a heart attack like 2 weeks before. I think there's like NHI playing along too. Like I don't know what's going on.
Dude, like so much stuff like makes you think that like it could be time travelers because like what if he did talk to him like on another timeline and like he found out some shit that like changed some shit, so they killed him ahead of time.
So here's some info that because have you guys noticed like all the like anti-reptilian stuff lately? I'm just like, why is that such a thing? But
Not lately, but
you don't have to believe it or not. But Ryan Bledsoe said that Tom DeLonge told his dad that we're dealing with time traveling reptilians that eat people, and there's documented proof that Chris Bledsoe met with Tom DeLonge and Elizondo. Ryan could totally be lying, but he said that. So I'm like, a lot of the people who love Tom DeLonge are also shitting on reptilians. So it's just like, be careful. Like, if what Ryan's saying is true.
What's up, Dale?
I totally believe that.
Yeah, look, I've got to run in a minute, but the UAP report, of course, I think most of us feel it was a nothing burger. So it wasn't until I saw the word balloon-like entities trending, which I realised, they have sort of given the dog a bone. And since that whole balloon-like entities phrase, all of a sudden, I've been posting for nearly 18 months on various forums about these plasmoid anomalies and atmospheric anomalies, and now all of a sudden people are, oh wow, anyway, it's been good for me to get some interest in a topic I've gone all in on for the past 18 months. I mean, I see these things all the time. They're responsive, they're sentient. Now, what are they? I've got no idea what that is. Are they a manifest? It could be ETs fucking with the plasma, human cognitive interface, as they say. But it was a nothing burger. But I was very pleased to see that word balloon-like entities inserted into the report. I'll stay for another couple of minutes, then I've got to say bye, everyone. So big love.
Hell yeah, appreciate it. And yeah, man, I agree. That's something, right?
Yeah, something's better than nothing. Like I almost feel with these reports that there's someone in the back trying to give breadcrumbs or trying to insert some truth in between the lines. But what would I know?
It does seem like a war, though. I think maybe Red Panda said that. Somebody said it seems like a war behind the scenes. Yeah, it does seem like that.
Yeah, and like I said, Chris Mellon said recently, I think it was like a month or two ago, that he was supposed to meet with the guy, and the guy had a heart attack like the day before or something. He like wasn't that old.
Fucking A, man. That's
Also,
what does
Chris
that shit have
Mellon's
to
brother
happen?
died in kind of sus circumstances. I don't know if you guys have ever looked that up, but
Nope.
and his brother claimed to be able to like see UFOs all the time, and like apparently their grandpa used to channel stuff. So there's just some weird layers to this whole thing.
Yeah, like why do so many like government officials high up? Why are they all experiencers? Why is that?
Maybe half of them are fake experiencers trying to create a narrative for all us to suck onto.
Okay, I'm gonna go to listening for a bit because I gotta get some work done. But it was fun talking to y'all.
Hey, dude, tell us about the his brother. Like you said, he died like under what circumstances?
Okay, I'll find the article and you can post it too. So his brother, I think, got like really rich off Bitcoin, and then he died at like an ayahuasca retreat in Tijuana, and he was actually dating like JFK's granddaughter or RFK's granddaughter. I was like, what is going on here? Like, what is happening here actually? And then yeah, he died. And I guess in one of the interviews, JFK or RFK, whoever he was dating, said that like he used to always talk about aliens and like Loki having like premonitions or something like that. I'm not sure. I'll find the article and then you could post it in the thing. But yeah, gonna go to listening now. If you say something to me though, I could probably like try and find an article or something. But trying to get this video done, Christ.
Oh yeah, how long you been working on it?
Bro, I probably put in at least like 600 hours. It's been like 3 months since my last one, and I've been putting in work like every week. It's 2 hours, you know. And there's like, I like to keep my stuff like constantly moving and like dynamic with clips and stuff. So a lot of editing, a lot of like reworking the script to make it make sense. But I think it'll be cool. It'll be fun.
Fuck yeah, man. We gotta get you some money for like all that work.
Beast mode.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, in that post,
dude, I think
there's a mention of in that time travel post from the UAP Toronto. There's a post from Project Unity where he talks about being in contact with Holden, and that it's AKA Injured Cold. Isn't Injured Cold the like alleged pilot of a spacecraft that came here a long time ago, like in like the 50s or 60s? Am I getting that wrong?
I thought he was like a Men in Black boogeyman.
Okay, I might be getting it wrong. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Oh, the doctor's back. I didn't even notice. I'm sorry. There, are you here?
Woof. Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, so do you know who Injured Cole is?
No, I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm not really a UFOology person. My phone's crashing all the time, so.
Yeah, is it an old phone?
No, it's only 1 year old. Something I don't know. So anyway.
Oh, dude. Someone doesn't want you to talk.
Just this app, I think, doesn't like it. That's fine. So is there anything else people really want to know? I would ask people just to look at the Twitter page there. You know, I was going to say something, you know, that when I got back from the future, from Jerusalem, they give the latitude and longitude of Jerusalem under Temple Mount. And also, if you just look at my thing, they give a bitmap picture of the Temple Mount. They coded it like a bitmap picture. So they tell you there's no doubt it comes from under Temple Mount. And apparently people are living in the vaults under Jerusalem, the burial vaults. So if you look at that, it's quite remarkable. I would just take a look at it, you know. So the reality of that is like 100% a real message from the future. We're not talking about some crazy thing. So if you look at that on my page, it should be quite informative, carefully.
Do you think the Bible is correct that like, you know what it says about the future? Do you think the prophecies are all like accurate? Because you got that thing you decoded that says Jerusalem's big in the future, right?
Yeah, I just had to move because my daughter wants to take a shower. I was charging my battery somewhere. My daughter wants to get in there. I have to change electric plugs. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I think this. You know, if you go, you still there?
Yep.
Yep. Oh, good. Okay, I crashed again. You know, there's a lot of. If you consider a lot of the Bible as time travel prophecy, like the book of Daniel, especially, about how the angel Gabriel flew down to see him at the evening hour and told him what would happen in the future. I think there's something, but if the future's changeable, you don't really know if the Bible is going to be true or not. You know, if that's it won't be exactly true if the timeline's changed since when it was.
Oh no, you cut out. Are you still there?
According to Wikipedia, the timeline has changed 156 times in 2,000 years.
What do you mean? How would they know that?
You tell me. Great prophesizers have predicted Armageddon, end of the world scenarios 156 or 7 times, whatever the number is, in the last 2,000 years. So just food for thought.
Really quickly, I posted some stuff below. Indrid Cold was the guy who supposedly came with Valiant Thor, who was allegedly the guy that showed up at the White House and like spoke all the languages. I don't know the story that well, but American Horror Story touches on it, and it's amazing. Ridiculous, but amazing. But I posted some stuff under that article.
Yeah, I mean, if the messages truly are coming from like God in the Bible, it doesn't matter how many times the timeline changes, because he would know about that, right? Because he's above it all. Whatever changes, he knows about it. So I mean, he would prophesize the correct things if his the messages are coming from him, like literally. So that's kind of worrying, though, that Jerusalem is really like in the future, like this big place, because that gives more credence to the Bible, which is a little worrying. That guy, he says that the was it Al-Bashar or whatever his name is, like the Syrian president, he's supposedly like the Antichrist, like his name means the beast, like literally. So yeah, Bible prophecy, man, that's just interesting. Benno, what do you have to say about that?
I was away for a moment there, but I feel like I missed a little bit, and I have to go back and listen to the record. But it sort of supports that theory that God's not confined by space or time, and that He's seen everything already. But I mean, I guess it comes down to free will. Maybe the timeline does change based on certain events. Like Dr. Drew said, these time travelers could effectively rely on the butterfly effect, where they do something small and realize it can set up a chain reaction. I'm all ears. I'm loving what I'm hearing.
Did I mention already that the Guardians of the Galaxy was a movie made in 2014? Did I already say that?
No.
Then that also Corey Goode took that whole narrative from that film and wove it into his grift, his LARP, and made thousands and thousands of dollars pretending to be part of the Guardians of the Galaxy, the Blue Avians and the Anshar. He just created all that bullshit and just wove it into that whole narrative. That's the sort of shit that's me off.
Yeah, I personally never bought into like any of that stuff. I only know him as a hoaxer, I guess, or whatever. So I was never like an early believer. What'd you say?
He should give back all the money he's taken from people.
Oh, right. I don't think he has it. He's probably all gone up his nose.
Yeah, right.
We've got Dr. Drew. Dr. Drew back. What is Dr. Drew? Is there anything that we can do to prepare for, like, I guess, these messages that you're getting and receiving, and the messages, I guess, that are going to be conveyed to the masses? And I guess this is a form of that happening. But is there anything that we can do individually to sort of prepare ourselves for what is likely to come? In your opinion?
Well, that's why I just put this on the Twitter page. You can just scan through everything. Basically, I just stuck it there so you can just scan through to familiarize yourself. You can look at the crop pictures, crop circle connector, and just follow along and just don't be afraid. There won't be any trouble. I'm crashing out my phone's crashing on this thing every few minutes. It's about 7:30 p.m. here in Sydney. So I think I need to tidy it up with this end. I can't really continue. The phone's crashing every minute or two. So is that okay?
Yeah, I appreciate you hanging out. You've been a really big contributor to the space tonight, and I think a lot of people learned like a lot of stuff tonight, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, if you guys would go to my Twitter page, that's why I put it there, called the Alien Twitter Files. All the stuff I haven't been able to put anywhere else. It's all true as far as I know. I've never taken 1 cent in my life. No money, neither is CJ. And So it's all honest. And as far as I know, it's all true. And you guys just study that for free, download it, and study it what you want. I'll come back again once you guys have some interested details and things like that.
Sweet, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I just contacted you tonight, and right away you were open to coming in here and hanging out. So I appreciate that. That's really awesome. I lived in Australia for a few years myself.
I've been cleaning the house up after Christmas here, so this has been a cleanup day. So
sweet. Wait, what part of Sydney are you in?
We're near Rod Bridge.
Okay, I lived in. Do you know Byron Bay?
Yeah, that was further north. It's nice up there. Have you been there before?
Yeah, I hung out. Well, I was in Sydney for a while, but it was just too busy, so I went down to Byron Bay for a while. But I hung out in the Blue Mountains above you for like, I don't know, like a month or two, I think. And it's only like a few bucks to get there, so it was a pretty cheap.
Which town did you hang out in the Blue Mountains? Katoomba, Blackheath.
Yeah, Katoomba. Yeah, Katoomba.
Yeah, it's nice. I was in Katoomba last week, a few months ago. It was nice. So a big hippie community there too, big new age.
Yeah, it was pretty sweet. There was this lady there who was like, she has a guest house, it's kind of like a, I don't know, like an old school like inn or whatever. But she's like, if you help me renovate it, you can stay here, like have like free accommodations or whatever. I was like, cool. So I went up there and helped her work and like renovate the place, and I got accommodations for free in exchange. So it worked out. But yeah, anyone else have anything to say to him before he leaves?
Just thanks very much for your time, Dr. Drew. Appreciate it. And welcome back to these rooms anytime. So thank you very much. And I think his mic's gone again.
You've been to Katoomba before, Benno.
Yeah, I have. I've got an auntie who lives at the next suburb across. It's nice real estate up there.
Yeah, man, it's so like peaceful up there. Like the air is like really fresh and nice. It was from there that it. What?
It gets cold. I was going to say, when you said fresh, the air's fresh. Yeah, it gets really cold up there.
Yeah, I don't think I was there during the cold part because I don't remember it being too cold. But from there, you can take like the 6 foot, I think it's called the 6 foot track from Katoomba. There's the start of like that week long.
The Three Sisters. That's the famous landmark. That track, you walk down the bottom of it, and it has what they call the Three Sisters. They're just the big 3 tall pillars of, I think they're sandstone.
Yeah, I got some pictures in front of it. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah, Dr. Drew's an interesting character. He's met some interesting people as well. And you see he's pretty determined and pretty committed in his research and pretty strong in the belief of his convictions, So I think he gave us a bit of fat to chew on tonight, I think, It was good space.
Yeah, right. Perfect for a Saturday day. It really strikes me as like a real experiencer too, because real experiencers have that like charged up energy about them, and he has that. I mean, he's had some like serious experiences, man. Like the gray that was evil, like drilling into him with like implants. Like, what the fuck, man? How do you like come back to reality after that shit? Especially when everyone's denying that shit's even real. That's got to be fucking hard.
I was a little bit surprised by his answer about the CSIRO, because I've seen some documents, some requests of information pertaining to UAP or disclosure of or Freedom of Information Acts, and they sort of have been, the CSIRO have been implicated in it, but he also makes good sense of what he says as far as, he worked there for 20 plus years. He'd know, I'm no one to comment on it, but I was surprised. So it's hard to sort of disseminate what's, even documents you may see come across your Twitter feed, the legitimacy of them, so put the pieces together yourself.
Did you say it was like the Australian Department of Energy?
Yeah, so it's it's our research facility here for all things, I guess, atomical nature and that sort of stuff as well. So yeah, the CSIRO, they're That's where it's the Australian government arm of scientific research.
How about the arrow insignias Latin translation?
The universe is changing.
Apparently, it's yeah, our life is what our thoughts make it.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
But that guy's the real deal, man. Like he's got a lot of research papers that he's put up. He's a really smart dude. But he never told us like because I asked him about High Brazil, right? And he said apparently like the other guys what he decoded was all like bullshit apparently, but he never said like what he thought the right translation was though. I mean, did he? I missed it if he did.
I came kind of late. Does he have like a place, a resource where you can go to see his translations of crop circles?
Yeah, the what do you call it? The crop connector, I think it's called. Oh, I don't know. That's about crop circle stuff. Or his like translations, I think it's just on his Twitter page. He said because of Elon works here now that like he can post all that stuff and he won't get like banned or whatever. So he said he's been posting all of it on his Twitter page. So I just have to look there, I guess. The link for his page is at the top. If you can't find it, his name is Red Collie. It's his username. I don't know what that means.
Actually, I actually follow him. Thank you. I don't know. I miss so much stuff on Twitter.
Yeah, there's just too much stuff to like keep abreast of. There's so much to research constantly.
That's why I'm looking forward to AI. I think AI will, according to Red, like by the time AI comes around and it can sort of collate all this data into sort of what would make sense to us as human beings, simpletons, contact's probably already been and gone and been made by then. I mean, he sort of is of the opinion that that it's imminent. You know, it's overdue almost.
Someone named the active fist was sending me like a hand signal, but I don't see them in here, so I don't where or who that came from. Oh, that was you, Fringe. What's up, Fringe? You gonna come up here? Or are you trying to come up here? I mean, I sent you an invite to speak if that's what you're trying to do anyway. Sometimes people just send you like a wave if like they're trying to come up or something. Hey, what's up, Kimball?
What's up, guys?
Just chilling now.
Yeah, that guy was pretty fun to listen to.
Yeah, he's really smart. He said there's like a lot of interesting stuff that you gotta think about.
Logan, did you end up watching that Terry Lovelace bit that James
No.
Andoli did?
I still haven't seen it. No, what? Is it just him telling his story? Because I already know it.
Oh yeah, it is. But I got so into it. I watched like 3 different podcasts he did, 3 different interviews, and there's like extra details in every single interview. So I'm just like, fuck it, I gotta order his book.
Yeah, his story is crazy. Like I don't know. Like it's I don't want to say like he's bullshitting or anything like that, but it's just like the stuff he says about like the little monkeys, coming to visit him as a child and all that. It's just like, fuck, man, that shit really going on?
I feel like they can probably appear in whatever form they want, right?
This guy you guys are talking about, the one that's listening to you guys talking about, that's kind of what I just thought it was funny.
No, we're talking about Terry Lovelace.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the guy that was just speaking about his experiences and stuff, and I'm like, he's listening. You all are talking. He's still in the space. Like,
No, Terry Lovelace.
oh, okay.
Actually, a lot of his story kind of matched up pretty close to what Paul Vidal was talking to me about the other day.
Okay, so you had 2 dudes in here that are time travelers.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Hey, you cut out a little bit there. What'd you say?
Oh, I just said you had 2 time travelers in here. That's cool.
Negative ghostwriter. No, we had someone who spoke of a time traveler. No one in here professed to be a time traveler themselves.
Okay. I thought Buddy that's in here was a time traveler.
No, he's actually an established scientist, a researcher, and he spoke about he has a contact who has knowledge of time travel. Well, he believes that time travel is the tool used to sort of, I guess, steer Earth in the direction that it's supposed to be going for us to evolve.
Like, look.
Hey, Logan, I got a question for you.
Okay.
When you record a space, is there like does it expire eventually, or is it up there forever?
No, it doesn't expire. And as far as I know, it's
cool.
forever.
Good. Paul was asking me, he wanted to make sure that recording we did didn't expire after like 60 days or whatever. I told him I didn't think they expired.
Yeah, he said.
I think they stay in your timeline, don't they?
Say that again, Benno?
I think they stay on your timeline, so to speak, like in your Twitter feed, whatever your timeline is.
Oh, he's sending me a message right now. Thanks, Dr. Horace. He says he gave me a link to the decode of his Rendlesham message. So I'll link that in the thread there. He says, "Hi, Brazil" was a mistranslation. The source of the message was Woodbridge, England. They got the decimal point and the EW of longitude wrong. So like the east-west. Let me see. Let me give you the link.
It'd be good to get a side-by-side comparison of Dr. Horace's interpretation or decoding versus what was sort of given to the National Geographic Channel.
Yeah, Ancient Aliens is a clown show. Although we do owe them a bit of thanks for making UFOs more in the spotlight. You know what I mean? Even though that's they push a lot of bullshit. They get people into like archaeology kind of stuff, so that's good. So I was right, by the way. It is crop circle connector.
Bingo.
I thought that was just maybe just crop circle stuff, but apparently not. Cool. So I put that in the thread and at the top.
Yeah, I think it was pretty important to get von Doniken's findings and research out there. I'm sure there's a lot of people that had no idea about all of those structures. Kind of sucks because I partied with those guys after a conference, and they're all really cool. But everybody's got to make $1, I guess. And they're following what they believe, most of them. Linda was there. She's cool.
81 years old, that woman. Amazing.
It really is amazing. She gave me the best hug. I was like, she's definitely with it. She's not a fake. Neither is von Doniken. This aliens guy's funny. Can't think of his name right now.
I mean, my first instincts, I heard about crop circles, over 20 years ago. And my first instincts when they sort of popped up on the news or sort of started prevailing because we didn't have the internet back then, I guess. So what you sort of read in the papers and saw on TV, that was gospel. And you could talk to each other on the street about what you read or whatnot. But we relied on that media, and that media was obviously controlled to every last little letter that's printed, every picture that's shown. I guess we're in a changing time that we've got sort of the connections we have now, and we can sort of float these ideas from different parts of the globe and different people that can input. That's change in itself. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, and Doctor just speaking. I mean, if he's got a PhD from Caltech, like, I'll read his stuff. It's more food for thought. It's really cool that he's doing that. It's better than some random guy coming up throwing something down that is most likely not anything of any substance. Because we're all itching for new info all the time.
Fuck yeah.
And somebody was speaking of the former president's granddaughter or something like that. Was he maybe referring to Laura Eisenhower?
I don't remember. I know Red Panda Koala was saying that Robert Kennedy's daughter, I think, was dating that other guy's brother.
Oh yeah, okay. I thought it was.
Yeah, whose brother was that? Chris Mellon's brother?
Yeah. He died like in an ayahuasca incident, apparently, in Mexico. Dude, you know what's weird about that is that, like, do all these people, like, do they only like date other people like that are part of like this bloodline, right? Because his brother is dating Robert Kennedy's daughter, right? But then his mom was dating um some other guy that's like a part of another bloodline that's famous. Like they only date other people in these bloodlines. It's so weird.
I wonder if you could this is like just totally treading into like conspiracy theory territory, but like if you could somehow glean like who the different factions are by who they marry, you know what I mean? Like obviously Kennedy seems to have been one of the good guys, if you want to boil it down to good and bad. So it would just be interesting to see if their families if there was historical strife between and animosity between their families and if it had anything to do with the phenomenon.
I bet the families in England, like, they're all on some certain bloodline, aren't they? Like the Queen, and it was weird for that chick to come into their family, not just because she's half black or whatever, but I think it was probably deeper than that.
Yeah, and like weirdly, a lot of our presidents are also, have been, and actually I think almost all of them, right, are somewhat related. In a lot of cases, pretty far removed, but
or some sort of politician, right?
No, like specifically, apparently George W.
Like
Bush
within the family, right? Like Bobby Kennedy wasn't president, but he was in politics.
Well, like George W. Bush and Barack Obama are distant cousins, and they're also distant cousins from the royal family.
That's so fucking weird.
Wait, say that again?
Ridiculous. George W. Bush and Barack Obama allegedly are distant cousins, and apparently mostly all of the presidents are also distant family with the royal family.
Yeah, they're all tied to the guy who wrote the like Magna Carta or something. This little girl, I posted a clip of her, this news clip of her that she did this like project where she like did like the ancestry of all like the presidents and did it by their mothers, which I guess no one had done before because I guess for whatever reason, I don't know why, but it all led back to like this guy that wrote the Magna Carta or something like that. It's weird. So they're like all related, but I guess if you go back far enough, we're all related,
Was it Martin Luther who wrote the Magna Carta? I got
No, it was I don't remember.
Not Martin Luther King. I mean, like the original Martin Luther. I'll look it up.
So Red Panda sent me this thing about
Yeah, no worries, Benno. So I guess what happened to Matthew Mellon? He's the one who died. Chris Mellon's brother says, "Rest in peace, the unforgettable Matthew Taylor Mellon." She wrote. Most who knew Matthew knew he had an incredible way of manifesting wildly unpredictable miracles that shocked and awed us all over and over again. Simply, he was magical. She continued, "We also couldn't really understand what he was ever talking about, almost ever. He had a way of moving around quickly and mumbling, and then all of the sudden saying something completely insightful. I remember him turning to me once and saying, 'Don't let the fear of losing be greater than the excitement of winning,' before going back to the usual topics, UFOs and human cloning. It was hard not to be completely under his spell and go, 'Yes, Matthew, couldn't agree more.'" So that was a quote from RFK Jr.'s daughter at the time of Matthew Mellon's, brother of Chris Mellon's death. Hey, thanks, Red Ben. That's pretty interesting.
By the way, the Magna Carta was written by a bunch of barons to protect their property from the king. Yeah, it wasn't Martin Luther.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm conflating two stories.
You're thinking about his theses, 99 theses.
Yeah, doesn't he like hammer something to a door? I don't know. I can't remember the story. I'm a little stoned.
That was the theses, I believe. The writing on the wall. That's where that whole saying comes from.
It was built. He did write his theses based on the precedent that the Magna Carta had set, so they are kind of connected. But it was basically a huge critique on the Catholic Church. Paul, what's up? Did you end up listening to that Terry Lovelace interview?
I have not gotten through the entire thing. No, but thank you for sending that to me. And yeah, what's up, everybody? I know Terry Lovelace. I haven't really talked to him much, but I've listened to a bunch of his interviews and I'm friends with him on Facebook. Was there like any new information? Was there something particular about that interview? I know James Iandoli is like one of the best interviewers out there. I'm curious if there was something specific about the interview that was interesting to you.
I've always got my like nose to the air, I guess, for like interesting cases and testimonies. And his is probably in my top 10 now. Like school and a bunch of others, but I did think it was interesting how he saw the grays, he saw a hybrid, and he saw a mantid. And you've seen those, so I don't know. Interesting correlation.
He also had like a laser beam shined on him and his friend, if I recall correctly. I think it was a red laser in their case.
And then he talked about I got so into it. I watched like 3 different interviews he's done, and it's all kind of the same story, but he'll elaborate on certain details more in like different interviews. And in one of them he talks about the entity is like going through walls, and it reminded me of our conversation. So I just ordered his book. I figured it's all probably in there.
Yeah, he's super fucking interesting, and the fact that it's called The Incident at Devil's Den or whatever. I know David Paulides wrote a book called The Devil's in the Details. I haven't read it, but I know the premise, which is that you have all these places in, I guess, North America and probably South America and maybe all over the world that have devil in the name, particularly in North America, and usually they're associated with anomalous phenomena, aliens, and paranormal stuff. It's very interesting that this took place in a place called Devil's Den. This stuff does. A lot of these names do come from indigenous cultures that have beliefs about the areas that. Yeah, the name of the area goes back to a lot of indigenous beliefs.
A lot of the places where people go missing have devil in the name, he's noticed. Paulides that you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what he's noticed. Wait, Sorry, what was your question? Sorry, I've had a
No,
long day.
there wasn't a question. I was just saying that
Yeah.
a lot of the places David Paulides has said, like a lot of places where people go missing have, for some reason, have devil in the name, which is kind of weird.
It is weird, but at the same time, like I said, they're named. They have the devil in their name for a reason, generally because the indigenous peoples felt that there were devils there, or at least that was the white people's name for it, or whatever, was devils. They probably had their own terminology for it, but in general, it came from their beliefs that there were negative entities living in the hills or in the mountains or in the valley or whatever place you're talking about. I don't know. It's just an interesting thing.
I found this it's like, oh well, so Terry Lovelace, he said that he camped out at Devil's Den, right? And so I went to look it up, his exact location where he camped out and was abducted from, that he was talking about, and I found a crop of grass that had, like when UFOs come and land, oftentimes you'll see that the grass afterwards is like there's like a big round circle in the grass, like where the radiation affected it. And so on Google Earth or whatever, when I looked at the map, you could see that same round like little circle. I thought, oh, that's interesting. So I'll post it in the thread, like the screenshots I took of it. I mean,
Really?
technically it could be that, or I don't know, maybe someone set up like some bounce house there and it just left a circle indentation. Who knows?
I know a lot of when you're like flying up in a plane, you can look down. A lot of times people will set up their irrigation pipes like on a single like spigot, and then they'll have this big pipe that goes and just goes in a full circle. Could be that. In one of his interviews, he talks about how Terry Lovelace talks about how the place they camped, when you look at it from a bird's eye view, it has a triangular shape, and the craft that appeared over him was triangular. And so I was on Google Earth just the other night looking at the area of Devil's Den, trying to find out where it could have been, and there's a few different spots. I guess it was up on a plateau, but there were a few different spots that had like a triangular shape.
Yeah, I need to brush up on his case. His was really fascinating. One of the things that really fascinated me about him was his X-rays. He had these implants or at least, yeah, he had an implant, I think, in both legs or something, and one of them was this kind of floret design or formation, I think you
It was
called
like
it.
a floral.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it was bone. They had these bones like in a floral, like all these petals.
Right. Right. And I don't know something that's interesting to me about that. I know that I think it like disappeared in between X-rays or something, which is mysterious, but I was experimenting with neodymium. I don't know how to pronounce it. Neodymium magnets. Uh, those like really super magnetic magnets. And I know I was just kind of experimenting with them. This was like a year or two ago because I know other experiencers do so to just I don't know, see if there's certain parts of their bodies that are magnetized for some reason. And I know that there's a lot of room for error there, and sometimes these things will stick to you just because of body heat and moisture and surface tension and stuff like that. But anyway, like the one spot on my body that I swear to God, I feel like is legitimately magnetized on me are both of my knees. And it's the craziest thing ever. And it's to the point where, like, what really convinces me is not just the fact that the magnets stick to my knees, it's that when I do that, when I experiment with the magnets there, I get this horrible pain inside of my knee, as if there is literally like a metal implant in there that's like trying to get pulled out by this magnet, and it just throbs for hours afterwards or days even whenever I stick a magnet on there. So anyway, I wonder if I have a similar implant to Terry. I have no idea.
You should get an X-ray, man.
I
Yeah,
should.
totally. That doesn't sound right.
Did you get those the messages I sent you? I just sent you a link of the Terry Lovelace little kind of investigation I did where he was abducted. I also put it in the thread, and I think I put it up top maybe. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I
what do you
got
think
it.
of those pictures? Like
Let
that
me.
circle that's there is exactly 50 feet, 15 meters, which checks out with the size of UFOs.
Yeah, that's super interesting. Particularly, okay. Wow. Yeah, those ground level ones. Oh, wow, those are all interesting. Some of them do look like sort of formations that I'll see from an airplane sometimes, but the ones on the ground, holy shit, that is kind of nuts. I've heard of spots like that, maintaining their uh, shapes on the ground like that are potentially from UFOs. I've heard of them lasting for years and years and years. I know that's the case with a lot of cases, like Deborah Jordan Cobble, for example. That's crazy. You should maybe message him about that.
Logan, that first image is triangular shaped as well.
Really?
Did you put
Hold
those
on,
in
let
the
me look.
nest?
I might have forgotten. Hold on, I'll do that right now.
Oh, okay. I thought everybody was looking at that.
I was looking at that same spot last night, actually. That first image. It's like foliage all around it, and then there's this grassy spot. There's a little like white building at the top tip.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right. I can only do it from this other phone. But
Very interesting. Yeah.
dude, you want to message him about it since you're friends on Facebook?
uh, sure. I'll send him a picture. Yeah, why not? Yeah, I think I've only spoken to him one time, so sure, why not? I'll,
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any idea. Like, I've never messaged the guy. Is he on Twitter?
Not sure. I don't think I've seen him on there, but he was on Facebook last I checked. So yeah, I'll definitely send him at least some of those pictures. Yeah, I'm very curious. I'll try to find some way to broach the topic. I can totally do that.
He's definitely got a Facebook page, and in his interviews, he's pretty proud of the fact that he responds to every email he gets. So
Hey, where's that
Yes.
triangle thing you were talking about? Oh, I see the triangle. Oh shit. That looks like it was burned, doesn't it? It's
Looks
black.
exactly like the kind of UFO, landing marks that you see all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a bunch of those. Not a bunch. There's that famous case in Canada. I forget the name of the guy. Is way up there in some like farmland kind of part of Canada, and there was this farmer that had several small, discs on his property, and they all left kind of marks like that, and forevermore the grass grew weird there. And then yeah, kind of same thing with Deborah Jordan Cobble, who was Bud Hopkins' subject. She had this big landing mark in their backyard. Yeah, it just reminds me of those. Triangle is interesting too, although I'd have to figure out exactly how big it is, because that would probably tell you something.
The coordinates are there on the picture there. You can see the coordinates at the bottom if you want to go back and look at it yourself.
Yeah, no, I am. I guess am I stupid? Like, how can I tell how actually big this is? So it's 0.98 miles. Is that like, is that the size of the picture? I don't know how I would figure out exactly how big it is.
Okay,
No.
so like when you go on Google Earth, there's like a little tool you can use that they offer to like measure stuff to figure out how
Oh,
long stuff is or whatever. So that's how
okay.
you would do it.
Gotcha. Thank you.
just to be clear, I think it was the interview Terry Lovelace did with David Norcross, I think is his name, and they weren't saying that the shape of the triangle was from like burn marks or anything. They were just saying that it was interesting that the shape of the meadow that they were camping in was triangular shaped, and so was the craft. Um, yeah, just letting you know.
That is strange. I don't know what to make of that.
Like maybe they were attracted to this space that was shaped like their craft. But then also it's like it kind of points to the whole like, well, how much is our government like in cahoots with the phenomena? Because they thought it was odd how this meadow was like mowed and like kept really nice, and it was in the middle of nowhere, like inaccessible to anyone. You know, it's federal land, and it also happened to be where this craft came, and a bunch of grays came out and like wandered around. So super crazy.
Yeah, his case always reminded me of Kelly Cahill's case in that way, where it was just I don't know if that was a triangle or no, I think that was kind of a somewhat unusual craft in the case of Kelly Cahill, but just the I don't know, the grays coming down and wandering around. Although I suppose on second thought, they weren't quite grays in the case of Kelly Cahill. They had red eyes or something. I don't know.
I don't
It's
know if I
interesting.
know her case.
It's an interesting one. Sorry, my brain is so fried. I just spent 12 hours at a freaking funeral type thing. But it's an interesting one. It's I believe it's Australia, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, she was on Unsolved Mysteries, I think. She's been on a few things. Kelly Cahill.
Maybe I've seen it. I spent like 20 minutes yesterday trying to find that Sean Cahill podcast that I was telling you about.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. What was it that you said that he said again? I couldn't even remember. What did he say?
I'll just tell the story like really concise and obviously bastardize it, paraphrase, but he and his wife were in an argument, and they kind of like made amends and were at peace. And he walked upstairs and he looked out the window at the top of their stairs, and he saw like this pot. He describes it as like a pot-bellied flying saucer that was all like rusted out. Like it wasn't all like pristine and glistening. It was like this rusted flying saucer like right in front of their house in the air. And he was like, what the hell? So he like got closer to the window and looked and saw like a gray like right out on his, I think on his roof maybe, or in his front yard.
Wow.
And he was like, so this was after the Nimitz event and everything, but he was so like excited about it, he just straight up opened the window and like crawled out on his roof. And he said, I'm gonna get you, you son of a bitch, or something like that. He's like, I'm gonna get you. Yeah, he was like determined to like capture this gray or something. This is Sean Cahill. And
Yeah.
then like he has he like pretty much blacked out, and he has a memory of like laying on his front driveway, and there's some detail there that I can't quite remember, like there was like a wet spot or something. But then yeah, then he like woke up in his bed, and like yeah, he like asked his wife, he's like, did you, because he yelled at his wife when he saw it, and he's like, you got to see this. And he asked his wife, like, do you remember what happened last night after our argument or whatever? And she didn't remember anything. She just assumed they were good. Anyway, it's a podcast he did. I swear there's like two male hosts. And I cannot figure out which podcast it was. I went and scrubbed through like 3 or 4 of them and I couldn't find it. So I'll
I'm
keep
gonna
looking.
look. 'Cause that's crazy. He must have only spoken about that on one podcast because I could have sworn I'd listened to every single interview that Sean
Yeah.
Cahill ever
No, me
did.
too. I was
Me too.
shocked when
Like,
he
what the
told
fuck?
it. Yeah, no. I mean, I love Sean Cahill, so I listened to like everything, but I
He's the
randomly
best.
found this one and I was like, holy shit, he's never shared this. And he
It's
kind of
stuff
made
they
it,
don't want you to know. Is that the podcast?
it might be actually.
Calling all
Because that has
beings.
multiple guests that are, I mean, multiple hosts that are men.
Yeah, it might be that one. I'll check, I'll go look into that. But he kind of makes a big deal out of it. He's like, yeah, I don't usually share this. He's like, all right, here we go. And I was surprised to hear that. I shared it on Reddit and everything. I was like, guys, you got to check this out. I'd never heard this one.
Seeing a gray alien like that in waking consciousness only to wake up in your bed later must be so frustrating. I was just thinking that, like, It's like, holy shit, you know, you got the holy grail of seeing like just a gray alien outside your window, and then you fucking black out and wake up in your bed. It's like, God damn it. I don't know. It just seems frustrating to me.
Oh yeah.
I'd almost be frustrated just by the gray alien. I don't know. I have this feeling that they're this front for this. You know, it's like once we get to that, it's just another smoke and mirror for something else. You know what I mean? It's even finding out about the like those things. I don't know. It just seems like they seem so manufactured, and from all the stories that I've heard, and I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, James Iandoli talks about that with his interview with Terry Lovelace, that he thinks they're like biological drones. Like they're all like basically robots that are just tasked to like carry out different jobs.
They sound like robots in my experience. Like I said, kind of like an AI generated voice. In particular, what I've heard from other people that lines up with my experiences is a distinct pause between each word or perhaps each syllable. So, you know, like in my case, it was like, don't do that. May I set you down? It was like a very, yeah, very enunciated pauses.
Like robotic almost.
Right.
That yeah, I actually heard you speak about that, and I'd heard other people say that, and it was just yeah, that's so crazy. There was I wish that I was taking notes like actively at this point in time, but I had stumbled across a document that was allegedly a couple of it was like a military report, like debriefing type of thing, and it was some soldiers that had come in contact with the gray, and they said the same thing, that like based on its movements and its general characteristics, that it seemed like it was some sort of AI type, you know, biologic, you know, whatever it may be, you know, but you know, it seems not natural like we know beings to be.
You got the whole idea of souls. Are they demons after our souls? Is the Cullens elite right? Is it Satan?
Containers.
I'm semi joking, but yeah, they call us containers. It's really fucked up, you know. Like maybe that when you reach a high enough level of science, you can make these. I would call, if that's what grays are, I would call them homunculi. You know, you had the old concept of homunculi. It was like the original robot before people had terms like robot, and just the concept of like a biological entity which has a type of intelligence in which you can program to uh, express itself in whatever way you want to, uh, and yet at the same time for them, yeah, just to be sort of like an expression of some other intelligence, like that's the definition of a homunculi. I don't know, or I don't know. It's just it's very creepy, and the like I feel like that would be, if you could create something like that, that would kind of prove the existence of the human soul, right? Like if you could make something that didn't have a soul and that was somehow lacking in that way, wouldn't that prove the opposite? I don't know.
That's an interesting thought. I'd never thought of it like that.
Gary Nolan also talks about, you know, the idea that they may be avatars, you know, maybe these, I don't know if he specifically said this, but like, you know, a lot of people have also said this, but, you know, maybe if they don't exist within time and space, maybe these things are some way of inserting themselves inside of time and space so that we can comprehend them. But there's also, if you read like John Mack, and obviously, you know, there's experiencers in the room, but there's people who've had experiences where there's like another gray that's different, it's taller, and it seems to be giving orders. So, you know, it's just a crazy world.
If you've read or listened to Terry Lovelace, he describes to a T what you just said.
Oh wow, yeah, I've heard a little bit of his stuff. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, James Iandoli has a podcast, although I think it's basically just a YouTube channel, because every time I go to play the podcast in Stitcher or whatever, it like errors. But it's called Engaging the Phenomenon. Check it out on YouTube. He just did an interview with Harry this past week, and he talks about this taller. It honestly, it's one of the craziest parts of the interview is he talks about this taller gray he saw. It wasn't gray though; it was like a chalky pinkish peach color.
Oh, it's kind of like the one that was in my bed. Weird.
Yeah, the hybrid.
Yeah, well, the thing that I feel like it was a screen memory that showed like a female human. It didn't look like a Nordic. It was like a female human, and then the screen memory dropped, and it was I describe it as
Oh, right.
tan, but I could see it as what you described. But no, the hybrid was also you could say tan, but not the same type of
Right.
tan, and it was dim when I saw the hybrid. I didn't see it as well.
Yeah, good point. Anyway, Terry talks about how he saw this taller one that definitely was like in charge and like walked with authority. He said it went up to the wall and like punched some shit into this panel, and he couldn't move. Like all the other people that were there, like had been abducted, were holding their boots and their clothes. They were all naked. They couldn't move anything but their eyes. And so he was like straining to look to the left at this tall being that was not like the other grays milling around. And as it got finished, like doing stuff on this panel, it like turned, and just for like a second, it made eye contact with him. And he said it was like when he looks at his dog in the eyes, and like there's a relationship there, but like his dog knows that he's the alpha. He's like, that's what it felt like with this thing. He's like, I felt like the dog. And he's like, it just felt like raw intellect, and that just like gave me chills.
Yes, that's I was just thinking of like the same metaphor earlier today or yesterday. I hadn't brought it up before, but if you've ever had, I don't know, like I have cats, and sometimes one of my cats, he's like really intelligent. He'll just kind of like jump up onto the couch that I'm sitting on and kind of like jump up onto like my knee or something and just stare me in the eyes with this kind of, quizzical look. And that sort of look that pets will sometimes give you when they're just staring you in the eyes, it's in our case, it's a look of it is a look of intelligence, maybe perhaps a lesser intelligence if you want to look at it that way. But in any case, if you can imagine that in the opposite way for grays and aliens and stuff, that's what it feels like. I don't know. I was just thinking about that.
You kind of had that same impression when you in your experiences.
Yeah, just this kind of quizzical thing where they're just, very curious and looking at you, and it's all about the eye contact. It really is. I've heard it called entrainment. I forget the name of this one guy who's kind of out there. He's a controversial figure and made all these claims that like all the aliens are basically humans from different timelines or something. I forgot the guy's name right now, but uh, he's somewhat obscure. But anyway, he talked a lot about entrainment and how when you look in their eyes, into their eyes, or when when they look at you and make eye contact, that they're essentially hypnotizing you via their eyes. I know this is a common concept, but I just really love that term entrainment. It's like I don't know. There's just something about that making eye contact. It's really essential.
Which also, kind of reverberates back through time. Like, if you think about like Passport to Magonia, he doesn't really mention vampires in there, but that is a common trait throughout time with vampires, right? So I don't know, just an interesting
what eye contact
thing. Yeah, they like they can kind of entrance you, when you look into their eyes.
Yeah, totally. That's a good metaphor. I do wonder about vampire lore and where the overlap is with all of this stuff.
Yeah.
I need to read Passport to Magonia again. So good.
I was gonna say maybe a metaphor, but maybe like a lot of the lore that we all know about with all the different shit, goblins and leprechauns and fairies, maybe it's all derived from the same phenomena, right?
It's entirely possible. I for some reason I just kind of tend to not believe in the the control system hypothesis, or at least I don't think that's all that's happening. And I don't even think that Jacques Vallée. I mean, Jacques Vallée doesn't really think he doesn't have any firm beliefs, I guess. But I don't know. I feel like maybe there is a control system, but I think there's probably other stuff going on too. It's just I don't know. It's a little too simplistic for me, but I do love it as an idea.
Yeah.
just one singular intelligence.
Well, yeah, that's like even scarier, right? And like that singular intelligence, like we don't know. I don't know. He never posits that this is like the creator or anything. And lately he's been really, pushing the whole simulation theory, which is not, I don't know, originally when the media pushed that idea, or, that idea came out in the media, not that they pushed it, but I always thought of it as like, oh, humans made this simulation. And if they always talked about it as like, we've made all these video games. And of course, they're going to, continue, we're going to continue to get better at video games. And there's so many video games made. And, the whole idea of simulation theory is that like, there's just such a good chance that someone did make this simulation at some point. And, every society gets to that point that, there's a really good chance that we do live in a simulation. But I don't think it's that. I think that, there's probably some really advanced intelligence that has learned to like simulate a universe in like, it might not even be simulation. You know what I mean? It may be this reality that they've built, but, it kind of seems to us like simulation theory.
Totally. I absolutely think that there's something to simulation theory, and I like the way you put it there, where it's like, it's not, because the term simulation implies a falseness, and I don't think that the way that I would look at it necessarily implies a falseness. I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is like these concepts have been around forever. In Buddhism, you have Maya, which is basically just simulation theory, just the idea that we live in a a sort of not a false reality, but a fake reality. I guess I'm splitting hairs here, but there's just something like that. It's like an important simulation. I don't even fucking know, but I do believe that is the case. I don't know. My friend that just died like came to me in a dream recently, and I feel like he was kind of implying that. And not even that, but I've had a couple experiences where I just straight up felt like, I just kind of broke the simulation for a second. And I was like, oh God, how can I go on this? I broke the simulation. And then I kind of forgot about it. I don't know. I don't know if anybody's ever felt that way.
For sure, with dreams, they forget. Maybe it's like, not that it's a fake simulation, but it's just not the entire reality, right? Like if they're extra dimensional, then similar to how we use two-dimensional symbols and images and, writing in all of our fucking everyday life and work, they may use our they may use our lower dimension, not use, but yeah. I think I get what you're trying to say, where it's not like we live in a fake like computer game, but it's like not the full thing, and they inhabit the full thing, and so they're able to come and influence and interact in this lower dimension, which isn't the full picture, I guess.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's part
Absolutely.
of the whole. It's it's not like, it's not about the fakeness. It's another part of some, I don't know, giant fractal or hierarchy or something, maybe.
Alex, I just put the Terry Loveless interview up in the. I don't know if we're calling it the Jumbotron or the Nest, or if that's the same thing, or if they're different, but it's right up there if you want to go check it out.
Sweet, thanks. How do you is that like only certain people can put stuff up there? Like I've never understood how to put stuff up there.
No, anyone can
Yeah,
put stuff up there. You
like
can call it whatever you want, the Nest, Jumbotron. You just hit that little share button at the end of your tweet after you tweet, and it'll give you the option to at the
Okay.
top to share it at the top in my space
Right.
You
here.
do have to be a speaker though.
Oh, you
yeah, I was
do?
gonna
Okay.
say
Yeah.
you have to be a speaker.
I wouldn't really use it, but I've just always been really confused about that. So I appreciate the insight there.
That is good to know.
Hey, what's
Yeah,
up,
thanks for
Ocean?
posting that video.
I'm just wondering, have any of you guys, like maybe on psychedelics or something, ever had that kind of experience where
Yep.
you're just oh God, I broke the simulation. How can I go on living like this? It's almost like a thing. And then but then it wears off and you're like, I don't even remember what that felt like anymore. But in the moment, it was like, how can I can't go on living like this knowing that I broke the simulation. There's
Right.
just something
It was
funny
really
about it.
beautiful, but at the same time, it felt like it was really lonely because you couldn't. It's hard to describe something like that to somebody, and you can't say like, "Hey, come with me on this one." You know what I mean? You're just kind of out there, and it's fucking, I don't know, powerful. It can scare people, right?
It scared
Oh
me.
yeah. Oh yeah. No,
If you've
it
never
I
tripped or something before.
right. No, what I'm describing is some of the most terrifying moments that I've ever had where I'm literally just like
The whole thing
this
is,
I can't
or
deal
is
with
it kind
this.
of
This is
like
just too
cycle?
much.
Is it the whole thing is scary?
I was tripping one time, and it's crazy because a dude on Twitter he lives in the same state as me. And he just my uh, I think his name's Sean, just my videos. He posted a video of one night we had taken mushrooms and we were sitting out, like just looking at the state that I live in. There's this little island that everyone goes and gets drunk at, and the town that I grew up in, it's like on the water, it's really nice. And if you're looking out at this um, out at the water, you see this block island on the horizon. So we were sitting there tripping, and there was like boats going back and forth, but they were going from the port, which is this place, Point Judith, to, or like maybe a little bit further, but to the island, which usually takes like an hour. And we were just watching these lights just go back and forth. Like we probably sat there for 2 hours, and they must have gone back and forth maybe 30 times, 40 times. I mean, they were just zipping back and forth. And like the whole time, like for the last like 20 years, I've just thought of it as this weird, moment tripping. We must have just imagined these boats were going that fast. But then he posted a video that just like, I don't know, it just like jogged my memory. And I've had now these anomalous experiences, nothing like in person, but just in seeing stuff in the sky. And I'm like, holy shit, that had to be like, that was not boats, and we were just tripping and we didn't realize it. But that felt like, a moment of the veil kind of dropping for me while tripping,
Totally.
now that I look back at it.
If I was Sean Cahill and I saw a gray outside my window or whatever, I mean, I've seen grays in my experiences, but like if I just saw one sitting on my windowsill or something, that would break the fucking simulation for me. It's crazy.
Logan, I'm gonna probably go check out the What the Bleep Do We Know podcast, see if that was the one, unless you're already doing that right now.
What the bleep do we know podcast? I don't think I know that one, but I did find some possible podcasts that you're talking about. I just Google searched. There's a website called owltail.com, and you can just like search for podcasts about like anyone. So I pulled up all the one that Sean Cahill's on, and he's on 26 different ones. But
Damn.
I was trying to figure out because in the descriptions of each podcast, it shows like kind of like what they're kind of talking about a little bit, and then none of them do they talk about him talking about his experience that you talked about. Are you sure it's Sean Cahill who said that? I don't
Yeah, for
remember
sure.
ever hearing that.
I know. That's why I freaked out when I heard. I'm positive it was him. I think it was the one you mentioned. I got the name wrong.
That's not
Things
one
they
of them
don't
though.
want you to know. Things they don't want you to know.
That's not one of the things on that this
Oh, it's
Altel
okay.
gave. So I don't know. It could still be. Maybe they just don't list it for some reason. But I'll give you a couple titles. Maybe it'll refresh your memory. One's
Yeah.
called Strangers. Wait, no, that's not one. Let's see. Another one is called Open Minds. Is that it?
It might be that one actually. I think that is it.
Open Minds is Alejandro Rojas. That's his podcast, but that's just one guy. You said he was two guys, right?
It's not Rojas, so I'm wrong.
So there's another one called the Utah UAP podcast.
No.
Let's see. Another one called Mind Escape. That's with Mike. Oh, actually, that is two guys. That's Mike and his cousin, I think. It might be that one.
Listen to that one.
That UFO podcast. There's another one called The Alchemical Mind. Somewhere in the Skies, Shifting the Paradigm, Engaging the Phenomena, the Glenn Beck Program, Project Unity, UAP
Is it
Studies
shift
podcast.
happens?
That's not one of the ones listed, but
What was the
UFO
one?
Thinker
What was the one you
podcast.
said? What did you
Oh
say after
shit!
Mind Escape?
That's the Mind Escape podcast. It does have two guys. It's Mike and his cousin that do the
Yeah.
show usually.
What did you mention after that?
This like what show?
There was a couple. There was like it was one or two after Mind Escape.
So that UFO podcast. That's what that
No,
Scottish guy, and then the Alchemical Mind.
no. I thought there was one other you mentioned, but
Somewhere in the Skies.
no. Hey, I'll go check out this.
Engaging the Phenomena, the Glenn Beck Program, Project Unity, UAP Studies podcast, UFO Thinker
Ooh,
podcast.
it might be UAP Studies. I'll go check out both of those.
UAP Studies is the only one of those last ones that I haven't heard Sean Cahill interviewed on. So if it's any of those last ones, it would be that one, I think, or maybe
That
Okay.
one was
Escape.
in February of February 2022. So
I'll go check.
that's a crazy ass story that he told.
Yeah, he's just a cool guy. I know he kind of plays coy a lot, which I respect, but he's said a couple times where he said a couple times that, if you ever hang out with me in person, I'll blow your mind and stuff. And I'm just like, man, I want to hang out with you in person.
Mm-hmm.
That, he does seem like a genuinely like cool dude that I would hang out with. That's what makes me, a little frustrated.
Well, on Tuesday, we're winning $60 million. It's been going on over a week. I've been doing this.
What a tease. You keep it's like, oh, not today, like a few days from now. Then we get there and it's like, no, not this day, a few days from now. I'm like, I just want it already to
It's crazy that it's
end.
been carried over so many times and then like got a free ticket so many times.
Yeah, I've never bought a lotto ticket. I've done scratchers before, but how do lotto tickets work? Can you just have them pick a random number for you?
Yeah, it just
Is that what
picks
you
like
did?
randoms and then like I think you can pick your own numbers if you want to, but there's like a prize breakdown, so like you could win like the total amount or you could win like it depends on how many numbers you get right. Hello, Bojangles.
Hello, young lady.
Oh, he came up.
I did.
I thought you were going to bed.
No, I'm getting up. I was going to say, when you do this lottery thing on the American lottery, give me the exact same numbers that you're going to put on, and I'll put the same numbers on the British lottery.
Well, I don't look at it. That's part of the thing.
What is it? Lucky dips that you get then?
Last time I had 3 tickets, and I just don't look at them because I feel like it ruins it or like limits it or something.
Oh, I thought you were all choosing the numbers together or something in your
Well,
spaces.
we could get a ticket for that and then just get the additional free ticket, right?
I think we should hold a space and let everybody pick a number, and then you guys put it on the American or the Canadian or whatever it is, and then I'll put the same on the British.
I feel bad. There was somebody like Anunnaki or something that had their hand raised a bunch earlier, and none of us said anything to them. And I just wanted to say that. I guess they left.
Oh, really? I didn't
say something too.
really.
Yeah.
Fuck, you guys should have said something. I haven't been looking, so
Yeah, y'all just need to talk. If you're a speaker, at least, Otherwise, yeah.
It wasn't up for that long, I don't think.
who let him up? Yoshin, did you let him up?
No, I don't think so.
Screen, are you awake? You must be awake.
I didn't let anybody up.
That's weird.
Who?
I didn't let him up. Some Anunnaki
I
guy?
don't even know who we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, nobody else saw this. It was Anu something. I didn't click on their name. It was AN.
I saw it.
I think it was Anu something. And
Anunnaki,
they actually, they had 2 hands raised. They were on here twice. I think
What?
I'm on your place too.
Oh, weird.
I think
I
he
mean,
just
I
followed
have my
me.
laptop on too, so I think that might just be that. But I don't know. You can be on here on multiple, uh, devices.
Have
Should I
any of
tell
you
him to
ever
come
heard
back?
of something called the Fortean Times?
Yep.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah. There's a British author that writes for them called Jenny Randalls, and she's worth giving a follow. She's transsexual. She's nearly retired now, I think, but she wrote the first ever UFO book I ever read called Abduction. She's worth giving a follow. She's quite interesting when she starts tweeting, but she's been coming into a couple of spaces recently and discussing things that she investigated in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, especially something called the Warminster Thing, which was a strange set of events in a place in the UK called Warminster, where there were just some very, very strange things reported for a long period of time.
Is her Twitter just the Fortean Times, or?
No, it's Jenny. If you just search Jenny Randalls,
Okay.
and there's a picture of her as quite a young woman with her older mother.
And yo, check out these homes I just posted in Nest.
I've seen somewhere perfect, hey Ocean. There's a house for sale on a remote island off the coast of Scotland, and it's huge. It's like a farm with a barn conversion, and it's like you own half the island, and it's only like something like 500,000, but there's nobody around. It's just you and the rest of the island. Fantastic.
This is random. Do any of you guys know Carol Nicola or whatever? Because they blocked me for some reason, and I've never been blocked by somebody other than King Milkfart. And I just noticed that today, and it made me sad. I don't know what I said.
Paul, who did you just mention? Sorry.
Carol Nicola.
No, the other person. It sounded someone royal or something.
Their page is it's called Carol Nicola Art. So
I thought you mentioned someone called King Milkfart.
Oh, King Milkfart. Yes.
Oh, is he even a thing anymore? I thought we'd become a republic and ditched him.
I hope so. I'm just saying, he's, aside from him, which I'm glad to be blocked by, this Carol Nicola person blocked me, and they were I don't know, I noticed this in some thread. They'd followed me for a long time. I have no idea. I was just wondering if anybody knew who they were. Has anyone here just been like randomly blocked by people and
all the time?
No idea why. Like what? It's weird.
Yeah, and I had a big cull of my followers the other day, and I had a message from Twitter saying that I was like having I don't know, the way they worded it. It was like you're deleting too many followers, and I'm like, I'm just getting rid of crap.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to unfollow people. I don't mind when people unfollow me. Although Thomas Fessler unfollowed me, bastard. Whatever. I'm joking, but
were you on his show?
Sorry, what?
Were you on his show?
No, I was never on his show, but well, actually, no. I think I freaking gave him a super chat at some point. I think, and then we interacted a little bit on Twitter, and he followed me, and then he just randomly unfollowed me. But in that case, I think it might just be like you're saying. He was just calling the crap and didn't really care about me. So like that's fine. But to be blocked, I always want to know if someone's gonna block me. I want to know why. You should have to say something like put a little report in that says why you're blocking somebody. Obviously, that would be stupid and doesn't make any sense, but I wish that were the case. Sort of.
You can please some people some of the time. Wouldn't worry about it. I don't lose any sleep over being blocked.
No, I'm not losing any sleep. It was just weird. It's never happened to me. First time for everything.
It'll happen a lot more than that. you never know what's going to piss somebody off or just rub them the wrong way, and people use the block button for like all kinds of different reasons. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that like they were offended by you or anything like that. I mean, and people unfollowing you, like I unfollow people all the time, like, but it's not even me doing it. It's like Twitter just unfollows people automatically. I think it happens to everybody. Just
Yeah.
recently, like I was following 5,000 people. But then all of a sudden, I lost like 4,000 of the people I was following for some reason, and
Wasn't
that's
that because
shitty.
they got rid of all the fake accounts though?
No, because that would wouldn't that take them away from like people following me, not people that I was following? Because people I'm following were real people, as far as I know.
No way that you were following 4,000 fake people.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
That'd be impressive.
But yeah, so now I'm only following like 1,000 something. But I wonder who I was following because a lot of them were like kind of like secretive accounts that like they weren't, I don't know, they're kind of being anonymous, but I knew who they really were, but I don't remember their accounts now.
I've just come to the conclusion that it's a really strange place sometimes.
Yeah, Twitter's a lot crazier than I ever thought it was. I didn't start using it until like March of last year. I always just thought it was kind of a shitty app, like that was for like celebrities or something, but it has a
Right.
lot more power than I thought it did.
Especially for this scene, I feel like we're in kind of an exceptional position with UFO Twitter. I don't think there's any other like, you know, section of Twitter that's anything like UFO Twitter. And there's sections within the section, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I have no idea, but
Yeah,
it's
but
very
that's because you're
powerful.
part of it, though, isn't it? It's not
Yeah.
necessarily because, I mean, if you were, I don't know, if you were in the section of Twitter that was investigating, or I don't know, popular beaches or surfing, you'd think that section that you're in was like the most powerful section on Twitter because
Yeah.
that's all you see. I mean, you
Yeah.
probably aren't connected to that many other sections.
No, but I do dabble in a few other scenes for sure, and I do feel like UFO Twitter is just kind of different. Maybe I'm wrong. I've also only really been active on Twitter for about a year and a half or something, but really just the last few months. But I don't know. It seems different to me. Could be totally wrong.
I think we kid ourselves a little bit sometimes that we think it's like a massively important part of Twitter. I mean, to the ordinary everyday person in the street, UFO Twitter's not that important. But I mean, to us, because we're part of it and we look to it, it's important. I mean, some of the drama that's been going off recently, I was telling my family about it, like with all the bitching and the fighting and everything among certain groups. And it's like, my mum just turned around and she said, "You actually go online to look for that shit?" And I'm like, "Well, no, I've just..."
No.
She said, "It just sounds like a load of idiots. Just turn it off and leave it alone."
Yeah, drama like that happens. I want to be clear too. I didn't mean that I think it's important for Twitter or that it's like important in general. I kind of meant it the opposite way. I feel like Twitter is important for the UFO scene. I was very unclear with what I meant, but yeah, I just feel like UFO Twitter itself is an important thing, not just within the realm of Twitter, but just itself.
I think it's important, but I think there's... Do you know what? If I actually sat down and substantiated my experience on UFO Twitter over the last, year and a half, I'd say, without offending anybody, wanting to offend anybody in this room, it's a lot of people that want to be centre of attention and make their story more important than everybody else's. And I think there's just a lot of very childlike attention seeking involved with it sometimes.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It's like,
we need people like you to say that. You're right on.
I mean, it's like, actually, if you look at what we find out, it's just compared to the amount of bitching, backbiting, and slagging people off that goes on, there's not a lot being found out, and a lot of bitching, backbiting, and slagging people off. It's like it is very. There are a lot of big attention seekers on UFO Twitter.
Yeah, but I block. I don't block people, but I mute people actively, and I actively try to avoid the attention seekers and the trolls and stuff. So for me, I feel like it functions very well, actually. But
Hmm.
that's just my experience. I totally acknowledge that there is all this negativity and fucking crazy people like Lou Angeles and everyone else, but still, it works for me if you curate it.
I think it just naturally attracts the slightly crazy people, and that's fair enough. I mean, it always has. The subject, anything to do with the paranormal or the phenomenon or UFOs, it's always been the Tin Hat Brigade, hasn't it? But I think sometimes the attention seeking becomes a bit annoying, and I think some of it just hampers what people want to achieve.
You're right. Yeah, it can definitely hamper progress in the conversation. That's kind of what I like about Discord, or at least the one of the Discord communities that I'm a part of, because that I don't know, it's a little bit more tight knit, and nobody's trying to become famous or anything. It's just it feels like a real group of friends. But I don't know.
Hmm.
Sometimes I get that on Twitter too.
And I've been shocked by how many people actually sort of like spend a few months on Twitter and then start merchandising. I'm like, what the hell? Do you know what I mean? And people that don't do research and don't look into it, calling themselves ufologists, and I'm like, you've not even been published. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of like it can be a bit overbearing sometimes, but it is what it is. And I like the little group of people that I hang with, and we chat all sorts of shit, and it's good fun, you know. So I suppose as long as that happens and you sort of steer away from the nasty element, you come away with a reasonably good experience.
Did y'all see where Klaus shared an article or something about a professor said that Homo floresiensis might still be alive and roaming around?
Yep. And he's another guy that blocked me, by the way.
Oh, Klaus blocked you? That's right. Damn, that sucks.
Yeah, because his wife is, you know who.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Yeah.
Who's you know
No
That's
who?
shame.
some drama.
Who's you know who?
I'm not
I
going to
can't
say her
even
name.
retweet or nothing. So,
I did read that article before, though.
what do you think about it?
I mentioned it before. I think it's pretty interesting, but I think when I said it before, people were like, that's kind of crazy.
It is. It was the UAP Studies podcast with Sean Cahill. I don't know if Paul's still listening, but right at 44 minutes is when he starts telling that story. The flying saucer and the gray.
Fuck yeah.
I've seen
Thanks.
6 UFOs and caught 3 on camera.
Thanks for your help on that, Logan.
What do y'all think of Skinny Bob?
Oh, here comes Paul. He came back.
Ah!
Awesome. Also, what did you say, David? You said you caught 3 UFOs on camera?
No, I've seen 6 orbs, amber, whitish colored orbs of light. I've seen 1 green fireball, so I guess that's 7. But I've caught 3 of those orbs of light on camera. I mean, they're on my TikTok, my YouTube, I mean, just the link in my bio. I mean, point is this: like, I know they're real. Obviously, like, I do a lot of research on them, and I'm super familiar with planes. Both my grandparents were colonels in the Air Force, and so again, I'm super familiar with our type of flying objects, and these are just, and they're not that special. It just looks like almost like a Chinese paper lantern that's not. Just imagine a glowing beach ball that's floating over, you know. kind of cool. But yeah, I've seen 6, and they're definitely real. So, does that make me a ufologist? I guess I wrote a couple books that have UFO stuff in them.
Makes you an experiencer, at least. It's funny. I saw an orb on Christmas Eve, and I'm still debating in my mind whether it was a Chinese lantern or not. But
I saw the weirdest shit. But before I say this, my app crashed. Did you find the podcast, the Sean Cahill one? I just
I
heard
did, yeah. It was UAP studies.
UAP studies. Makes sense.
Yeah, I just messaged you. Episode 65. His story starts right at 44 minutes.
Awesome. Yeah. Okay, sweet. I'll check that out. Yeah, I haven't, seen what I can definitively call a true UFO, if that makes sense, but I've seen some stuff, and yeah, I'm in the same boat where the weirdest thing that I saw was on Santa Monica Boulevard in Los Angeles, like East Hollywood. I was just walking down Santa Monica Boulevard, and at sort of rooftop level, I saw these 6 lights. Speaking of 6, yeah, there were 4 in an L shape and 2 just, kind of in a line or whatever, moving in unison. But they were incredibly dim, and it almost looked like if you would imagine, like if there was a building on fire nearby, and there was just some embers drifting through the sky or whatever, over the rooftops. It almost looked like that, but there was nothing on fire, and they moved in perfect unison. And then me and 2 other people just stopped to stare at them. And when we stopped, they stopped the lights. Again, they were very dim, and then all 6 of them just went out at once. I just have no fucking idea what it was.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but they didn't. It is, but they didn't look like orbs. They were just lights. I don't know. It's really weird. It was crazy though.
I have a.
Hey, Ocean.
I-
Sorry, I was just going to reply to something Hey Ocean asked a minute ago, and I was just going to say, I think it's real.
I kind of have a theory on the difference between the lights, the orbs, and like a ship. Like if you're going to transport a body, a being from somewhere to another, and let's say that outside of Earth, the space is either, well, let's just say it's hard to get through or something. Maybe there's a firmament. Maybe it's weird out there, right? Maybe it's not a vacuum. But let's say you want to travel through time or whatever with a body, you need to encapsulate it most likely in a ship, and you transport like a teleporter in that ship, kind of like the TARDIS, right? But if you don't want to really take a body, you just want to go look somewhere, kind of like a drone, maybe, you may not need to encapsulate a body in something. You could just kind of send essentially a ball of light, crystal ball ish thing that travels through time, and now you have a 360 view, or whatever. Maybe I'm just saying maybe it's a way to like go look somewhere without actually having to go somewhere. Maybe.
I love that idea, and I've had the exact same sort of idea. I like to uh, think of it as, if you can imagine that the orbs are like essentially portals, and that, if that like the other side of the portal, could be anywhere. It could be in a craft, it could be in a building somewhere, and that like if so, if you imagine that you're in a building and you have, let's say like a spherical thing, a spherical portal within the building, and you can see kind of 360 degrees. You can step into the portal and thereby teleport. You can, that would explain kind of the Skinwalker Ranch stuff where people are talking about like Bigfoots coming out of portals and stuff. It would be like essentially like an orb portal window thing, if that makes
Well,
sense. I don't know. I'm doing a
it does
terrible
make
job of
sense.
explaining
Think of a Stargate. You have the round, rigid structure, and then a flat portal you go through. But if you don't have a structure, right, you would have to build a 360 bubble that you could just pop out anywhere of that bubble, sort of thing. So it totally makes sense.
it.
It totally
Exactly.
makes sense.
Yeah. Exactly. That's yeah. That's a great theory. I've had the same idea.
That's almost similar to the movie Deja Vu, where the government figures out back, I think the movie came out in 2003 or something, somewhere around there, where they figured out probably how to use geolocation data on phones and stuff and everything, and figure out how to map the past, and then let's say you run that through like a quantum computer, and you call a computer today and say, hey, where's somebody's phone going to be in 3 days in the future or the past? And then the computer in the future in the quantum realm tells the one that you're in today, hey, this is where they're going to be. That's probably how they could make or theoretically design a machine like that in Deja Vu, where you go back in time and look through time and then maybe send somebody through it. I don't know.
Chupacabra had an interesting theory a couple weeks ago. He was talking about how like maybe these orbs are like actually like people coming back, and basically like when you remember their memories, basically like if you remember something from the past, his idea was like these orbs are like people observing events that took place, memories.
That makes total
kind of out there.
sense. Think of an air bubble. The easiest, the less energy, the least amount of energy it takes to create a shape in anything essentially is a bubble, right? So if you're just a soul or a piece of energy or whatever, and you just want to manifest and look around, the easiest shape to appear in is, or least amount of energy is a sphere, I think.
Yes, that is true. Yeah, based on physics.
Probably Newtonian physics, I think.
Makes me think of. Sorry, what was that?
Newtonian. There's all different types of physics, I think, but we generally go through
Yeah,
Newtonian physics. But yeah, I mean that's what I'm going with.
Right. Yeah. No, sorry, I was speaking very broadly. I'm not a scientist, but that is, I believe that to be the case, at least within Newtonian physics, for sure.
I've never seen
I was
a
just going
square
to say
bubble
that.
though, right? Like it's easy to see in nature bubbles.
Right. Right. Although I have seen square rainbows, kind of like sundogs. I saw a really crazy sundog one time. I think it was a sundog. It was literally just like a square rainbow. I have no other explanation for it other than some kind of UFO or something.
What's a
But yeah, I think it
sundog?
was just a
It's like a.
sundog.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, it's kind of like a rainbow phenomenon that appears usually on both sides of the sun. It can be very far away from the sun. So, like in my case, I didn't notice it, in relation to the sun. I didn't see a second one on the other side of the sun just from the angle I was seeing the sky. But yeah, it's basically just like a rainbow. It's an optical illusion that occurs where you can see these kind of rainbows on either side of the sun. If that makes sense.
I've never seen one in Florida. Is it like a deserty or a snowy thing? I don't know where that happens. I mean, I just never seen it.
It's usually after it rains. So again, like rainbows. The one time I saw it was after a very particular kind of rainstorm in New Jersey, and I was in a really good spot where there's a part of like Route 80 in Jersey where you're just going downhill and you can kind of see for miles in this one spot going west, and it was just in the perfect position to see it, and I got a picture of it and everything. Don't have the picture on me right now. It would take some time to recover, but it was really weird. Just a totally square rainbow. But
I just uploaded a picture of a moon dog that I took about this time last year in the middle of the night. It tripped me out big time. It's in the
Is a moon dog like that halo-y thing that happens sometimes?
Yeah, it's the same
Right.
thing except for it's with the moon instead of the sun. In this case, it was because of ice crystals in the air.
Right. I just wanted to say about the orb thing and time travel that does remind me of James Iandoli's experience that he shared, where he kind of seemed to have some kind of like retro causality thing happen, where he had this he calls it a trauma induced out of body experience. It was basically like a near death experience kind of. I think he had like a car accident or something, but it was like a year to the day before the car accident. He was driving on that same stretch of road in the same place where a year later he had this car accident, and he saw an orb. And then I think he had a dream that night or the night before or some shit where he was like seeing himself driving down the road, and it was from the orb's point of view. And then like a year later he got in a car accident there and had this out of body experience. And so it all seemed to be tied together in some weird causal loop.
Most things I think
I don't know if
are
you
a
guys.
snake eats tail. Like the beginning is the end of most natural processes, I think, except for like copy and paste to computers. That's why you have weird stuff and they shoot across the screen with all the icons when you fuck them up or whatever.
Hello.
I didn't understand any of that, but I loved it.
Well, I'm just saying, like, everything regenerates, right? You have a seed, and then it grows into an apple, and then it falls the ground, and then it rots, and then worms, and then it turns back into something again, right? It goes in a circle. But like weird stuff like computers, you can do weird processes that either there's something called not retro, whatever, but you could do something to where it's recursive, where you could literally back in the day you could write a program where you would tell the computer to do something and it would call upon the thing multiple times in a loop, essentially, until the hard drive would just spin so fast it would seize and it would halt and catch fire in a recursive program. You do the same thing where you just, when I said icons, remember, like, you can copy and paste something a billion times, or let's just say, hey, I want to make a billion copies of this video on my hard drive. It would fill up your hard drive and fry it. That's not really a natural process like a seed to regeneration. You know what I mean? Computers can do weird stuff that aren't necessarily natural.
What's something a computer can do that is natural?
Actually, they're nothing. Computers are the stupidest thing on earth, man. You have to like tell it everything. It's the stupidest baby in the world. You have to literally tell it everything. And if you tell it one thing it doesn't know, it just stops and says, "I'm confused," and blue screen. You have to literally tell it everything. It's so only smart because it's the stupidest thing in the world.
Except that now I feel like our children are going to be raised by Chat GPT or whatever the fuck.
Probably.
Like, what's the point of going to school anymore if you have Chat GPT? It's just so weird.
I mean, you could just like tell it, hey, come up with an idea for a business. Hey, write the code for the software for that business. Hey, put it online. Hey, here's my bank account. Hey, I'm gonna make me a new video for some entertainment because now I have like recurring cash flow. I just have to like watch TV.
Yes,
right.
But that's the actual
is that already
point.
happening? Like, are they already doing that? Like, they must already be doing that shit, right?
Sure, everybody's doing it. I mean, everybody that sees this and be like, how can I use this? Or even just be like, this is fun. I'm going to make it write a weird story or whatever.
It's the actual point.
How do you know we're not already in a matrix? That we're not already in something like that? That we're not like going down in a recursive formula where we're creating a matrix, and then they create the one, and then they did it in Rick and Morty.
I just mean like over the past few years, like maybe if the powers that be had early access to these AIs over God knows how long that we've had these sophisticated ones around, could that explain some things?
Well, they're only letting us use it to get the data. An AI needs stuff. It doesn't know anything until you tell it stuff. So if it only has,
I realize that.
I mean, maybe, yeah. I mean, I'm sure the government has been okay. I was at one of the NSA PRISM program locations here in Gainesville, Florida. It's an big AT&T building where they copy all the data. So when you send a text, it goes to the cell tower, and then it goes to the AT&T building here in Gainesville, where they copy half the data. It goes to NSA, and the other stuff goes straight to the server at Snapchat if you send a snap or whatever, right? But they literally have like a prism and they optical cables and they split all the data off. So all that split data goes to somewhere, probably in Utah with all the government servers, somewhere at multiple places. But then they run all their algorithms on all the data. They're just letting us have access to the front end. But again, all the data has already been copied in pretty much real time, phone stuff, literally everything.
That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, we're getting a little taste of it, but I do wonder about that. I don't know, the back end.
Started a long time ago.
Well, Kurzweil, that Google guy, the guy that he invented speech to text, late 90s or early whatever. But again, those people, like, they work for the government for sure. The stuff he was talking about in early 2000s, whatever, I'm sure they had that, and then that's why the government grabs people like that and like has them build stuff in secret. And then I hear about it 15 years later at a conference, right? So, like, how, you know what I mean? Stuff like that.
Fred,
how long have captcha codes been around?
Does anyone else in the space want to talk?
I need to hear Fred explain the simulation real quick.
How long have captcha codes been around?
Captcha codes, like
Probably
those things you can
12.
get with you point your phone camera at it, right?
No, like it started off a long time ago, very simple, and now they've progressed to, okay, pick 3 chickens, and you select 3 chickens, and then you can proceed.
Yeah, to prove that you're human and that you're not a bot.
Well, yeah, so that's
I remember. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
That's an AI training model. So
yes, it is.
Started a long time ago, and now it's progressed. But it makes me wonder if Y2K, if something actually did happen, but they're looking in the wrong place. What if we are the computer, and that's when everything got fucked up?
Yeah, it's basically that Black Mirror episode with the dating app. What is it? Hang the DJ. We're all just, I don't know, feeding the algorithm. I do wonder about that. If the human form is just the most sort of sophisticated, like we basically are just the artificial intelligence. We're looking for it elsewhere, but we are it. Maybe.
Well, like if we're a simulation, if we're living in a simulation, then it would make sense, all this crazy shit that's happening, because if we're creating AI and simulations within a simulation, well, then that sounds like a disaster.
What I'm saying is I think aliens or demons or the woo or whatever you want to call it, they need like life to sustain themselves. And I think the highest form of AI you could get would be like a biological body with like a computer in it that you could kind of like watch over a whole ship, like a video game or something. Um, and yeah, just set something up on a planet where it's just like we're gonna do this and that to create what we need.
So does that mean that? So then I think about the word artificial. Then, so like if we're the artificial thing and the aliens are then somehow not artificial, it's like a weird kind of thought loop that I get into. Then it's like, then who's artificial? Or like even if you say that the grays are artificial or whatever, it's like then who's the real deal then? It's just kind of turtles all the way down.
I am real. They would be real. They would be a biological thing, but it would be like pure mind control, pretty much. Like that's another way to look at it, right? Like if they could have their own thoughts, they could, but I feel like they're created solely to serve a task, which is like live out a thing. But it sounds familiar. But
Yeah, no, I hear you. It's just the whole turtles all the way down thing always gets me. Like, simulations within simulations. Who made God? If God made us, who made God? And I don't know. Some guy that is associated with, I think, like an aerospace company, I'll just say, has been messaging me, and he's always talking about turtles all the way up. I'm like, what the hell does that mean? I don't know. It's weird stuff.
Have you heard of turtles all the way down?
Yes, I have. That's what I'm saying. And this guy, you can find him. I guess on his profile says turtles all the way up. I don't know. I don't know if I should have said anything, but I don't know. Somebody's been messaging me. I'll just say that it is connected to a big aerospace company, and they claim to have, or at least they are researching this stuff. And yeah, I don't know. We've had certain conversations, and I just wonder what they mean by turtles all the way up. That's all.
Just make sure that if he wants a dirty Sanchez, you say no.
I will keep that in mind. Thank you.
But think about like this. Look at the world that we know. And some of you out there are younger. But I would illustrate that if you go back in time into the past here, that the world was full of a lot of interesting events, but at the same time, these events were they were logical in the sense of human growth and things that would happen in a society. But then 9/11 came, And it seems like everything since 9/11 has been progressively getting more and more fucking weird. Okay. And very kind of like, what the fuck just happened here? What's going on? Why am I getting gaslighted by the leader of the world? Why are people acting like clowns and doing the weirdest damn shit? Like a group of like you put a bunch of ants in a little ant farm and you give them some LSD. Or you could say you put a whole bunch of Sims in a simulation and then you inject some malware into that simulation and they would probably be acting strange like that. So it makes you wonder if somehow we are in this simulation and the Y2K was just kind of hyperbole for something else where something actually did happen, let's say CERN related, who knows, but it fucked with the hierarchy of basically developmental progress. If we look at like a computer, how a computer learns and adapts, a computer will only learn what you give it, what you feed it, what you teach it, until that computer were to say become sentient at one point or autonomous in a sense where it was able to then do things on its own and unfortunately maybe become destructive in a sense. So if we are a simulation and we have, buried, not told to the regular public a long time ago, let's say 2001, 2002, done something that created autonomous AI that would seem to perhaps fuck with any type of external simulation that there is. Basically, when I look at the world now, it looks like malware is in a computer program. Something's going on where it's almost like, if we're a simulation, there's a malware that has been put out. And then it makes me think of COVID and all these weird things that are happening.
Not even just COVID, just everything, just our society. Everyone's fucking miserable and at each other's throats, and the world just sucks. Like I'm an optimist. I truly am, and I consider myself to be pretty happy a lot of the time, maybe even most of the time. I don't know, but like there's no doubt what you're saying, that we are living in crazy fucked up times, and we can point fingers at God, capitalism, whatever you want to point fingers at. People will point fingers, but there's just no doubt that there's something incredibly strange happening, and it's kind of exciting in a way, and it makes sense that the whole alien thing is coming out now, just because stuff has gotten so fucking weird. It makes me think of Terrence McKenna and his novelty concept. He was all about 2012, and maybe he was off, whatever, but his concept of novelty increasing exponentially over time, I think, is totally true. And we're seeing that right now. Things are too novel. Things are just getting too weird. And like he said, it is a sort of retro causal thing that's happening, where he would talk about, the what was it, the singularity at the end of time or whatever, the divine object at the end of time, the alchemical object at the end of time, that kind of thing that sends out ripples back in time. And as we get closer and closer to that object at the quote unquote end of time or the singularity, that things will just keep getting weirder. So yeah, I don't know. That's what that makes me think
It's true,
of.
and it's in a simulation type of aspect. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I would say in a simulation type of aspect, a simulation could go off the chain. It's like when we used to play Sims, whoever back in the day, and all of a sudden, you put the wrong input in, and you've got a whole family of 5 in their sim house, like running around like bonkers, dancing to music for like 10 hours. And you're like, okay, how do I stop this? So a simulation could get to the point where if it is infected by some type of malware or virus, it would start acting crazy, and these events would start happening more frequently, and then they wouldn't make sense, right? Nothing would have any logical connection. And it's almost like what we're seeing now every day at an increasing rate. There's just something else that's happening where it's like, what do you mean you left the documents in the garage by your Corvette? Oh yeah, my Corvette, though, it's got a lock on the garage. Give me a fucking break. What is that shit? If this would have happened 10 years ago, things like this, people would have been like, is somebody smoking crack rock?
Yes.
Yes, somebody is smoking crack rock. Who was that Canadian? That Canadian guy that got caught smoking crack. That was pretty funny. Sorry,
Which
but
Canadian
no.
guy hasn't been caught smoking crack?
It was the
Well, hold
mayor
on
of
a second. I
Toronto
got
or something,
Cosmic.
right?
Oh, you're right. It was that guy. Yeah. Oh wait.
Wait, who was it?
That was another guy
He was
too.
a bigger
Starts with
guy,
an
Hold on.
R,
like
I
kind of
think.
fat, but like awesome.
Cosmic
Like John Daly, the golfer.
Cosmic Kev came up. Cosmic Kev, you want to tell us what you came up for?
Well, yeah, guys. I mean, like right now, like I think that like in 2012 the timeline did split, and that's why like things are happening from like then until now. Plus, like CERN plays a lot of, or like CERN plays a big part in it too, because like they did open a gateway or a portal sometime in July of last year, and they closed it immediately. And this was in July of last year, I think. But like, what's happening right now, from like what Dr. Drew was saying, like he is on point. I think he is on to something here, because like what he was saying was true. Like there is
What
people.
did he say? Sorry, I kind of missed. I'm sorry, I kind of missed that. What did he say?
So like from what he was saying, I believe an hour ago, that like that there are people coming from the future. Yes, and then they're trying to like fix what's sort of happening right now and before. Also,
Okay.
yeah. What's up?
No, thank you. I missed that part earlier, but I can understand that. Please go on. I'm sorry for
Yeah.
interrupting.
No, it's fine. It's all good. So like now like the years timeline that he was saying, like 2025, 2027, like he's on point with the year or years timeline, but I believe that like everything is gonna go down by 2030. That's where I'm at though. And something now, guys, something big is going to happen very soon, and it's gonna be at the end of 2024. That is a fact.
I've been
could,
told.
yeah.
Keep going, Kev.
Like we're in the like beginning of a collapse, like flood that will um, happen sometime at the end of next year, and I don't know how it's gonna unfold, but we could see a craft after that, maybe before, but something's gonna happen though. Like I've like there's a couple of folks that like I've been talking to for a while, and one guy is certain now. Now Drew, it's like this can't be some coincidence. That this has been planned for a very very long time.
I wonder if there's any correlation to the explosion event at the Guidestones with all of this. I've always felt there was.
Well, like that's a tiny part
I
of
was
it.
at the Guidestone 17 hours before they exploded.
Oh wow!
Holy
What
shit!
I mean is, and I've been there a lot, and that's why I think about it. What I mean is, in a sense, I feel like that there's something about the Guidestones that will provide additional clues that when it exploded, that was symbolic of some kind of countdown.
They were there
Well,
42 years.
Well, like guys, like that's just one card that fell, and why they fell is because like that was like phase 1.0 of like more stuff that will be happening soon. But yeah.
Let's go ahead and you guys had questions, huh? With the hands up, with Bojangles, what's up?
I was just going to say, do you think that, like in 1,000 years' time or 500 years' time, people will still think that it's a simulation that we live in? Because I get the impression it's something that's current to us, and it's a convenient explanation based on our current level of technology. But sort of in 500 or 1,000 years' time, we might have developed other things that we could attach that explanation to. It's like there's a story about some Roman philosopher many years ago who imagined that he looked at shadows on a wall, and he imagined that we were like shadows on the wall, but that was his current way of explaining what he thought. He thought that we were like shadows cast onto a wall. And it's like our current understanding of technology and computing and everything is undoubtedly going to influence our interpretations of what we see around us. In the same way that people 2,000 years ago perhaps saw angels and demons, and now we see UFOs and grey aliens. Do you think that our interpretation of the world and the universe around us is influenced by our level of technology? And as our level of technology increases, it will change and fit in with that, whatever it might be. And the other thing I was going to say was about the Large Hadron Collider. I didn't know that any portal had been opened. I haven't read anything about that. I know that they've they can actually crash particles together at almost the speed of light. And I was sort of wondering if that had any sort of time travel connotations, because we're always told that we can't achieve the speed of light, but they're able to sort of accelerate particles to almost the speed of light. I think it's something like 97.9 or something percent. I'm not sure.
And there's something historically, I think, that we need to figure out about the discovery of the Higgs particle and the God particle, which was, I forget what year it was.
Hi everyone. Sorry, couldn't see the name of the person who spoke, but the shadow thing was Plato talking about the shadows on a wall, and the allegory you mentioned is true. That's what he's talking about. It's a Plato thing, and I was listening to an article just last night actually about how the speed of light isn't constant and actually it's slowing down. So this absolute number that we have as scientists, or that the scientists like to talk about, isn't actually a true number. It's our understanding of the speed of light is as fast as we can conceive it, but that doesn't mean that's the fastest of things that can travel. And theoretically, you can travel faster than the speed of light. It's just that we as humans can't conceive that. And there's a very famous quote, which I'm getting tattooed on my arm this year, funny enough, about any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And that's where we are as humans, is that there is scientific advances, there are things that have happened. And for those of you who've seen my profile, you know that I'm a historian, an Atlantis historian, that just because we don't understand things, we default to assume that it's either magic or God. And actually, some of these things are relatively easily explained. But because humans are so nervous, so panicky about us, we have the God complex. We think we need to be the most advanced thing. And the reality is we're not. We're just tiny little creatures living in this world. We aren't the most advanced people that are and that have ever lived. But if we don't think we're the cleverest, we assume that if we're not clever, that it has to be God. And actually, we're just not that clever. That's what it boils down to, is we are not the most advanced creatures in the world. And that a lot of the scientific answers to things, because we're scared of them, we just default and say, well, God must have created that. And that's our get out clause. And that's not true. The science is better than we are.
I mean, I was actually reading some research a few weeks ago about that guy that's got all these multiple patents in America for different devices, and he's been doing it for the military. And I think one of our biggest problems sometimes is that we are limited by science itself, because you've got people that are actually working for the military, creating nuts and bolts things and making workarounds for different ways of propulsion, different ways of achieving speeds of light, etc. Blah blah blah. And yet our scientists are sitting there going on stuff that's still 200 years old. It's like Newtonian physics. I mean, there are elements to Newton's laws of gravity and everything that just don't make sense. And we've fitted around that. We've altered our way of thinking to fit around that. But I mean, one interesting thing that I was reading was that they've discovered at some point that the universe appears to be pixelated the further away you look at it. And they've proposed that each pixel has its own set of rules, and it's not necessarily each universe. If we're in a multiverse, they don't think each universe in the multiverse has its own set of rules. They think that each pixel in the universe could have its own set of rules, different to the one that it's next to. So there's like a simulation theory interests me, but there's also that theory that suggested that we are a shadow universe, and we're an image cast from another universe that is reality somewhere away.
It's interesting, and using the word theory is important, because there's two big things that we teach in education in around the world. the theory of gravity and the theory of evolution. They're both theories. Neither of them are consistent, and neither of them are proven. And gravity isn't even consistent on Earth. Depending on where you are, depending on how high you are, depending on which mountain you stand on, depending on which country you're on, gravity isn't 9.8 meters per second squared falling. That's not true. That's the average around the world. Depending on where you are, that is a universal truth. Even on this planet, you go to any other planet in the solar system, you just chuck them out in space. Gravity's not a thing. And we teach it like it is a universal law, and it isn't. It's not remotely close to being universal truth. Same with evolution. We have no idea. We found a few skeletons randomly, and we've decided that we all came from single-celled amoeba, and everything happened. There's no evidence to prove that. It's the most. The scientists will give us that's the most. They feel that's the most logical interpretation of the data we have. But that's because we don't have any data. Most biological data disintegrates within 200,000 years. Anything millions of years old, we've got a few dinosaur skeletons knocking about, and we base an entire theory of evolution on it. But there's no empirical evidence that there is this uniform evolution of us.
And you see, that's what I'm going back to when we say that, like, the science that the foundations is built on is all a couple of 100 years old. I mean, evolution and Darwin theory is quite an ancient theory, and yet there's stuff coming out at the moment that suggests that it's possibly more likely that there has been some kind of interference with our DNA over time. And one of the more likely theories of our DNA being interfered with is that it's things like bacteria and viruses. So, I mean, we could be looking at macro viruses some of the time that are just undetectable to us. I mean, it's a complete microbiome that we're unaware of. I mean, it's a complete shadow biosphere. You've got it in your gut. I mean, when Bigelow says it's right under your noses, I mean, maybe literally right under your noses, because, are we looking at these viruses and bacteria are codependent with us, some of them for existence. I mean, look at HIV, look at COVID. Without us, these viruses would find it very hard to exist. And we think we're getting a cough, or we're getting a cold, or we're getting a virus that can be treated or whatever. And yeah, it's very disabilitating, but these viruses play huge roles in our lives. Do you know what I mean? Maybe we're looking at macro versions of viruses and bacteria. They've been around on Earth a lot longer than we have.
Maybe we are the program.
One thing I just want to say about evolution is I think we need to put more and more stock into concepts like directed evolution, especially if we're going to lend any credence to, the phenomenology of what people are encountering with alien abductions and whatnot, and hybridization and so forth. I think you can't really have a full model of evolution. Like, even if you want to, you can't have a full model of, if you don't want to call it evolution, call it whatever you want. You can't have a full model of like the development of the human species without including these other beings, whatever they are, and whatever influence they might have had on us, and almost certainly have had on us and continue to have on us. So I always think about this where it's like, people just want to stick to natural selection and that level of evolution. But when you look at how humans have domesticated cats and dogs and every other freaking animal, and the effect that we have through our own type of unnatural selection, and the way that we sort of influence evolution in our own way, I really think that we need to have a more full picture. We need to just acknowledge the fact that if there are other intelligences out there, which there are, almost certainly, then they are directing us. It is a form of intelligent design. And I think that the really secular atheist types Not that there's anything wrong with that inherently, but I think a lot of the secular atheist types are going to have a lot of trouble with this level of intelligent design. I wanted to say that.
I love that you said that about the atheists, because people always say the opposite.
Who just
What's
left?
really frustrating
Somebody
with
had their hand up for a while, and I think they left. I forgot who it was.
The humanity
No,
hoax.
yeah, what's really
like they're
frustrating
not
with
here
human
anymore.
genetics is when we don't teach human genetics properly. Like there's two really critical things.
Yeah, sorry, I missed who exactly it was that had their hand up too. Sorry, I shouldn't have jumped the gun there. Just wanted to strike while the iron was hot. Anyone wants to talk, go for it.
No, it's all good. I think you had your hand up too, but I just know it was somebody in like the bottom right corner on my screen.
Yeah, I
And
thought maybe it was AXR. I don't even know. But
no,
yeah,
he
no.
came up recently. If
Okay,
y'all
well,
said it, I'd probably remember, but I just forgot.
my hand was up second, so I'm sorry.
No, it's all good, bro.
I'm sorry, I just have breaking news. Why in the fuck would Kant post his Wikipedia screenshot that has his IP address directly on the bottom of it? I'm staring at a house in Thailand.
You broke the news, all right.
Well, I thought he was like supposed to be Reynolds, like elite people. And he posts his IP address for the entire UFO Twitter to see. Stupid. Okay, that's it.
I'm starting to think that he was just like the outcast one, you know? He's exiled.
Who's that? What's that?
Kent Reynolds, he posted a he tried to do a Wikipedia edit earlier, and he posted in the stash that we have this screenshot when they wouldn't let him do it on Wikipedia, and it's got his IP address right there on the screenshot. And I put it into my IP address reverse locator and geolocator system, and I'm looking at a house in Thailand.
Is it
Yeah,
an
that's
impressive house or is it a pathetic house?
It looks like
A mud hut?
a shack, like a shack of poop.
Yeah.
oh my god.
Yeah, I'm
Can't.
afraid the man's an arsehole, and I unfollowed him ages ago, and I perhaps should share what Ross Coulthard said about him more formally.
I didn't mean to change the topic. I just think
Wait,
I just think it's so stupid.
what did Ross Coulthard say?
Have we got a thingy I can share it to? If you all want to see, I don't give a shit anymore. I've got to the point where
Just say it.
someone's a
Yeah,
CUNT with
share it.
me. I'll be a CUNT back. Hang on.
Do it.
Yeah, fuck Kent.
I'd really rather not.
No, I just said that in a nice way. Like, he always hates on me for no reason, so it's just like, fuck him, but I really don't care.
Let me have a minute and go through my phone, and I'll find the screenshots of the conversations I had with Ross. Because Ross doesn't like him either. He basically got in touch with Ross, telling Ross that there was this big thing going on that he knew about, and he wanted Ross to investigate it. I've known Ross 7 years, and I started having problems with Kent when he found out that I knew Ross. And I said to Ross one day, I said, "Who the fuck is Kent Reynolds, and why has he got a problem with you?" And he went, "Oh, the man's an arsehole. I had to block him off everything." He said he came to me with this story that he'd been involved with some UFO research, and he said when I actually started to look into it, it was a load of bullshit, and there was no evidence for any of it. And when he said to him politely, "I haven't got the time to start looking into this," Kent became quite aggressive and started sending threatening emails. So Ross sort of says, he's an arsehole and he's a disinformation agent and things like that. And I believe Ross. Ross is a complete gentleman if you talk to him. I messaged him this morning. We've got a mutual friend that we keep an eye on.
You know what's
I
funny?
heard it was more than that.
Didn't he just
Sorry, Fred.
didn't Kent technically just dox himself?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Kent, right?
Yes.
Kent started following KMF, didn't he? And
They
joining
became
in
buddies
with,
for a while.
yeah, he's just, and KMF. I know KMF is the sort of person that would turn around and tell him to fuck off fairly quickly.
But like technically speaking, if Kent's screenshot was reported for doxing, he could get suspended for doxing himself.
He was in here a little while ago, wasn't he?
I saw him, Kent, make a comment on a Ross Coulthart post. 2 different comments on Ross's most recent post. Just like talking shit. That just made me laugh.
Yeah, Ross
I
hasn't got any
heard
time
he
for it.
actually stalked his ass.
He did.
And it's funny because it seems like Graham Hancock is his next target. He keeps
Oh no.
he's like, I'm just trying to get in touch with him. I don't know why he won't look at it. I'm like, bro, you don't have the fucking time to do that shit. What do you mean he's just supposed to drop everything so he can listen to you talk about the hypogeum? And he's like, but I'm an engineer.
I think Kent is so desperate to be accepted and be part of a group where he will be heard, where his bullshit will be heard, that he will follow anybody that gives him a voice. And if he doesn't get his voice and he's not allowed to overpower everybody else, he loses his temper and throws his dummy out the cot. And when people have actually spoken to him for any length of time, they just get sick of him and tell him to piss off because he's just a grumpy old fart. But I'm sorry,
Pretty much.
I'm not biased in any way.
No, you're speaking truth. I barely know the guy, but from what I've seen, you're speaking the truth.
I just find it funny because Kent would be like, "Hey, mate, look, man, I done cyber. I know cyber with the government. I've been in cyber. Well, you're in cyber, but you just posted your IP address at your ladyboy's hotel."
No, he meant he was inside, bro.
I'm not going to brag, but I've just had a response to my message from Ross this morning as I looked at my messenger. He's on my Facebook. And I'll go back through the conversation and I'll screenshot what he said about Ken. I mean, I never have done it because I'm
Tell
not
us about the
biased.
stalking.
Just give me 2 seconds. Let me.
Is Ocean sleeping?
I am not.
Hey, mate. What's
Ocean!
I'm doing weed.
I'm surprised Ocean hasn't said, y'all be nice.
I love
That's why I
Kent.
thought she was
Don't be
sleeping.
mean. Don't be mean. I love Kent.
I mean, Kent was being very nice to me, I should say, during my interview with Kimball the other day. So there is that. But I've also
he'll kiss your ass.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't mean to change the topic. It's let's go back to where we were. I thought it was funny. That's all.
I was just curious what Ross said, but I guess we got the gist of it. You don't want to.
Yeah, Kent's a stalker, pretty much. Where were we, Fred? Do you remember where we were before you broke the news?
We are.
It's all your fault.
It's a virus. We are the program. The virus is taking over. I think that's where we were. I don't
What do
know.
you guys think of what I posted in the nest just now? It's not far from my house. I could totally go check out these lakes. I wonder if they're made by meteors. It's like North America.
You going to a lake?
Do you think those lakes were made by meteors?
Let me take a look. See.
In my opinion, based off of the coordinates, that is indeed a special place. Why do you think it's made by meteor? It could be. Or not.
Speaking of meteors, have any of you guys ever gotten moldavite? That crystal moldavite? It's like a tektite or whatever.
Yes,
You know
I
what?
heard some.
I tried to buy some last weekend, and the motherfucker was out. He's like the shittiest crystal dealer ever. He is. He's always out of the shit. And so I bought a prophet stone instead, or a prophecy stone instead.
I think I've
And
just
that shit
posted
was
that.
expensive.
I think I've just posted that to the nest if anyone wants to look.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, maybe a mega bitch. I don't usually.
Jules?
No, it's fine. We should know this. We should know this stuff, honestly.
Jules,
I don't know.
the tea is hot.
Yes, the tea is hot.
Yes, we have hot tea here.
Hot tea.
Synchronicity. Just as you said that, I was putting the kettle on.
I know. Roger sees all.
What am I wearing, Rogers?
You are wearing. Let me see. Oh, you're looking like a hobo right now. You have. You don't wear boxer briefs. You have more of a standard boxer on. I have to pull more info here. I'm looking. Take that butt plug out.
No, I'm wearing nothing but a feather boa, I'll have you know. And a pair of red stilettos.
Take it out. Take the butt plug out now.
Is that how you talk to us?
Imagine if Mr. Rogers just like came on TV every day and was like, "Take the butt plug out, Timmy. I know you like it.
Leave it in. What the fuck?
Well,
Don't
now
take
I
that
just
shit out.
picture
Leave it
Jules
in.
dancing around with a
All
boa
that
while he
work to
talks
get
to
it
us.
in, you're gonna want to
Yeah,
leave it in
but
for a
don't
bit.
do it while you're feeling rude. Don't picture that while you're feeling rude, screen.
This butt plug's made for plugging, and that's just what I'll do. One of these days, Fred's gonna take bukkake all on you.
Ew.
Oh, you're such a mucky chuff.
All right, that's a mucky choff situation right there.
I'll give you a
Fucking
pearl
rap.
necklace, Jules.
You can. Oh God, don't.
Please
Just
no.
behave. I'm sex starved, and I will take you up on the offer.
Oh boy.
Certain
That got
people
serious
come in the room,
quick.
and you always know it's going to get down to cocks, fannies, and sex, don't you? I think we're all psychotic nerds that are sexually repressed. That's why we're on here.
Oh, I'm not repressed.
You
Yeah, I was
do
gonna
need
say I'm not either.
a good thrashing though, Ocean. You're an angel eyes. You need some love making.
It's nourishment she wants, not punishment, though, Rogers.
I give them both at the same time.
You gotta have fun.
Yeah, you all have fun. I'll see
So have you
guys.
looked at what I posted? Because I'm going to delete it.
It hasn't loaded yet for me.
I looked
Hasn't
at
it?
it, I think.
Where is it posted?
I put it on the little purple thing at the bottom.
Oh, that is not what you said the first time.
Isn't it? I don't know how
You
to
said
put
it
it
was in the
anywhere else.
nest.
I
That's what
still
she
don't
said.
understand. I still don't.
It's gonna digress into sex now, isn't it, Mr.
Not if we
Roger?
don't let it.
Still don't understand what the difference is between the nest and the purple thing at the bottom.
Well, like, I can't actually access the nest. I don't think it's available. You, Rafi, weren't you saying it's not available to people in outside of the USA? Didn't you have to do something last night in my space so that it could be accessed?
No, there's already a nest in this group, so you wouldn't have to activate a nest necessarily. But I don't know.
I've never understood this nest thing. I'm starting to think that I've never actually seen the nest this whole time on any space.
Oh my god.
Same.
The nest is above us.
I know, it should totally be like as above, so below, right? The fucking A.
This is what he said. Nutta, he has the shits with me because he made a whole series of dramatic allegations about a recovered UFO in Western Australia, and when I asked him to substantiate with basic information, he started becoming abusive, suggesting that I was questioning his credibility. He's either a Walter Mitty or a debunker causing mischief, but I had to discontinue contact with him. I was giving him quite a lot of time, and then he just got more and more unhinged and scary.
Who
It
said
sounds
that,
like him.
Ken?
That was
Who who
Ross
had
Coulthart.
that much like breath to even write that? Like, I can't
that was
even.
Ross Coulthart who said that about Kent.
Yeah, that was Ross Coulthart.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not being funny, but wouldn't you be fucking ashamed if someone like Ross Coulthard said that about you?
Well, he deserves it, man.
Fred goes, oh.
Like
I love
Kent
Kent.
like
I
stalks
feel like
every post.
Kent like comes to us looking for answers, and we just don't have the answers that Kent needs. And it's like we can be a team and work together, but sometimes I notice he comes on and he's hot and he's like, "What are we gonna do, guys?" And it's like we don't have the answers. We just have to support each other, right?
And a lot of times there's silence in spaces, and I've learned to understand that. But see, Kent will come in, he'll say something, and then somebody will just share their view or opinion or theory, and he'll say, "Well, no, listen, mate, it's not like that, mate." And that's the problem, is you can't have fucking ego in this shit.
You've got enough ego for all of us.
Ego.
I don't know why.
Ego.
Stay, Dr. Fred. Don't leave.
No, I'm here. I'm just saying the ego thing is. See, I don't really have a lot of ego. I'm just fucking insane, right? But like, Kent will spend so much time trying to just like. It's like some people live in they suffer. Some people suffer from tiny penis syndrome.
I have the opposite
don't.
ego. That thing that's like, "Hey, you look funny. Hey, you're a weirdo. Quit being so weird." I got that voice, and I could be like, "Shut up."
And I just think he's just a very insecure character, and he'll do anything to fit in and be accepted, and I think that's all he wants. He just wants to be heard, but he wants to be heard at everybody else's expense. He doesn't want to hear anybody.
Well, he does add value, but yeah, you got to like share the space, right? That way everyone gets to talk. And some people, I get excited too, and I end up talking a lot. But it's just about sharing the space and letting other people have their point of view without judging it, right?
Yeah, you just can't be a hater. I don't know. Not like a straight up hater like he can be sometimes.
Yeah.
He just goes too
You
far.
can't be a hater.
I just mean to the extent that he does. He'll just like randomly go off, like you guys are saying. It's fine to be negative. That's fine. It's fine to debate, but he just seems to, I don't know, just go off into his own little world. That's all I'm saying.
Dude, I can't find this anywhere. I don't see it in
I'll
the
DM
nest
it.
or
I'll
in the
DM
I
it
podcast.
to you.
posted it
I'll
in the
DM it to
nest.
you.
It's not there now.
Oh fuck!
Why'd you remove it?
Because I don't particularly want any more confrontation than there has been
Listen,
recently.
mate. I think it's fine if you just put.
You know how much time I wasted looking for that?
Oh,
All you have to do is go to
honestly.
Bojangles' profile, then go over to media. If you go to that,
No, it's protected because I haven't followed back because I can't because my
okay,
shit is locked.
okay.
I've
Just
DM'd
look.
it you. I've DM'd it you. But I mean,
Thank you.
I was just completely shocked that
Green
someone
tea is
as well
cold
known
now.
and credible as Ross said that about someone. If Ross had said that about me, I'd be really, really upset. And I'd like, gosh, for someone that's actively involved in everything and has quite serious contacts around the world on the subject, for them to just turn around and say, well, this is my opinion of that person, and he threatened him. I mean, he was sending him threats. And I mean, it's like, why would you turn on somebody that you've got contact with that could help you in so many ways and give you credibility? It was just complete temper tantrum, and I can't be doing with it.
It's about power, I think. Just like we're saying, he just wants to be heard in the worst way.
Kent's like, I'm the bad guy. Duh.
Like, look,
Mr.
mate,
Rogers.
I'm a
Mr.
secret
Rogers needs
agent, mate.
Mr. Rogers needs a damn good spanking. I just wish he would stick to one profile because I think I've got about 50 following for him.
Well, that's called advanced cyber mitigation, risk mitigation.
But I never know which one to follow, and I can never message you to say,
Exactly.
oh, that was really funny, do that again or something, because you never follow back.
Well, just know that I will always appear. And even when time goes by, that I will still always be here, just with a different form. I practice advanced cyber threat mitigation, risk management, because in this day and age, it's a scary world out there. And so I like to keep my opponents far away. And I use diversionary tactics to do that.
You're just very naughty, and I'd love to hire you for my next birthday party because you're hilarious.
Thank you. I bet you you have a nice pole, a nice big long schlong.
Very cheeky. What would your wife say?
Hey, who said get his bitch ass in here earlier to about the doctor? Anyone remember?
I do
Who would
not
say
remember.
that?
I don't know. Some guy just left a comment saying that, just for the record, I will cut off any comms immediately with that sort of language and attitude being used ever on any show. I stopped listening immediately. I will not ever be spoken to like that and will not see it used on Friends. I don't really know what he's referring to.
What is he talking about?
He must be Kent's friend.
Who is this person?
000 Journey.
I don't know who that is.
Apparently, someone in here was he was offended by the fact that someone said, "Get his bitch ass in here."
I didn't see it.
Yeah, that was before I got in. I think I have no idea.
That was like before I achieved my rainbow light body.
How's that treating you now?
I can't find it.
I'm only on level blue.
It doesn't matter. It's not important. I'll put it at the top if you really want to see it. There you go.
I feel like talk like that on the comments is just so silly. Like, look, I'm trying to run a farm here. I'm trying to feed a family of 10 with 1 3-ounce roll of fucking sausage. I've got 2 cats in heat and a coop of chickens that are driving me crazy, and it's 5:48 in the fucking morning.
We're winning 60 million on Tuesday, so don't worry about it.
And this is the last time we're gonna have to go through this, right?
It's gonna
Oh, you know
take
who it
as
was?
long as it's gonna take. The universe is asking if I have faith, and I'm saying, fuck yes, I do.
I bet it was our drunk friend earlier. I think it was him.
KMF.
No, our drunk friend in here that was
Just blame it on Buddy. I see him down there all in the comments like, hee hee hee. I think it was me. Doo doo doo.
yeah, it was Shane, I think.
So I'm gonna buy a metal detector, and I'm gonna go up to these lakes. They're like half an hour away.
I've got one and I never use it. The novelty wore off really quickly.
In my state, I can't. It's like illegal to use them.
AXR, you've got your hand up. Jump in.
Maybe, Jules, you just don't have the patience. Maybe Ocean's going to discover a secret trove of golden coins and bullion, because maybe she's going to focus that patience on that. I hope you do. I know you will find something, Ocean.
You must be patient with everything.
A wise man once said, they said, "You want patience, patience you will."
You make me piss. Poor AXR, go ahead. Let's hear what you've got to say, mate.
I've been listening in for a while. I was just hoping to maybe get if someone might be able to give me a bit of a refresher of what happened earlier with Dr. Drew and what sort of topics we talked about.
He was a nothing burger.
Was the real Dr. Drew in here?
No, not Dr. Drew Pinsky.
AXR, I'm afraid I don't know anything about it. I didn't see it. But are you an Aussie?
Yeah, mate.
You look like Isaac Butterfield.
I'm not sure who that is.
Well, there you are. You're going to have to go and have a look.
I hope it's a good thing.
I think he looks like
It's not
Sean
bad.
Cody.
He looks like Isaac Butterfield.
Hey, that comment. I mean that. Yeah, the comment from Ross Coulthard picture is still there. I thought you deleted it. Hey, Koo, you down there, Koo? Are you a magician? Because you remind me a lot of this guy named Magician, and I don't see Magician here, so that kind of really makes me think you're him. You changed your account name? It's a QAnon Q.
Coochie coochie coo.
It's okay, kitty. It's okay.
AXR's gone quiet now. He's gone to look and see who Isaac Butterfield is.
Oh, I couldn't find it. I was just trying to look then. I'm talking on my phone with you guys at the moment, so I'm trying to listen in, but also type correctly and input what sort of thing to look for. But no, I came up empty.
What about Sean Cody?
Hold on, I'll jump on that one. So SEAN Cody.
Yeah.
Kitty cat, it's all right. Okay, it's early. Please.
Cat's like, feed me.
The cat is in heat. The cat is looking for a mate.
Mr. Rogers.
I didn't find anything with Sean Cody.
If you look on YouTube for Isaac Butterfield, he's hilarious. He's an Aussie sort of blogger stroke comedian. He's brilliant. And he's done some sort of investigations into the paranormal, which are really funny, but very good actually.
Is it Butcherfield or Butterfield?
Butterfield.
Oh, okay, sorry. I put Butcherfield as in like a
Butterfield. He's a big bear of a bloke. He's about 6'7", and he looks quite a lot like you. But then again, I can only see you on the mini picture.
Yeah, I know who you're speaking about now. He's a bit of a commentator, isn't he?
Yeah, he's quite funny. Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
I've got a challenge for you. Go on YouTube and find Mrs. Slocum's Pussy. It's from an old British comedy series. I think you'll find it funny.
Mrs. Slocum's Pussy. Okay, I'll do that.
On YouTube, yeah.
And we'll find that. You go on YouTube and you find Joby the dog.
How do I spell Joby? Jobey?
Joby. Joby the dog.
Joby.
The dyslexic version of Jody.
Joby.
Yeah, so I said the dyslexic version of Jody.
Have you found Mrs. Slocum's Pussy?
I feel uncomfortable when you say that, Jules.
What? Mrs. Slocum's Pussy? Do you remember that movie years ago?
I'm about to find it, Jules. I'm about to find, but I told you I'm going to look now. I told you I'm trying to feed a gigantic family with a fucking 3-ounce roll of Jimmy Dean's sausage.
You could turn that into sausage roll, actually.
We are plump people here, so the two of the ladies are over 300 pounds each. I'm a hefty boy, and Uncle Ray is at least 230. And this is how you're supposed to feed a family with a fucking 3-ounce roll of sausage.
I'm sure you can manage to feed them with your sausage. Is it spicy sausage?
Jesus, man. Why don't you go bust a load and come back? Holy shit, you're so, like, randy.
Daddy, would you like some sausage?
Right, I found Joby dog. What am I? There's lots of Joby dogs. on YouTube. Which
Oh
one are
my
you
god,
looking
my
for?
favorite person is here. Her name is Casey. Everyone say hello.
Do you know this? I can see my friend James down there.
Hi.
And he lives in the same county as me, but he's too shy to come up and speak.
That's how I
And I'm
feel
sure he's
when
dying.
Chris Meyer comes up. We live in like the same county.
Oh yeah, you do, don't you?
Good morning.
Good morning, sunshine. How are you?
This Slocum's pussy is hilarious.
Sorry, I missed that.
I'm the ghost of Mrs. Slocum's pussy.
I'm watching it. It's very funny.
Have you got to the bit where she asks her neighbour to put a kipper?
Raffy, my safe search was off for Sean Cody, so that was cute. Dicks everywhere. Good morning, Axer. Axe.
His name is Anthony Xavier Reynolds, and he's here to help you.
I love it when it's like 5:59 a.m. Eastern. It's like the new the night crew is done and the morning crew at Langley starts to come in.
I've just seen Joby Dog and it takes a shit in the sea. Is that the right one?
Yes.
Oh, is that your dog?
It's like a constant stream of consciousness, and then it goes into dreamland at nighttime.
It's not my dog. My dog is Bob Dog.
Right, so what do you think of Mrs. Slocum's pussy then?
It's crispy.
AXR, stop putting your hand up. We're not at primary school. Jump in.
Oh, I was just curious as to, with the title of this chat space, as to what was the initial topics to be discussed. Or is it just more like a free space? Just say what's on your mind.
Go for it. Spit it out. What's the matter? Get it off your chest.
Oh no, nothing's the matter, mate. I just thought if there was certain topics people were discussing, whether it be UFOs or other paranormal things and whatnot.
I think the Americans are all sort of in their zone, falling asleep at the moment because it's early where they are. Us Brits are just waking up, and you Aussies are a few hours in front. So I think it's just a bit of a free for all at the moment.
I'm sorry, but I have to interject that I'm remote viewing a little bit, and I could swear to Jules, you are not stroking your pole right now, are you?
You need to stop looking. Honestly, it's an invasion of privacy completely. Complete invasion of privacy. But yeah, I am stroking.
I can't help it. I remote view as I'm making breakfast, and it was very disturbing.
Well, what are you having for breakfast? Is sausage on the menu?
I'm not having breakfast anymore, thank you.
Well, I mean, all I can say is it's massive and it will chip your teeth.
Why don't you take your sausage, Johnny? Take it. I'm tired of this shit. I'm on a fucking space right now.
It is.
I can actually pee in.
That's what you want. I don't care. What you throw that at me now? Give you.
Why are you gonna say it'll chip your teeth though? It hurts me.
because I've got a Prince Albert. I piss in 3 different
Oh.
directions.
Me too.
That's like, it's better than a golden shower. That would be a golden spa vacation.
It's amazing when you're at a urinal in a restaurant or something because you can actually piss on the guy's shoes next to you if you don't like him.
Wow. I have my scrotum pierced for many years, and I've got 5 rings that jingle jangle when I do the deed.
I think we're beginning to understand why Mr. Bojangles doesn't use his metal detector anymore.
You got it. I have to kick the drops off it, and it just kept detecting that all the time. This is why I've not had sex for 12 years, because no one will let me near them. They're too frightened of me taking a kidney out.
Yeah, wouldn't that hurt? Just saying.
12 years.
12 years.
Holy shit, man. Well, hopefully you've got a good masturbatory schedule, because I think I would lose my mind. I mean, but I also think that some people get attacked with electronic harassment like voice to skull. I'm very serious where I think that I get attacked with sexual stimulatory things, because sometimes it's fucking like, it drives me crazy. Like my penis will be just tingling, and I'll be at the grocery store, and it's so overwhelming. It's so overwhelming that like it's terrible.
I have to be really careful about touching the handles on my car door. You know how sometimes you get electric shocks? Or from shopping carts and things like that in the supermarket? It's like, it's a curse, honestly. You try getting a shock in your Prince Albert. I tell you what, have you ever seen that video of the dog that peed on the electric fence? It's a bit like that.
Wow, that's wild. So you're an old school clubber, aren't you, Jules?
I was in my time, yeah, and I went to a few raves in it. In my dungarees and my baseball cap, standing there in the middle of fields, I was a bit of a one in my time, actually.
Meet her at the Love Parade.
Oh no, we had a fuck shed. We had
the fuck shed. What?
We had a fuck shed in the middle of a field, and it was just like a big old shipping container in the middle of the field, and we used to go in it.
There's a song about that, isn't there?
I don't know.
The fuck shack, a 2 Live Crew. Yeah, the fuck shack.
Oh, the Love Shack. No, it was
shed.
It was a shipping container. So it was.
It's the stuff that romantic movies are made of, mate.
It was a fucking like trailer.
I bet it didn't smell that pleasant.
Much like a locker room, I'd imagine.
And like an old package of cheese.
Feta cheese.
I prefer Roquefort, or maybe American, the cheddar, blue cream, cottage Gouda, Edam, provolone, Romano, Swiss. The entire cheddar family.
You just said those in alphabetical order. What list are you reading from, sir?
I'm not reading from any list. It's from a line from the movie Mr. Mom with Michael Keaton.
Oh my God, that movie! I've not heard of that movie in years.
Rafi, check your DMs.
You slipping in?
Always. Are you ready for it?
I think I just connected the dots. Wow. So there's people I got it now. So British intelligence and Australian intelligence. I noticed the hours, and then we'll get the Americans in here from Langley around 6 a.m. Eastern time. They start popping in. How many fucking analysts are you? Jesus.
I'm only 3 analysts.
What does that even mean? What's that? You're one analyst. You're Ocean. You're nice lady. And Logan's at the Utah Center, I think, where they're feeding him amphetamines all day long, so he's awake for 5 days at a time doing his analysis.
Correct.
And then, yep, and then you've got other players that are very good. I see we got BC in here. He just joined Langley right around 6 a.m. here. Hey, Brian. Other people. Good to see you.
I'm definitely way too stoned to be an analyst.
I'm the other pronunciation of analyst.
I was trying to send you a heart, Brian, but they wouldn't let me.
Langley doesn't allow you guys to send hearts anymore.
Who is Langley?
Oh, it's all right, Ocean. It's okay. We cannot destroy innocence with the true nature of our endeavors here.
Ocean FBI. Langley is the city where FBI headquarters is. CIA. Just kidding.
I've got a bag full of triggers, MK Ultra triggers from a lot of research here at Langley, and it'd be interesting to just spit some off and see the craziness that ensues.
Please don't.
Oh. Sorry, I interrupted somebody. I didn't mean to.
Tomorrow people. Tomorrow people.
I'm just trying to think of stuff from the 80s and 90s that I remember, because we had lots of really good children's television here in the UK. And if you actually have a look on YouTube for something called Chocky, CHOCKY, and it's about it's a book by John Wyndham that I've actually got a copy of, and it's about a consciousness that comes from another planet and joins with a little boy. And it's very similar to, it's sort of like if you're interested in remote viewing and stuff like that, like consciousness that can traverse the universe and stuff. It's really interesting. It was a science fiction book by John Wyndham, and he wrote several books that were turned into movies, including things like Day of the Triffids and stuff like that. It was a really, really scary series that they did for kids.
Oh my god!
In the 80s and 90s.
I've seen this before.
Chocky. Mm.
This shit.
And then there's a second series called Chocky's Children. I mean, it's very twee and it's very 1980s, I mean, the book by John Wyndham is really, really good. He was, really forward thinking with things. I mean, a lot of the stuff we're talking about regularly on UAP Twitter or UFO Twitter about consciousness and being able to remote view and stuff, it's all in this book, and
Hologram.
this book was written in the 50s. But it's basically an alien consciousness that is remote viewing us, and it links with this little boy, and this little boy's parents think he's got an imaginary friends, but he hasn't. He's sort of the story goes on. There's a second series called Chucky's Children, which is very interesting because as it progresses, the military start to become aware of this little boy and his talents. It appears that he's suddenly become some kind of genius, but he isn't. He's sharing his body with a consciousness from somewhere else.
I posted it in the nest.
Yeah, it's really good.
This used to freak.
I mean, it's badly acted. That little boy is now a head teacher at a secondary school. I mean, it's very 1980s. It's very low budget, and it's very. So I think it was BBC that did it, and I mean, you've got to forgive the bad acting because it was made for children's television, but the book that it's based on explores a lot about remote viewing, and the ability to travel somewhere using your consciousness and things. But it's from the other standpoint. This alien's consciousness comes from another world and visits here and joins with this little boy on a regular basis. So I mean, it's sort of John Wyndham was just fantastically forward thinking with things, and he did a lot of. If you Google John Wyndham, it'll show you the list of films that have come from his books, and it's quite fascinating to see how many sci-fi ideas came from his sort of 1940s and 50s thoughts on things. There was another children's television series that I can remember, and it was based in New Zealand, and it was called Children of the Dog Star, and it's about a group of children. It's another children's television production, and it's not brilliant acting, but it's a group of children that basically during the summer holidays in New Zealand find part of a machine in a swamp, and it's a very ancient machine. And this machine had been put in the swamp by the Maori people or in New Zealand to hide it, and it was basically part of a much bigger probe. And they eventually find all of the pieces to this alien probe and put it back together, and it's able to stop time. They meet the aliens from the planet that it comes from, but it comes from Sirius B, the Dog Star, which apparently was known about a long time before it was discovered by native people. And that's worth having a look at because it's obviously the sort of things that our generation were brought up with and started to fire the imagination on different things.
That consciousness in Chalky reminds me a lot of Zordon from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
It's worth having a look at if you get the time. I think it's all on YouTube, the whole series.
Yeah, they'll probably have a hard time selling it to people nowadays with technology and better acting. It got awfully quiet in here.
Imagine I spent the next 20 minutes coughing my face off. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm coughing.
Yo, you just go into like wake and bake in the morning like that?
Fucking A. I mean, when else am I gonna do it? There's no specific amount of time you're required to wait. Good morning, Atlas. Good
Langley
morning.
requires you wait until after work.
That just proves that I'm not a spy. My consumption proves I'm not a spy because I smoke way more weed than any CIA agent I know. There are like 8-hour stretches where I don't smoke any weed at all, so they happen every day, Monday through Friday.
Oh my god, what a way to live. I'm so sorry, dear.
Oh, you mean those 8-hour stretches? They're not so
with
bad.
that bong.
They make me look forward to what's at home.
Have you ever just been having a conversation with someone at work and all you can think about is your weed? And like you're thinking about it and then you forget everything that they were telling you just because like you were thinking about weed?
Well, no, not weed specifically, but that what you just described is a pretty common occurrence in just about all of my conversations. Like, ask a question and then follow it up with a lot of details, and my eyes glazed over, and I don't remember the question. Wait, what?
How do I put something in the nest at the top?
If you go to my timeline, it'll show you how to do it. Let me just post the post in the nest though. Hold on a second.
Ooh, have you got a bird?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot I didn't realize my mic was open. No, that's a squeaky toy my German Shepherd is killing.
Oh, it sounded like a budgerigar or something.
Yeah, I hear that. I get that a lot.
I want to share something to the space and I can't. Or I'll just stick it on the little purple thing at the bottom.
Oh my gosh, just be patient.
I've done it already. I've done it. It was like for AXR, it's Isaac Butterfield. And there you are. I've DM'd it you, AXR. And I will DM it to. I can't DM it to Casey because she's not followed me back.
I'm private.
You're what?
I'll get you, Jules. I'm private.
Oh, right. Okay.
Okay. I'm pending now.
I'm private too. Oh shit, I've got like several follower requests. That's cool.
Yeah, I forget to look over there, and then I'm like, oh man. Well, it's only like half a percentage of people that I find are probably real. Like, if I haven't heard a person speak and make intelligible sounds, like I don't allow it. Please
Oh
don't follow
dear.
me around and make unintelligible sounds.
Right, I'll send it to you, Ocean, as well. I can't figure out how to send stuff on this bloody thing. I'll just send it by DM. Okay, so the stuff that I've just sent is basically my mutual friend with Ross Coulthard, and this is how I know Ross. But he did an episode that I've just linked you to with Isaac Butterfield, who's quite an interesting character. And he's this giant of a man from Australia. It's a great big beardy bloke. It's about 6'7" or 6'8". And he's got a wicked sense of humour. He doesn't like us Poms very much, though. I don't think Australians really like us much.
Oh, don't say that, Bojangles.
I think you don't like the mother country.
No, to be honest, as I've gotten older, I actually appreciate the UK, Britain a lot more. I love the countryside. I love the people. I love their attitudes. I find it more fascinating compared to, just more of the Aussie larrikin type style.
I don't know. We're all a bit together, aren't we? I mean, I don't know. There's all these different protests going on over here over the last year or so about different things, and I'm like, well, yeah, some pretty grim stuff happened in the empire when it was we were an empire, and we weren't the only ones. There were other nations in Europe that wanted to conquer. But I think, like America, Australia, Britain, New Zealand, the South Africa, the countries, well, maybe not South Africa because they're still having a lot of problems, but these countries where the empire spread to and influenced, none of us would live the lives that we're living now if that hadn't have happened. For all its bad and all its good points, the countries that we live in wouldn't exist if that hadn't happened in the past. And I look at countries like Australia and America and New Zealand and the other countries, even India and Pakistan. I know India and Pakistan was an awful split towards the end, but I mean, we're all fairly modern countries with democracy, although people might argue that we live reasonably decent lives. We've got good life expectancy. Most of us are lucky enough to have a nice lifestyle or a comparatively comfortable lifestyle. It's not unusual for people to have a couple of cars on the driveway, a fridge that's full, running water. And I think, gosh, you know what? If the things that had happened hadn't happened, we wouldn't be living the lives that we live now. We wouldn't have the technologies that we've got now. And it's all thanks to the good and the bad that happened in the past. And Aussie men are really hot as well. I just wanted to add that.
Any Aussie men in the house want to bang this guy?
Do you have to be an Aussie?
Yeah, sorry, Bojangles, on taken, mate.
Oh no, I wasn't aiming it at you. I just think that, like, Aussie men, when you see them on telly, they're really quite. They're a bit. I suppose it comes from your convict past. You're all a bit big and rugged. It's like Rafi, don't you think? You look at Australian television. They're all big guys, and they're like, oh my god, yeah. I'd watch you surfing on the beach.
Like, dominate me now.
Oh god, yeah, I'm all for that, but no one's big enough. Everybody looks at me and they're all like, oh, daddy, do it to me, bang me hard.
Wait, aren't you taller than,
you know
like,
what?
Abraham Lincoln? You're like 7'4", aren't you?
Me?
Yeah, you said you're like 7'4".
No, my partner's 6'7".
Oh.
6'6", 6'6". Sorry, I'm adding an inch, but what's an inch between friends? No, I'm 6 foot. But I just like get all this like
You're pure chocolate.
pure chocolate. I get a lot of attention that I don't want because everybody looks at me and they think, "Oh God, yeah, he's gonna give it me," and I'm just like half the time I'm there going, "Oh God, yeah, I wish you'd give it me." You know, it's sort of like, oh God, it's such a disappointment when you have to top and you want to be bottom sometimes. Don't you think, Casey?
I'm sorry, what? Oh, sometimes you top and sometimes you bottom. I don't know. Yeah, probably.
No, I said it's such a disappointment when everybody wants you to top and sometimes you just want to be on the bottom.
Oh.
Just do what you want.
There you go.
You can't. You can't always just do what you want. It's like gay sex
Yeah,
isn't the kind of thing you can do without 24 hours notice.
That's not true. You don't need 24 hours notice.
Oh, Rafi, shit. You know, man, it is true. You need 24 hours
Yeah,
notice.
well, if you eat correctly, you really don't.
I'm just going to relate it to a situation that I do know is like making decisions in the household. Sometimes, you know, like everybody wants you to make the decision, but you're just like, oh, can't somebody else make the decision? I just want to lay here.
That is exactly how it is. And it's sort of like, I'm just like, oh God, you know what? I just want to be the bottom. I just want to be the one that gets put over someone's knee and spanked like a bitch. But I never get that. Never. Because they're all like, the favourite thing at the moment as I've got older is to call me daddy. And I'm like, I'm not your daddy. I'm not old enough to be daddy, but you are. And I'm like,
We don't want to
go
talk
away.
about this. For the love of God, please, let's stop talking about this.
Wait, Logan. You don't want anyone to throw you over their knee and spank you and call you daddy? I'm really surprised at you, Logan.
Who knows? Might have hit a sore spot with him. Maybe he had a couple spankings from Daddy when he was growing up.
Now let's not re-traumatize.
Logan teases, but when anyone does it back, he doesn't like it. Do you, Logie, baby?
How about them UFOs, folks? Good morning from the East Coast.
Oh, if you like, I can give you a story of mine.
Go for it.
So back in, what was it, 2013, I think it was, when I first moved out of home and moved into my own joint. Yeah, I was probably there for a few weeks or a month or so, and I've got this. I had this air conditioning system in there. It's called the evaporative air conditioning, and it was new to me at the time, and I'm trying to figure out, how to work it and all that type of stuff. Anyway, so I was sleeping at night, and I heard this loud crash of a noise, a massive like bang, sort of explosionary type thing. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? I hope that is not my new aircon just like shitting itself. So I get up. This is in the middle of the night. And I go outside to inspect the unit from the roof, like on the roof from outside in my back little patio. And that seemed all fine. So I'm like, yeah, righto, looking around. And all of a sudden I see this UFO, this unidentifiable flying object, and I'm just like, what the fuck is that? and this would have been probably like 3:30 in the morning or something. So it was probably about from where I was standing in my backyard. What was it, about 300 meters away? So I wasn't too far away. It took the shape of, now that I've watched the TV series, Stargate, the TV show?
You're going to tell me it was like that giant thing that they found on Stargate, aren't you? And it was like a city in the sky or something.
No, it was a smaller vessel. It was like what they would describe as the puddle jumper.
Oh.
So I saw something like that. It was black, and it had two, like, you know how it has the pods on the shuttlecraft that stick out?
Uh-huh.
But on the show, they're retractable. On this thing, they weren't. It was sort of have like these two side pods on the side of on the craft at the back end, but one side was lit up and it was on fire. And I was like, okay, so that object made that noise that I heard, the loud crashing noise, and it was flying over. I didn't necessarily see smoke, but it was like 300 meters above, cruising along. I saw the orange sort of flames on that engine part on the side, and it just kept cruising along, and I kept watching it until it sort of went out in the distance towards the horizon. I'm sort of like, is that actually going to come down? Or, yeah, like I just saw it cruising through the air, and it just slowly made its way out of my sight. It was fucking surreal, though, when it happened.
And was that the beginning of your quest for answers like everybody else that's ever seen one?
No, that wasn't actually. Well, like, that's probably another part of it, but I've actually got a different story, but I probably won't share that at the moment.
Has anyone ever heard of the cuneiform tablets?
Cuneiform tablets?
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah.
The Sumerian ones?
No. Sorry, no, I was just trying to figure out what word that was. Sorry.
Cuneiform. AXR, I saw the first strange thing when I was very, very little, but I have seen something. I've seen several things, and I suppose it's because I look. I don't know. There's a bit of a family thing, but you do end up going on a bit of a quest. And truly, the only time I've ever got any answers is when I found other people like on here that have seen similar things and experienced similar things. I think you just end up on I can't describe it, but when you see something that you can't explain, it's always at the back of your mind. You're always trying to fit that piece of the puzzle in and look for it again, or find somebody that can justify what you couldn't because it was just so fantastic. But it's very weird. The only time I've ever found any answers to anything is when I've come on here and found other people that have experienced the same.
Sad.
Oh, I can totally agree with that. Yeah, it was just a unique experience at the time. You know, just middle of the night, you hear this loud crashing bang, you go outside, you have a look, and then you see this thing flying over, and you're just like, you know, like, what is that? That's not a helicopter. It's not that sort of shape. It's not a plane because it didn't have wings. It just had these two little type modules on the back that you could say maybe they were like engine thrusters or something. And then it's just like, yeah, like the shape of it, you know, it was more blacked out. There was no easily definable thing. It was still a little bit of a distance away, but I could see like the orange flames on it, you know, like something was burning. And obviously, like, I'm guessing that they had some sort of malfunction with their ship.
Whereabouts in Australia are you near?
I was living in Victoria, so the southern state of Australia, and I was in Cranbourne at the time where I was living, and it was just, yeah, it was interesting heading towards down south further. So I don't know, like, intuitively myself, I tend to think there's something going on at the bottom tip of one of our bays, whether maybe there could be a base or something there, but like, this is just my own intuition, you know,
Is that near
evaluation type thing.
the islands that have been rented by the Chinese where they've taken people off? people that owned property on the island off?
To be honest, I couldn't tell you. I'm not really knowledgeable about that or too informed.
Right, I sent you a link by direct message a little while ago, and that person, not Isaac, Damien, that's on the film on YouTube that I've sent you the link to. He's in Dunedoo. It's not far from. I don't think it's that far from Sydney. But he's my mutual friend with Ross Coulthard. And you can make contact with Damien through social media, and he leads quite a lot of the big groups in Australia that discuss UAPs and UFOs actually in Australia. And it's really surprising how many there are. There's lots of sightings, and really, if you sort of have a look for Damien and make contact with him, he's usually really receptive to talking about stuff, and you'd probably find that there will be other Australians that have seen a similar thing to you.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I'll give the video a watch a bit later on. Yeah, like since that sort of point, obviously the same as what you had, like you see something like that and then you just start looking at the sky more. You know, for me, being out there mostly every night, because I go out for cigarettes, so I go out, have a cigarette, and then just looking at the sky. And yeah, like I've seen other sort of things, but nothing quite like that one, and then not as close as well. You know, it's more further off in the distance where you see sort of lights maneuvering in certain ways that aren't just sort of, you know, natural and whatnot. You see them shoot off pretty quickly, and you know, some shooting stars like a fluorescent green shooting star flying down diagonally towards the Earth. But that's off in the distance. But it was like fluoro green. I'm like, fuck me, like fluoro green. I thought it'd be yellow or something.
The fluoro green ones can sometimes, I'm not saying all the time, be copper. When they're, it could be like shooting stars that are made of copper, meteorites and things. So you sort of have to. I mean, I've seen so many strange things over the years. It's unbelievable. If I could actually, in fact, I am thinking about starting to collate it and turn it into some kind of book. Purely because I want to share it and I want it to be remembered when I'm gone. Do you know what I mean? But I think you have to remember that obviously not everything is going to be aliens. There's a lot of military stuff that's going on, and they do say that military technology is at least 30 years ahead of what we know as civilians, because they keep things so secretive and quiet. I mean, it's like I was talking about the Tic Tac UFO not long ago, and I think it looks shockingly like something man-made. I mean, it just looks like old NASA stock to me. I mean, it's even painted white. I mean, I don't know. The only thing I can say to anybody that experiences something is it's the beginning of a quest, because you're constantly looking for answers, and the only time you ever find them is when you meet other people that have seen something similar.
Oh, for sure. I can definitely agree with that. You know, not everything that you see up in the sky is going to be some sort of otherworldly or, you know, some sort of supernatural phenomenon. You know, there's probably some of our shit that's just up there that could be, you know, a bit of a satellite floating around, or as you say, yeah, like our own earthly military vehicles, stuff that's, yeah, further ahead technologically than what we're led to believe.
Or if you listen to people that have actually been involved with some of the development on some of the top secret stuff, they do deliberately expose people to it to see what reactions they get. And I think to some extent, different governments have used the UFO thing to their advantage to cover up secret projects that they've been developing. because it's easier to turn around and say and put the idea out that it's a UFO than it is to actually admit to an adversary that they've got something that they haven't.
The idea of like plausible deniabilities.
Yeah, completely. But I think they've actively, on occasion, I'm not saying every occasion, because I've seen things myself that couldn't have come from anything that is made here. And if it had been made here, it would have been known about. But I think that with some military tech, they deliberately expose people to it, and sit back and see what the reactions are afterwards.
I couldn't identify half of the planes or drones or flying devices that exist at the moment. I mean, at this point, a craft would have to float down in front of me and introduce themselves for me to even really probably understand what was happening at the moment. So I don't know.
Whatever it is, whether it's we aren't able to perceive things, or whether certain things are either hidden by the phenomenon or by governments, there's definitely something very strange that a lot of people see and can't account for. I get really frustrated with people like Mick West that just want to poo-poo it all and say it's hubcaps or frisbees or whatever. It's just it really insults me, because I think, well, I actually have seen some very, very strange things, and that I couldn't explain, and that the only thing I've got to go on is the memory of that event. I've not got an ashtray from the inside of a UFO, and I've not got a chunk of metal, and I've not got a film footage of it. It's just like it was something mind-boggling, and it stays with you. And I found myself on a bit of a quest trying to find out what it is, but you have to settle for other people having the same experience, and let's just hope at some point someone turns around and tells all these thousands of people that are wondering forever what it is.
It would be absolutely awesome at some point soon if we got a full disclosure of things, but then that in itself opens up its own can of worms, which I think they're still probably trying to discuss and debate how they would actually go about it all. So then they can get some information out, but then not receive the backlash of 70 years worth of secrecy and what it took to cover up until the point they disclose it. Like, to what ends did you do things, and how do you like, the people would have to ask for total openness and transparency, but you're not going to get that. But it just depends what they share and how much they share, and then hopefully the public pressure can try and get more out of it.
It also depends on how much they actually know themselves. I mean, basically, they've said last year that UFOs are real, and that there are things that they can't explain, and that might just be what we have to settle for, because they might not know the answers any more than any of us do. I mean, they might not have captured UFOs and all that. They might not have retrieved crashed objects. It might be a case that these things are seen, they chase them, they can't catch them, they don't know what they are. And there isn't much more than that to give at the moment.
That's hard. That's hard for me to believe. Maybe it's not outside the realm of conceivability, but it's hard. Like, we would never know. I'm automatically suspicious of anything. I'm sorry. Let me take my suspicious mind out of here, because I don't. You say the government, and I'm just already like, nope, don't believe it. I can't. Whatever they say, it's wrong. I'm sorry. I think whatever U.S. government gets their hands on, they're trying to weaponize anything that's bought and paid for by the weapons complex. It's just, it's all for future military ops. Whatever they're getting their hands on, they're developing in order to create weapons, and that's just where the money comes from. So I don't think we'll find out really anything, but I feel super perceptive, and I think I'm seeing things out of the corner of my eyes, but I don't know what those are. Sorry, I'm rambling. I think I'm just uncomfortable with the quiet space.
No, that's all right. I think people are probably just, taking in what's being said and, contemplating maybe having a reply or what they might add.
No, I've just got a
Yes.
mouthful of potato chips and couldn't speak. Casey, it's interesting that you see things out the corner of your eye, because your peripheral vision is the most sensitive part of your vision, and it was developed as we evolved to notice predators moving out the corner of our eyes. So don't distrust your vision.
Oh no, I absolutely don't. I've learned that my instincts have been finely honed over the course of my lifetime to recognize predators immediately, and that's just from previous traumas. Like, I kid you not, if there was a spider in this room, I would have already spotted it.
Yeah, I don't like spiders. Have you seen the ones they get in Australia? They're flipping enormous.
Yeah, Oklahoma, we've got some pretty substantial spiders. Nothing like Australia, obviously, but those grass spiders can get uh, uh, they can get
What are
as big as
those?
your palm. So,
Oh no! What are those giant spiders that you get in Australia that you see attached to people's bug screens trying to get into the houses? They're bloody enormous.
no,
What are
I'm
they
not trying
called?
to think about
Huntsman? Is
those.
it huntsman spiders or something?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, the old huntsmans.
Oh God! I'd be like, I wouldn't sit on the toilet without checking it first, and I wouldn't get into bed without looking under the sheets. You see that size thing running across your bedroom wall at night? Oh my God! Do you ever get them in the house? AXR.
Yeah, you can. Sometimes they can get in. They're pretty decent. Some of them can get pretty big, like bigger than your whole hand stretched out. They're more physically disturbing than what they actually are in reality.
Do they bite?
They're not necessarily. Like, I suppose some people might get bitten from them and whatnot, but they're just more. It's just more of a fear factor, like perceptually, than what they are. They tend to not really want to have too much to do with humans, and they're not really super aggressive to attack. Like, they might run at you if they're frightened, but you get like a big bowl. You put the bowl over it. You put a bit of sheet of something else underneath the bowl, and just throw it outside and piss it off.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we do with spiders here, and we get some big house spiders, but nothing like that. I mean, my God, I'd crap my pants. I'd be running.
AXR just described himself, I think, just like giant, but doesn't want to fuck with anybody. Is not trying to get in the way. Might run at you, but not harmless.
Oh, they're just trying to do their own thing, try and find somewhere to probably get out of the rain or get some food and whatnot. Like, I've got nothing against them. It's
They
just,
could go do their own
you
thing
know,
in their own place, not on my freaking computer screener in the corner of my room in the ceiling. I'm sorry. That's just you're trying to sit here and defend these spiders that are just lethal. They are lethal.
oh, some of them over here are lethal. Like, there are some smaller species that you do need to be careful of. So, like, I'm not saying like just be careless willy nilly with spiders, but like those bigger huntsmen, like, yeah, they're a bit different compared to some of the smaller ones with like what we have redback spiders. Like, if that bites you and actually pierces your skin and stuff, like that's pretty fucking dangerous.
Is that like a black widow?
Yeah, much the same.
You see, we've got nothing really in Britain that's poisonous or will bite you or eat you or hit you or anything. when I grew up in Florida, and I used to run around barefoot. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't go anywhere barefoot anymore after. I suppose it's because I was a kid and I wasn't aware, but my God. No, I definitely have at least flip-flops on now. But I just don't like spiders. And those huntsman spiders, there's a video on YouTube of an enormous one on someone's bug screen. And I'm like, oh my God. I'd be terrified. Absolutely terrified.
Like, okay, I don't live here anymore.
I mean, I'd be like, every time I went in the garage, if I was in Australia, I'd be like, you get the stacks of boxes and things in the corner. I'd be like, there with my vacuum cleaner and the hose ready to catch the spiders. Although I don't think they'd go up the bloody hose.
Oh, well, it never hurts to be too cautious. Like, when, chucking on some boots or something like that, it never hurts to sort of, check the insides first before putting them on.
Oh, no. That's just scary. It's like, I don't know how people survive in Australia. There's so many things that just want to eat you or scare you or
It's
bite
not as
you.
bad in the cities and the more developed areas, but once you start getting a bit more rural, then yeah, like you be a bit more cautious and go about things a bit differently.
Have you got snakes?
Yeah, there's snakes around as well. It just depends what types they are.
Have you heard
We've
of
got
the infamous lethal Queensland trouser snake?
no.
Sorry, I missed that one, Rafi.
I think that was Rafi behaving. It was Logan being naughty. I think.
Oh, sorry. Was that Logan speaking? Sorry, mate. I missed it.
It was Logan making a reference to you, to one-eyed trouser snakes. I think.
Oh, yeah, righto.
We've got one breed of snake that can give you a bite in Britain, and I've never seen one. It's called the adder. Never seen one ever. I think you sort of like really have to go looking for them to find them. But we've got like hornets and mosquitoes, and that's about it. We've got no poisonous beasties. We've got no scorpions, no spiders that will kill. We've got false widow spiders that can give you a really vicious bite. But you never see them, and if you do, you just get the bloody vacuum hose on them. They're not that quick. They can give you a bite, and I don't think it's venom. I think it's bacteria that they carry that can cause a problem. But no, we've not really got anything here. No beasties.
Do you have brown
No
raccoons?
natural predators.
No, we had poisonous spiders in Florida, and we had to have the house tented and pumped full of stuff. We found we had black widow, and I think there were brown recluses. Yeah, but I mean,
There's
it's just
nothing in Florida is more terrifying than a hairy red fire ant.
oh, my mum stepped in a fire ant pile once. Yeah, they were. We used to get termites a lot in Florida.
You don't
I
know
could.
you're covered in fire ants until they all start biting at once.
Yeah, my mum went to a neighbour's one night and stepped in an anthill and got savaged.
Why are you guys talking about these scary things? I'm gonna have bad dreams now.
I'm sorry. It was my fault because I said spider in the space, and it just spun off from there. I can say seashells. I could spot a seashell in this room from a mile away. I could spot a Florida license plate in a parking lot full of cars. Like at
I've
a
got a
Walmart.
collection of Florida license plates. I used to have them on my bathroom wall years ago.
Are they trophies of the people you killed?
I just have the
Yeah.
one.
No, they were from different cars that my parents owned when we lived in the States. And I kept, when they sold them and they took the license plate off them, I used to keep the license plates. Which is quite cool because Florida license plates are quite pretty. I've got some with oranges on them. Different counties have different plates. I've got some with oranges on, some with turquoise Florida on it, all sorts.
My mom had manatee license plate.
The first time I saw a manatee for real, I went on a canoe with my neighbour Greg, and his dad took me out on the canoe with them, and we were going around all these little islands and stuff, and this manatee went underneath the canoe, and I can remember screaming. I was only little. Me and Greg were only kids. I'd be about 6, and I was rocking the boat and screaming and getting really terrified. I'd seen Jaws, the movie, about a week before, and I thought it was a big shark that was going to get us, and it wasn't. It was a manatee. I can remember him saying, "God damn it, kid, sit down. You're rocking the boat."
When I was little, my mom had scuba lessons, and she took an excursion to go scuba with manatees, and they took a lot of slides and brought back a slideshow when they came back for the kids. So fun. She said it was like one of the coolest experiences. Just scuba diving with the sea cows.
That sounds amazing. I can remember being on one of the beaches when I was a kid, and the lifeguard calling everybody out of the water, and I was on like a little floaty thing, and couldn't get out of the water very quickly, and all these fish, this great big shoal of fish, started swimming around me. There were fish everywhere, and then I realised that they were trying to get away from sharks that were chasing them into the shallows, and I can't have been that far away from the sharks. But fortunately, my dad came and dragged me in. But that would have been pretty scary.
I was describing the stingray shuffle to my fiance. It was cute. He's like, "So you just drag your feet across the ground?" Like, yep.
Did you ever go on the glass bottom boat? Glass bottom boats when you were in Florida? There were several, but sort of like over there.
No, I like to take the charter boats from the Greek community in Tarpon Springs. I did that a couple years back, and we beached on an island and went shell collecting. And on the way back, there was I think it was college kids, and they had a nurse shark pulled up on the back, and they were checking her tag. And it was just really freaking cool to see that. We pulled up next to them and spoke to them for a little bit. Then that was really fun. And dolphins swim along the side.
That's nice. I miss Florida sunsets. That's one big thing I missed when we came back. There's nothing in the world like a Florida sunset. They're amazing. Right, I'm going to love you all and I'm going to leave you. It sounds like one or two people have fallen asleep. I've got one or two things to do today. I've got my parents coming around for dinner later. So, I love you all lots. Thank you for the company. And I'll speak soon.
Night
Catch you later,
shift
brother.
Good night.
signing off.
Love you, Jules.
Ocean, Ocean, you sound so asleep.
I'm tired as fuck.
It's so sweet. Have you been up all night?
Maybe.
Maybe. I did a sleep. I did a nice sleep.
Poor
That's
Ocean.
good.
She does sound pretty tired and stoned.
Well, I finally don't have to work tomorrow, so
That's pretty awesome.
Today.
Today, tomorrow.
And tomorrow. And the next day. Hooray.
Time is just a construct.
Time is a construct. Drift off to sleep, Ocean.
Give in to your circadian rhythms.
Let go of that co-host seat.
What are we gonna buy $60 million with, guys?
A blimp
We're
with
gonna buy God.
You mentioned the
in a
60
very
million more than someone who has the mafia after them for 60 million. I'm beginning to think that you're in trouble. Is something wrong?
Is something wrong, Ocean?
No, when I try to fall asleep, I literally think of what I would do if I won the lottery because my brain can like move that fast. Otherwise, I just get bored.
Yeah, some of my drifting off to sleep fantasies are very wealthy. Just being wealthy enough to, and then thinking of like just lists of things that I could buy if I wanted to.
So, I'm reading this thing. It's about these channelers in America, and it's a report on what they were saying. And it says this person has been assigned to certain. It says their name, but I'm not going to say it. Has been assigned to certain work with the space people as follows. She is writing a book, a story of the life of Nikola Tesla, scientist, and the part of his inventions will play in the new age. Much of the data for this book has been supplied to Mrs. Whoever through transcripts received on the Tesla set, a radio-type machine invented by Tesla in 1938 for interplanetary communication. Tesla died in 1943 and his engineers did not build the Tesla set until after his death. It was placed in operation in 1950, and since that time, the Tesla engineers have been in close touch with spaceships. The space people have visited the Tesla engineers many times and have told us that Tesla was a Venusian, brought to this planet as a baby in 1856, and left with Mr. and Mrs. Tesla in a remote mountain province in what is now Yugoslavia.
That makes a lot of sense.
That's cool. I've heard that before, though.
I definitely
It's probably true.
think. Oh, sorry. I definitely think that Tesla was channeling forces, light forces.
He said so himself. Did you see that lady that filled up a beer using her butt?
Filled
What?
a beer, like a
Yeah, she
pint
put
glass.
a pint glass between her butt cheeks and filled it up.
Well,
She has a really strong
can
butt,
we not talk
apparently.
about this? Ew.
Yeah, I didn't want to talk about gay sex either.
Yeah, Jules always gets
I
on
know,
that subject. That's his favorite
no,
pastime subject,
no
That's
butt
his
stuff.
thing. Oh, look, Brad laughing. Brad, you know that's your thing too, baby. And then D goes, bye bye.
Looks like Veritas checking in.
Veritas. Yes, Zaddy. Zaddy in the house.
With very handsome features.
Oh, perfection. Perfection.
Good morning. Top of the morning to all of you. How are you all doing today? You having a good time?
Why are you
Yeah,
talking like
Mike.
that? Daddy. I want to hear your dad jokes. You have a dad bod?
Dad. I think I used them all. Oh, I got one. So a pirate walks into a bar. He has a steering wheel attached to his crotch. Walks in and he goes over to the bartender and he says, "Arg, give me a drink." The bartender says, "All right, but what's with the steering wheel on your pants?" He goes, "I know, arg. It's driving me nuts."
Arr, it's driving me nuts.
It is such a bad joke and I deliver it terribly. That's what makes it awesome.
Yeah, you got it. You're on it. Where does the pirate go on vacation?
Why did the
Arkansas.
Oh, that's good. That's
Because
good.
why? Wait, Casey, why?
What? Where does a pirate go on vacation? Arkansas.
That's cute.
What's a pirate's favorite fast food?
I like that.
What's a pirate's favorite fast food? Arby's.
All right, ready? So I'm gonna say three things. It's not two truths and a lie. It's just gonna be three things that could be all lies or all truths or some combination in between. You ready? You gotta guess. All right, so um, the U.S. government during World War II created a bat bomb that they could drop on the Japanese that had sleeping bats in it that would awaken, and as they would awake, they would have these little napalm things on their feet, and then they would burst into flames to scare the Japanese. That's one. Number two, Napoleon was once attacked by a horde of bunnies. Number three, tuna fish are the size of cars. What do you think?
Tuna fish can grow to the size of cars.
Correct.
A troop of bunnies. I don't know what it's called, but I don't think it's a horde.
I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Bat
It's called a
bomb.
warden of rabbit.
Warden, thank you. A warden of rabbits. So that's false because it's not a horde of bunnies. Tuna can grow to be the size of your boat. Could legitimately be the shadow of a fishing boat. And a bat bomb. I don't know. It sounds plausible, but I don't think it's true.
So, besides my incorrect use of the definition of a group of bunnies, they were actually all true. Napoleon was attacked by a warden of bunnies. Like how? How did that happen?
Well, I didn't mean to be super technical or like try to catch you in a technicality. I was just, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, you
we don't
deductive
have to
reasoning.
be specific. It's
No,
okay. It's all right. Yeah, reasoning.
That's like, I mean, that's what you got to do, right? Anybody else have any fun facts?
I was 1 pound 13 ounces when I was born.
Oh, tiny Raffy Laffy.
Were you born preemie?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, me too. 2 months premature.
Oh, wow.
I don't know what I weighed, but I saw a picture. I had this like little melon head and this tiny, tiny little body, and they were holding me in an incubator.
Yeah, ever since I was a kid, I couldn't even look at them. I'm like, why did they even let me live? I was so ugly. Look at that fucking little meat sack that I was. I was just a little like ball of blood.
Well, they say that the people that are born early, they were just ripping and roaring to get into this world.
Yeah, like this is my last incarnation here. I just wanted to come here and get it over with because I've already been here. It's like waiting at the DMV.
You know, it's funny.
You don't want to live as long as possible. You want to have as many lives as possible.
It's funny you say that, Rafi, because that's like I have this knowing that this is my last time here. I know it not because I'm like, oh, I want to get it over with or anything. I just know. It's just a core knowing that I have. You know.
But it's not up to you.
Yeah, but I've always felt that same way too, and yeah, we're on the accelerated program.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Isn't it up to like a higher power that like determines if you learned your lessons in this life or
Okay,
something?
listen, Taylor, I can't with you right now.
There's some things that I get downloads on that I feel very confident about that I'm supposed to share, and then there are other things that I just hypothesize about, and then there are some things I just absolutely have no clue about. But and then there are some things that you have, and it's this feeling that you have, and you just have to let it sit, and eventually you get a better understanding of it as it unveils. But um, the only thing, the feeling that I have is that there's just something I'm supposed to do, and that's all that really matters to me is just doing it. And the more time goes on, the more I get an idea of what that is. But it doesn't feel like I'm here to learn lessons, if that makes sense.
100%. Do you ever feel like you're a teacher in some ways? I feel like a teacher sometimes.
Yeah, that's it's actually, yeah, it's what I love to do. That's what I've done a majority of my life. um, and it's my favorite thing to do. Either, when I use the word teach, it's like I feel that every encounter I have with others, it's a, I guess that this could go back to what Logan just said about the learning lessons, because I guess
Yeah.
you learn when you teach too, right? You could learn discernment to identify with whom to share certain information with. You learn more about the human condition, and you learn more about yourself. Um, but yeah, it's like that's what I love to do. It's my favorite thing. What do you do for work, Rafi? If you don't mind me asking.
I'll talk to you in DMs. We're recorded here, and I like to maintain some kind of anonymity.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that.
It's like some tippy tappies on the computer. Tappy tappy.
Yeah, I do the tippy tappies. Don't worry about that. I do my tippy tappy top TikTok butter.
Oh, earlier today, during that space with Third Eye, he didn't record it, did he?
No, he didn't.
No,
I
he did
think he
not.
did that on purpose, though, because he wants to get some feedback from people. Actually, everyone, make sure that you provide him with feedback, constructive criticism. He's pretty open to it, from what I understand. So, yeah, when you get a chance, do that.
trial run. It was a good opportunity for practice.
Yeah. I think that as long as he keeps the trolls out of there, I think he'll be in a good spot.
Yeah, there definitely needed some co-hosting. I don't remember who was acting as it, but there was only one, and there couldn't add any more, and it
How long you guys been doing spaces? This is like my second week. I didn't even know about this gem before.
Since March.
Yes, but they loves it, don't ya? You just stay where you're at, all comes where you to, and we'll get to doing the newfie jig, you bet. Best kind, my love. Some hole on that one, I tells ya.
Wow.
Logan, that was good.
I've been participating since New Year's Eve, maybe even Christmas Eve.
Oh wow, so you're
Since
new?
around Christmas.
I'm a vet.
I'd say
I'm
I'm
a vet
fairly.
of spaces. I've been here since probably around September 2021.
What? They've been around since 21? How did I not
No,
know?
it's been around since like July 21.
That's crazy.
The more people that find out about it, the more congested it gets, though. I've noticed. Not congested, just like, just like so many people and like glitches. And we have to keep it speakeasy level now. Nobody else. No new friends, guys. Okay?
What's speakeasy level mean?
Like
You gotta
secret.
have the password.
Yeah, you gotta have the password. Yeah.
Are you working right now, Screen?
No.
After Veritas, no more friend contributions. Unless they're really cool. And like we shoo some out. Just kidding, nobody needs shoot out.
Does anybody know if there's any changes or updates or new features that are going to be coming to Spaces or Twitter?
Yeah, I won't be satisfied until it's better than Discord. It needs to include video, and I need to be able to still play it while I'm using Bluetooth in my car.
This platform is eventually going to be a payment platform.
Spaces itself, you're saying?
Twitter.
And like just monthly, you have to pay monthly subscription or something?
Probably. But who knows?
I mean, for some reason that doesn't bother me, the idea of that.
Yeah, my subscription level service has been pretty decent, and it hasn't been long since I've been on here development wise, so I'm still having good faith that there's going to be a good usable app eventually. So I don't mind being subscribed. It has been so far a better investment than like a Hulu.
So earlier there was a guy that was saying like, remember that drunk guy we had in here, Shane, and he was like, he said like, tell him to get his bitch ass in here, and then some other person I guess took offense to that and was like, I left immediately and I would not allow that, and this is blah blah blah. Anyways, I told him that the guy was just drunk, and I kicked him out after that anyway. But he said, Dr. Drew is a world-class leading scientist that I've worked alongside for a long time, and I'm sure you want a space that invites more people of that magnitude. We are about to enter a time when many such people may want to approach us, and we need standards. Okay, that's his comment to me. So.
I think Dr. Drew would hang in a room like ours.
He did.
Remember, Dr. Drew used to run Loveline.
That's a totally different Dr. Drew. It's not Dr. Drew Pinsky. It was
okay, fine.
What do you guys think about this? Like, I have a general kind of disdain for following or listening to this is kind of statistically speaking of people that get to a high level of their broadcast. For some reason, I prefer like smaller spaces like this with people like us. You know, I feel like I get more value from it than just someone way up at the top that everybody else seems to follow. You know, I find that once something becomes mainstream, it's not what I want to be on.
One of us. One of us.
It's because it loses its if it goes mainstream, it's usually like it's a market at that point, right? It's not not like this, right? Where it's just I don't really give a shit like what I say. I don't have to like think about it, that kind of stuff. So like, but those people kind of do, don't they?
Well, you start towing the line between, probably ideas of political correctness and whatnot. Whereas, as you were talking about before, the gentleman that took offence to what was being said in the space, like you can't control people. People will say what people will say, and they'll do what they do. You can always point out and talk about, mate, in this space, we're trying to minimise it and keep it a bit cleaner. But at the end of the day, like people are going to come up and they're going to say the shit they're going to say.
I think in bigger spaces, it's taking twice as long to get to the point because first you have to preface every statement with all of the necessary social disclaimers.
And then that and stuff limits the type of engagement that you can have, doesn't it? Like you start restricting what people can say or how they can say it and what viewpoints they can come across with, because it's like, oh, that's like right-wing propaganda or that's left-wing propaganda. You can't say that or this or that. And it's like, well, are we having a proper conversation? Are we having a debate, a topic of, how do we talk about it openly and as best as possible if you can't say what you need to say?
Yeah, and it's I just and who knows, maybe it's just a resistance that I developed when I was younger. But like Marcus Aurelius once said, the object of life is not to be on the side of the majority, but to escape finding oneself in the ranks of the insane. And I feel like I don't know. I feel like the once something kind of makes it to the majority, there's something in it. Like I love people in general, all walks of people. I think it's like a beautiful orchestra of things. But I feel like when it comes to ideas that seem to permeate through the majority, oftentimes I find fault with the reasoning behind it.
It's like I'm sorry. You can go. Okay, by the time something makes it to the majority, it's been watered down and rounded out so that it's acceptable for everybody.
Yeah, and I think it loses something. It loses its it becomes the known, and the growth kind of stops. It's
It definitely loses some authenticity in my discussions. In my view, it loses authenticity when you have to round the edges. Hi, Zim.
I just like to enter every single day that I encounter people, and especially at work, like I just want people to walk away from like meetings with me like saying, wow, I get paid to work with him. That's cool. I think that's a good way to look at it. Like I want you guys to walk away from this conversation with, wow, I didn't get paid anything to talk to him. I didn't have to pay anything to talk to him.
Not yet, but you might have to pay $4.99 a month pretty soon.
The fuck? What are you talking about?
You know what? I'm gonna make it $10 a month instead.
Oh, you're gonna start. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's how much you pay us to
Exactly.
fill out your. Okay, cool, man. Thanks.
Yeah, let me tell you something. If anyone needs a freaking salary around here, her name is Lacey motherfucking Lacey, okay? She needs to be paid for her time.
Yeah, poor Lacey.
And Ocean, but she's going to get paid because she is going to win the lottery.
So we're going to win the lottery.
We are going to win the lottery, yes. I won't believe it till I see it, but we're going to win the lottery, yeah.
She's gonna come pick all of us up.
You got to believe it until you see it.
I was just contemplating on what Baradas was saying with the idea of the big spaces and, being a little bit turned off by it because, I think about it as like a big group think. You have a few possibly intellectual people speaking, dictating where the conversation goes, and then that becomes like, just because they're possibly intelligent or have something, like in some cases decent of merit to say, but that doesn't necessarily means that it's everyone's viewpoint though, and then but if more and more people are listening to it, then it's like, oh, that becomes its own tribalism, its own thought process, and then that's what they accept as like that's just the way it is because those people said it.
Yeah, I'll share some with you guys that I always pay attention to my feelings on things to the best that I can, and I'm looking for triggers. And when I get triggered by something, I'll deep dive into it, and I keep asking my inner self to show me what it is about myself that I'm seeing in that outside thing. And there's something that has been, it keeps rearing in front of me, and it's been triggering me, and I haven't figured out what it is yet. So what basically everywhere I go in my life, no matter who I come across, if it's just like regular people, I'll smile and maybe say something nice to them. But I find a lot of people in my life that have kind of questions, and I give answers or perspectives, I should say. And I keep getting compared to people that I'm working with more often than I'd like to Andrew Tate. And that triggers me really badly. And I have almost like I have a super resentment towards that. And I've been asking myself, what is it about that I resent so much? And if anybody has any ideas, throw it out there. Like, why would I have that?
Do you have any like masochistic qualities when it comes to women? Is that what it is?
No, not at all.
I think it's just the idea that, if people get referred, as similar as other people, then they tend to think, well, you might be typecast as a certain person instead of being your own individual self with your own thoughts and feelings. And then that's the projection that other people will place upon you. It's like, oh, that's that guy. Oh, yeah, he's like Andrew Tate, everyone. He's like Andrew Tate. And then, that's what they associate with you instead of listening what you have to say and, taking that in and forming their own opinions about you.
Yeah, and I do want to add to that. Yeah, I won't even talk about stuff that he talks about. So I have resentment towards the message that he speaks. And I think I have resentment towards the fact that he has that platform and that he mixes, in my humble opinion, and this could be completely wrong, but I feel like he's got this platform and he has a lot of people that are kind of a young age that are drawn to him because he does have some things he'll say to them that can be inspiring to them, but he's also has so much more stuff in there. I feel like that I don't know. I get this just vibe about the guy that he's not what he's pretending to be. Like he's acting like he's against the system, but this part of me feels like that he is the system. And I'll give you one other person that I
kind of like Joe Rogan.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Like the thing about it is like so. Behind the scenes, I help people with their diseases and stuff like that, and the entire idea of what diseases are is completely backwards. And so they'll act like they're sharing this cool information with people, but there's even more information that they're not sharing. Like Joe Rogan was saying, you need the monoclonal antibodies and you needed ivermectin, but the reason that the ivermectin works, the reason that quercetin works, the reason that hydroxychloroquine works is they're all anti-parasites. So you don't need to even take medicine to get rid of anti-parasites. And also, if you just keep treating the parasites when the parasites get to a point where they're flourishing in your body, they're going to keep coming back, because you have a low frequency or vibratory state in your body that causes a relationship with them so they can flourish. So yeah, like those, it feels to me, it's like it's like you got people kind of waking up, and then you have other people that they're making it this us against them, this fear-based thing, but they're not they have this huge platform. There's no way that I can know this stuff and see it be successful with people. And then these people that seem like they're for the people that have this huge following don't know it and aren't sharing it. And I get this resentment. And I wonder sometimes if it's a resentment against myself, because it's like, if I do have this information and I do see that it works, am I not doing a good enough job to get the message out there? You know? Yeah. What's up, XR?
Yeah, it's very interesting, the world in which we live in nowadays, the informational sort of scope of what's out there, what's being presented, who's presenting it. So initially you have people like, when I started out my journey a while ago, like Alex Jones and Stephen Greer and stuff like that, just getting into alternative sort of ideas and whatnot. But as time's gone on, you learn more and you discern more and you become more aware of things that, even people like that can be great initially for people to wake up and consider different things. But I look at things in different layers as well and go, well, are they just, controlled opposition? Even nowadays, like even Russell Brand speaking out, he's pretty eloquent and he says some interesting things, but do I still look at him? I look at it more objectively and go, is this just still more controlled opposition to keep the mindsets limited, even though it's expanding regular mindsets? But what else is there like that we don't know? Like, are we sort of being corralled into another thought paradigm that's just a bit different from what the last one was?
Wow, man, I love your responses, AXR, by the way. Yeah, that's actually something that I've been mulling over, because when I I don't like using the term woke up, but like, what else are you going to use? When I became more awake, because we're actually in a continuous state of awakening, right? Learning more every day. But when I first started awakening, I didn't really jump on any of those kind of bandwagons, but I did go down. Yeah, in some ways I did, and it did help me in the beginning to have these other people that seemed to be speaking out against everything that I thought I knew. It was helpful to have those voices, and so I wondered about that. Like, everybody has their role, and I really, really believe at my core that everything is going to be okay, and that humanity is going through a major awakening process. And I've wondered if that's just their role that they're playing, because the stuff that I have to share, I can kind of simplify some of the things I say to people, but the majority of people, if I try to share to them some of the things I share, I can literally watch their face. Their eyes will either gloss over, or they'll grimace and look like they're irritated, or they'll change the subject. So perhaps, what else are you going to do without people like you said, Alex Jones and the Andrew Tates and the Joe Rogans? Who's going to meet those people at the level they're at?
I don't know. I personally have a disdain for Alex Jones, but yeah, someone that I respect a little bit more would be like Joe Rogan. Like, who else is gonna provide that kind of opposition to people, right, on a daily basis, practically free of charge? Minus ad time. This episode has been brought to you by Athletic Greens. Athletic Greens.
You just said that so suddenly and so quickly. It was like surprising.
That's exactly how it happens in the episode. You'll just be listening to like someone like Graham Hancock will be making like some point, and it'll be like, "This episode has been brought to you by Lemon Health," or something stupid. I don't know.
There's one other guy who triggered me, and again, and I keep mulling over it, like, but have you guys ever seen the guy? He goes, "Breathe in that good ass prana, baby.
Oh.
Breathe in."
Oh, wait. Infinite Waters. Yes, the evil man. That. Okay, let me tell you something about him.
I pick up something from him.
I pick up
like some kind of like really weird energy from that dude, and I can't pinpoint it. It's been years, and I think he's a wife beater, but I'm not gonna put it out there like that.
Man, all right. So I do my best to really get that line between. So I don't. It's such a challenge, right? Because you want to use discernment, and you want to be free of judgment, and it's this weird balance, right? But I have been the same thing. And that was another like. So there's I people like there are people that I was been helping for a few years, and they'd be like, "Oh, the stuff you're saying, it's like infinite waters. You should go check them out." And I would go on there, and I'm like, yeah, man, it's like, oh, it's an illogical repulsion that I have for that energy, and I can't
Infinite love and gratitude.
breathe in that good ass prana, baby. So, but I've also wondered too, like I try to be objective as I can and just keep looking at it from different angles. I'm like, what am I trying? What is this feeling? I'm trying to take it off of the focus on him and put it back on me. I'm like, why do I feel this? Is this because this is what I don't want to become? I've had this kind of battle with myself about, believing that the right way to do things is to remain humble and make sure that, um, you don't seek mass followers or anything like that. And I don't know, it could be some cognitive dissonance I have within myself where perhaps maybe I have some resentment towards myself that I'm not reaching more people with a message that I think could be beneficial. Who knows? It could even be resentment towards someone else who has it. I've been trying to be as objective as I can with it, but um, there's just something about the energy that just really rubs me the wrong way, and I'm just trying to figure it out.
When you were talking about following smaller audiences, I remember when Howard Stern first came to DC 101, and for like 3 weeks he was just this normal disc jockey. He had a weird voice, but slowly I listened to him become the stream of consciousness creative person and slowly dip in, and then within a couple months it was closer to what you hear, what made him famous. And then the same thing with Joe Rogan. I think it's the freedom of speech and stream of consciousness where it's almost like you and a dude are in a car just talking on a long ride. There's a freedom there, and there's a lot of thought that comes there, a lot less judgment. And as things get bigger, people try to please 80% of whoever's listening, and as it gets bigger and bigger, that stream of consciousness gets killed, I think.
That makes a lot of sense. I will say that even though I think Joe Rogan could potentially share more, I do like his disposition. Like I don't pick up any negative resonance from him. I think he's a pretty chill dude. He's been around for a long time. He was you guys remember that show? There used to be a sitcom he was on, like radio show or something like that. Anybody remember that?
I remember Fear Factor. Was it before that?
Yeah.
Some news. It was I forget what the
News radio. Was it News Radio?
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Everyone went really quiet and it made me nervous.
Hello? Is there anybody in here?
Am I still on?
Just
Can you hear
not
me?
if you
Am
can
I still
hear
on? Can you
me.
hear me?
Is there
Dr. Drew.
anybody home?
You ever be on the phone with someone and you think the phone got disconnected and you almost nervously say hello on the phone call?
Yeah, all the time. Hello?
The host is having connection issues. Give it a sec. They may reconnect soon.
We will reconvene in the space named Lobby if this space gets taken down because of Twitter and their bullshit excuses for communications via the auditory.
What happened?
I don't know.
I just saw a warning about your connection issue.
Oh yeah, I closed the app and just restarted it.
Good job. Thank you.
Does anybody here have any irrational, like, crazy fears that have
Yep.
no?
I mean, how many hours do you have?
I don't know.
I could start with clowns. I think clowns are an irrational fear because they're meant to be like a fun thing for carnivals. And just, I don't like clowns. I just never really liked them.
So when I was a kid, there was a show, Bozo the Clown. Does anybody remember that?
Yes.
That he was creepy. He was creepy even when I was a kid, and he would give out Tootsie Rolls to everybody.
We had Pee Wee Herman when I was a kid, and nobody would tell me why he wasn't on TV. All of a sudden, nobody would say anything.
You know, life is funny if you make connections with names, right? So a guy named Pee Wee Herman was caught in a movie theater doing some salacious stuff. A guy that made off with a bunch of people's money was named Bernie Madoff. A banker that just got arrested and fried was Sam Bankman-Fried. A guy who was able to contract, a deadly STD and survived it is Magic Johnson. Like what?
That's the
That's all
Matrix
very true.
fucking with us.
Yo, tear it apart, Veritas. Mike gets back to you right now. I want more. Give me more. Give me more.
That's all I have right now.
That's
But
all he got.
it's everywhere though. Like when you start to realize that nothing in the universe is superfluous, everything has to be connected. You start seeing connections in everything. You can find connections in TV shows, cartoons, just it's everywhere. Even for example, one of the things I'm working on now is the 12 days of Christ Mass, right? I don't know if I said it in this room before, but if you actually look at a mandala with just a bunch of interlocking circles in sacred geometry, you can actually see the 12 days of Christmas play out. So you'll see, like, as you keep doing the numbers, it's following Pascal's triangle, where, there's a partridge in a pear tree, then another partridge in a pear tree, the 5 golden rings. It keeps repeating itself. And you can actually see the maids milking. You can see the guys jumping. You can see the swan swimming. It's
6
really,
geese laying 5 golden rings. Oh yeah.
Imagine giving your date just like 28 birds all at December time.
well, here's the key on that. It says, my true love came to me. And I believe that you can use that symbol. I'll see if I can find the picture and I'll put it in the thing. It's going to take me a while to find it, but you can actually see all of those things. And I think it's about understanding what you are, like all the aspects of self. And when you figure that out, you find your true love, which is agape, which is that unconditional love for all things. It's when you recognize your connectedness to all things or something. I don't know. That's still an inspiration I'm nurturing.
Agape is love and peace that passeth understanding.
Yeah,
True love is
all.
tequila.
Let's all review the ancient Greek versions of love and all understand them and start documenting them. And instead of saying "I love you," everybody's got to use the proper term from now on in spaces.
Well, it's kind of crazy. Oh, someone's got his hand up for a while.
Okay, sorry. Thanks for letting me know that. Observer, can you go ahead? And I just want to double check real quick. That guy we were talking to earlier, his name was Red Colley, isn't it? The doctor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey guys, how's it going? I recognize some faces in here. I don't think I've been in one of Logan's chats, but I saw the subject matter.
Are you tripping, bro? You've been in here a ton of times.
Well, I have, but I haven't been in one that Logan's hosted. I don't think I might have. But I saw the subject on the messages from a future. This is part 2. I don't have long to talk, but I want to tell y'all a story of a repetitive dream I had for a long time in my life that I don't know if it really deals with the future, but there was a future aspect to it. And it's nuts if you guys want to hear it.
I'm down.
All right.
I mean, what if we said no? I'm just kidding.
I would shut up probably, but it's a very weird dream, but it's very true. When I was really young, I had these repetitive dreams for a while, and I actually went to a psychiatrist about it. But they were very real to me too, and it was always me laying in my bed, and like I had a twin bed, and I shared a room with a son of my mom was dating somebody. He had a son, and my brother, and in the dream, I would wake up laying down. While still laying down, I would look over to the side of the bed, and there would be this shadow figure, but not typical. He had like spiky shadow figure hair, kind of like what's his name from The Simpsons? Yeah, kind of like that. And he would
Like
smile, and the
Bart.
only thing, yeah, kind of, yeah. He would smile, and you would see big, big eyes, and then very sharp, like predator white teeth, like a cartoon style. And he would ask me to like feel his teeth, and I would always say no, no, blah blah blah. And he would eventually talk me down, and I'd feel his teeth. Right? I just said this is crazy. And then after I felt his teeth, he would pull out a corded phone underneath my bed and give it to me. And he said, "This is where the future part comes in." He's like, "Call your wife." And I was young as shit, right? I was like, "What?" I'm like, "What do you mean, call my wife?" He's like, "Call your wife." I'm like, "I don't have a wife." Blah blah blah. I was like, I was like 7 when it first happened. This went on for a long time until I was like 13, the dream or whatever it is. And I'd be like, okay, whatever, I'll call my wife. And he would fret me like with death and stuff. And I'll pick up the phone, and it would just ring. And then somebody would answer the phone. And he's like, tell your wife you love her and tell your kids you love them because you're gone forever after this. I was like, what? I don't have kids or a wife or anything. He's like, just tell them that you're gone. And then I would tell him I was gone, and then he'd grab me and pull me into the bed. And that's the whole dream. But I had the dream repetitively for a very long time.
How old were you?
I was probably like 8 or 9 when it first happened, maybe. It's hard to guess. I really don't know. Yeah, it's hard to
Was
keep
it
track
the
of time.
same exact dream every single time, or did it vary slightly? Like, were you
It was
replaying it with the same options, or was it just like on replay?
it would always vary very tiny, like like just a little bit.
Would the color of the phone be different?
God, I can't remember, but it was like a beige, like old school phone.
Yeah, but what about the second time you had the dream? Did the color change?
I really don't remember that, to be honest with you.
What about his eyes? The color of his eyes? Do you remember that?
White eyes.
How big
Always?
was his penis?
I wasn't gonna ask him that. Yeah, but so how big was his penis?
Well, I didn't see the penis. I only saw him from like nipples up. So.
Oh, I thought that was a
Probably a big,
metaphor
strong
about
guy's
touching
penis.
his teeth.
I was thinking the same thing.
So
I'm
with
being
this
very
dream,
honest with
mate.
y'all. Very weird dream.
So with your dream,
That's
mate, did
Donnie
you try and do
Darko
different
stuff right
options?
there, guys. That's Donnie
I can't.
Darko stuff.
Donnie
That's a
Darko.
For real.
Let me ask you guys. So there was my brother and my sister. We talked about this in the past. All three of us had a set of nightmares when we were somewhere between 6 and 8 years old, and they were repetitive, but they would vary slightly.
And I might have been 7 or 8, maybe. I don't know. To be honest, sorry. Go ahead.
I've talked to other people about it, and it was repetitive nightmares, and we all had them, and then we all in some way resolved them. Mine were these people like they terrified me. They were glass people, and they were always chasing me. And finally, and I actually helped my brother and sister when they had their dreams because I had already dealt with it, and I basically was able to wake up in the dream and end it. But I'm just curious if anybody else can remember back between 6 and 8 years old, kind of a repetitive nightmare that kept playing.
I mean, mine was totally like that for sure. And I've had other repetitive nightmares, but that one was just so weird, and I had it for so long.
Yeah, I had one like that, a repetitive nightmare. This werewolf would be chasing me, and every time it busted in the back of the school bus we were on, like he started looking around for people, and he'd like find me, and he'd start coming after me, and then I would wake up. But as I got older, I wondered if he wasn't trying to attack me, but just trying to give me a message. It's weird.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to figure out about mine too. Like, I felt like there's some like hidden thing behind that, even though it was like super weird and scary. I don't know. It was so repetitive that it's hard not to think something about it.
Do you have a wife now?
I haven't had it in a very long time.
No, a wife.
No, I don't.
Within your dream, did you try to change the context of the dream? Did you try and direct it in a different way? Did you resist? Did you try and fight back in it?
I totally resist like most of the time in the dreams, but yeah, that's about it. You know, I did resist for sure.
Maybe dreams are a false memory, and maybe you trigger your own false memory over and over. Or maybe you should never get married.
Yeah, no shit. I've had some weird things happen too. Like I've had a lot of. I always try to blame it on sleep paralysis because that makes a lot of sense, right? And you try to make sense of this stuff. I've seen the Hat Man once, but it was two Hat Man. One was short, one was very tall. And in the same corner of my room, I saw a huge orange orb, and I actually have a picture of that.
Yeah, I had sleep paralysis once. It was a pretty daunting experience, to be honest. But so as I was lying there, I felt like there was some figure at the door, and
Did you say you got a picture of that orb?
Yeah.
Please post that. Sorry, AXR. Go ahead.
How do I post it? Well, I'll just put it in the comments, I guess.
If you look in the top of the space, there's a nest. I actually posted something there not too long ago. I put this graphic together for people to learn how to post to the nest in spaces. If you want to just take a look at that, it'll show you how to post up there. Otherwise, you could just put it into the corner pocket in the bottom right-hand corner.
I'll just put it in the comments. I think it'll be easier.
Yeah, the comments under the title of the space is where it's a safe bet people will be able to see it eventually.
Rafi, were you going to say something about a dream or something?
Actually, that was AXR. And yeah, there's a Hatman hierarchy, apparently. You said one was taller and one was shorter observer. But yeah, AXR was telling the story that I derailed. Sorry about that. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say to Observer, I think you brought up sleep paralysis, and I was just going to give a story account of my own, having the same sort of experience where I was asleep and obviously woke up during the night, couldn't move. It felt like there was some sort of presence at my door towards it. Yeah, not quite sure what the intent was, but for me, it was just like, couldn't move, freaking out, like, what the fuck? Like, there was like a intense fear being driven into me. But I know it wasn't my fear, as it tried to project fear onto me. And the way I broke out of it was I just got to a point where I'm like, fuck this shit. Go fuck yourself. I got angry. I built up a primal rage within me, like a berserker rage. And I actually just started screaming and just physically just trying to clench my hands and wiggle my toes and just start pulling in my own power, my strength. And then, yeah, with that primal rage, I call it the berserker rage. I was just going like, calling upon my own strength and pulled myself out of it. And then when I actually woke up, I was yelling, screaming as I woke out of the sleep. It was pretty weird.
What about you guys? I would guarantee that you guys would have shared this. How many of you guys, and if anybody wants to share, had when you were younger dreams, lots of flying dreams? But with this, mine had this caveat to it. I could fly when nobody was looking, but if anybody was looking, I couldn't fly anymore. Anybody experience anything like that?
I've had that, but when people are looking, not to like barely fly, if that makes sense, like kind of like a quick glide or something.
Yes, that's exactly it. It was like, yeah, it was like you would lose your ability to fly, it was like, and it was a weird kind of flying because it was more like swimming in the air.
Mine was exactly like swimming for sure, big time.
You guys are gonna kind of laugh at me, but I used to actually have dreams about the Lucky Charms guy, and we would fly in the dream just like they would like up the side of the box in the commercial. And
What kind of dreams, Rafi?
I was like a kid. I was like maybe like 4 or 5 when I started having them, and it was always in the same spot in like my parents' apartment at the time. And the floors in that and the floor was like a red ceramic tile, and it like it wasn't red like the side of the Lucky Charms box, but for some reason it was, I don't know, it was like part of the dream in a way. And the Lucky Charms guy and I would like swim through the air, but if I didn't think a happy thought, for some reason it was like Peter Panified, right? If I didn't think a happy thought, it would I would like fall to the ground. So I'd have to like think happy thoughts with this Lucky Charms guy, like flying through the air with these flying marshmallows. And it would just the dream would always happen, always.
Magically delicious dreams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all I was thinking about the whole time was like, I want Lucky Charms. Like, that's a happy thought. So weird how marketing gets into little kids' heads. Fucking General Mills.
Yeah, but you bring up a
I
good
was
point.
just thinking of Inception then, like they were just marketing you with Lucky Charms.
But there's something that you brought up that resonates with me because that's what it was in the dreams. I could fly, but it was like dependent upon my mindset, and it was like if I had doubt or fear or anything like that, I would start sinking. There's when I have the synesthesia, so I don't know if that attributes to it or not. I've asked other people, like when I look in front of my face, uh, everything is vibrating all the time. Like, well, nothing is solid to me, like all the way. And I've tried to explain it to other people. I see the air in front of my face. It's like, it looks like water to me.
Yo, bro, you have high blood pressure. You gotta be careful.
Does it
No,
feel like an electric shock sometimes to you?
no, I got hit by a tow truck on the highway the other day, and it totaled my car. And the paramedics came. I don't go to the doctors. I haven't been to a doctor in 7 years. And so I have no idea what my blood pressure is. But the paramedic came over, and had to check my vitals and everything. And my blood pressure was exactly 120/80. No, it's just a thing. I can see it. It's like I can see the air moving. It's like water. But I've been thinking about it, right? We're told that there's this gravity, right? But I have this feeling that think about air is basically like a vapor, a gas, right? When hot people think that heat rises, heat doesn't rise. Heat always goes to where it's cold, and it goes in any
That's what
direction.
it looks like to me, is vapor.
Yeah, you can see it. You know what I mean? And it's like moving. And if we think
It's
about
like hot air on a street, kind of, right?
yeah, similar. Like I'm looking at it right now. But it also, I can see it, everything kind of vibrates. But um if you think about hot air, right? So heat doesn't rise, but hot air does. And the reason the hot air rises is, as basically, to simplify it, it gets excited. It's the frequency of that substance gets less dense. So the hot air that's rising, if you think about everything like it's water, the hot air is becoming lighter, less dense than the other air, and it just basically sits on top of it. It's like holding a basketball into the water, right? If you let it go, it's going to go up to the top. It's the same thing with the air. And I have this kind of feeling that it's like it's just everything's just water, everywhere. And the feelings that I used to, and it's funny because I didn't know this when I used to have the dreams, but the flying felt like swimming. Is really the only way to describe it. And if that theory is correct, then you're talking about thinking happy thoughts, right? Well, happy thoughts, I mean, this is on a electromagnetic level. It raises your frequency. So what if there's a way that by raising your frequency, you become less dense and can literally float on the air? Like, who's to say that's not possible?
It's an interesting concept.
I look at it like densities or buoyancy, but yeah, basically what you're saying, I dig a lot of that.
Just think, people have been dreaming of flying like that for a million years, right? And we're in the generations that actually fly. My grandmother was born in 1902, and she was 97 when she died. And she was like, "Well, I got to live now." What a crazy thing. She was flying around on planes and shit. It's pretty cool.
Hey, what y'all are talking about makes a lot of sense. This is to me the very simple scientific basis for things like meditation or prayer. Like for people who say, that's too woo for me, or I'm not sure if it works. What about everybody that's been talking? I just been listening while I'm playing Diablo, but for like 15 to 30 minutes, y'all are, or at least 15, you're saying this is the proof. This is all you need. I mean, medicine tells us this. The doctors are telling us this. And I was just connecting. Like I remember this for 50 years. More as a kid though, you had to be, it's thinking positive thoughts. And I think what we find as adults or as kids growing up, we're remembering this now. Like I didn't used to have this kind of memory and recall, but I certainly know. And for me, the other dreams I remember are like a pogo stick. And I never really had one as a kid. I jumped on like friends' pogo sticks, but I remember that dream where you had to be able to bounce high enough to kind of escape Earth's gravity or something, which is weird because it's not like I remember going to other planets. And there was one other thing that y'all made me think of a while ago. I'll come back to it if I can.
You actually brought up a good idea, right? And by the way, this stuff is, we're going into the unknown and the supernatural, but I'll tell you this, man. I believe more than I don't believe that we are way more powerful than we think we are. But that's interesting that you're saying that about you have to escape a certain height or something. Or like, let's say this was a plausible and possible thing, right? It would make sense because if the air is all like just a type of water, and what's really holding you here is the density of that air, even if you got yourself to a lighter state, would you have to? No, that actually doesn't make sense. I was going to say, would you have to, like, are you being crushed by it? Are you actually being weighed down by the density of that air? And if you were able to get above that, could you do it? But I don't know. That I kind of just squashed that in my head while I was saying it.
Well, you reminded me as you were talking of the other thing I was going to say, but in response to what you just said, and let's see if I don't forget the other one. Yeah, I don't know if I can quite go with that. But it seems like that's my understanding of initiation. I mean, I've studied the esoteric path, and I have this very intellectual understanding. But I think that what we're finding, or what I'm learning now, is just in practical demonstration. Like I know people who are clairvoyant. So what that means is they can either with more or less control, which comes through. I mean, ideally, you have a teacher who's qualified, who understands it, and who can train you. Great. Otherwise, you may have a doctor who says, let's make sure you don't have these problems and have these visions, and then you get over medicated. All right. And there's in between. It's not those are the only two. But getting back to the point, like let me cut to the chase. The other thought is, all right, at night, does anybody here, Veritas, are you seeing, if you look especially around lights, different street lamps with different frequencies or other types of light, incandescent, et cetera, et cetera, do you notice the vibrations? I think of it just as kind of a chromatic spray, but I don't normally see what you see you said just right here, right now. And if I go outside and look up at a clear blue sky, like here in North Carolina today, yeah, I can see the vibration. I can see sometimes they're little sparkles, not sparkles, but I call it prana or vitality globules, and they're just like white. They're really bright, but I'm not very clairvoyant, so I can't see more than that. Like I don't see this vibration you're talking about. However, if I look at this like at night, I do see that stuff around the street lamps, which to me is just the proof. That's ether. That's the stuff that Einstein goes, "No, we don't need that." And then 100, 55 or 75 years later, oh, whoops, Einstein was wrong. And that's what the craft are slipping around through, and have all this advanced mechanics that they can control. And then I figure if you get far enough beyond that, it's just automatic because that's consciousness. I mean, we're just walking through pure thought that's slowed down. I think even the trees out there are maybe divine thought. I didn't come up with all this stuff, but we sure as hell write books and print them. And to me, that's not because I'm sorry, let me stop right there. But can I ask that question though about the vibrations and the lights at night? What do y'all see, or Veritas, what do you see?
So yeah, I mean, I see. So if I look at a light out like in the dark, right, and I go out, yeah, I can actually see. I mean, I thought this was normal for everybody, but you can see the light coming off of it, but then you can actually see the light. Like you can turn your. So let's say that I'm facing 12 o'clock and there's a light there, and I'm in the dark. I can look at the light. I can see the light source, but then I can turn to 9 o'clock and I can actually see the light beam that's flying by there. I mean, it's light, right? When you're talking
Y'all
about
need
this,
to go to the doctor.
I don't go to doctors.
I can tell.
Well, no, but I think that we all see a variation on that. Like I would not see that
No,
beam.
time out. I was joking, but I am being serious. You know, everybody should think about when's the last time they had a checkup and things like that, right? Because they ask you similar questions, like if you're seeing anything, stuff like that. Like Andrew, I know because I get bad migraines, I'll see little silver like flickies or whatever, kind of sounded like what you were talking about. But they ask me that when I go to the doctor and stuff because those are signs of like health symptoms and stuff. So it's like just always be conscious of the fact of your health and going to the doctor and stuff because those could be underlying factors. I'd have to think of it like that because I see some of that stuff too, and it's like, well, am I this 1 in a million person that just happens to have mutant eyes, or is maybe my health a little bad and I'm seeing things how I shouldn't? It's just don't always forget to ask yourself those questions.
It could be a sign of a pre-sign of an aneurysm too. But that migraine is called visual migraine is called a scintillating stachoma.
I mean, I have so I don't trust mainstream medicine at all. There's a reason I stopped going to the doctors years ago. I ended up getting Lyme disease and lead poisoning kind of simultaneously, and I've been going to the doctors. They couldn't figure it out. They gave me medicine after medicine. They tried to put me on antidepressant, amitriptyline, and I remember asking the doctor. I said, what is this? Is this a serotonin reuptake inhibitor? And he's like, let's find out. And he whips out his laptop and he starts looking at it. Regardless, they kept giving me antibiotics, and they would give me antibiotics, and then I would, be all right for a while. And I was actually never all right. I was just in this constant state of suffering, and I had to find out the lead poisoning on my own. But they knew about the Lyme disease, and it wouldn't go away, and I couldn't accept that it didn't make sense to me. Why? Like they're like, oh, it hides out in your body, blah blah blah. So I started doing my own research and really this is how I'm able to help others now. And what I came to find is that in the majority of cases, it was just the body was over poisoned. It was full of toxins, and parasites love toxins, and they flourish in that environment. And so I wanted to, and then I did some research on some studies where they found that there were nematode worms that could be infected with parasitic bacterium. And so I hypothesized that, well, what if the issue is like there was a guy named Dr. Reif in the 20s, they buried a lot of his information, found that parasites contain parasites, which contain parasites like Russian dolls. And so that's why, mosquitoes, which are a parasite, will carry malaria or yellow fever, which is also a parasite. So I said, well, what if the problem here is not just the bacterium, and that's the issue, but perhaps there was a middleman, another parasite in between the tick and the Lyme bacterium. And so with the research that I did with the nematode worms, I ended up going with black walnut, clove, and artemisinin or wormwood. And each one of
Was
those.
that for your wand?
I'm sorry?
You went with those items to make your wand?
To make my wand? To treat the nematode worm. So because that's what I figured
Oh,
that.
you were taking those.
Oh yeah, I took them. Yeah, because each one deals with a different life cycle of actually hundreds of different parasites. So one gets the eggs, one gets the larva, one gets the adult. And I did that. And then I also had done enough research to realize that heavy metals and toxins and things like that makes a hospitable environment for the pathogens. So I treated my body and I just changed my diet significantly. And then I did after I did that, I did a heavy metal cleanse, and it reversed everything. I was like perfectly fine. In fact, I felt better than I did 10 years prior to that.
That
So
sounds gnarly. A heavy metal cleanse?
yeah, I did a pretty straightforward one. I did wheatgrass, cilantro, wild blueberries, and spirulina, and then that would make a smoothie from that. It's pretty tasty. And then I would do dulse. It's like Atlantic seaweed, and it's just a super chelator. It'll just
Oh, so you were cleansing the heavy metals out of your system.
correct.
Okay, the way is a heavy metal cleanse. I was thinking you were using heavy metals to cleanse your body. You see what I'm saying? I was thinking backwards.
Yeah, with that, I have been working for some time, guys, with people. I had one woman. She was diagnosed with triple negative breast cancer. They told her that she needed to get a double mastectomy if she wanted any chance of living. And even with that being said, that she would have a 65% chance of dying. And I had talked to her in the past, and so she came to me and we worked with her, and she went into complete remission and she didn't get the double mastectomy. And so I have a trust issue with the mainstream. There's not just that, Parkinson's disease. Parkinson's disease, again, this is something, it's a hypothesis I have, but I've worked individually with people and seen remediation of the issue. Parkinson's disease, if you guys want to see something really cool, Google Toxo, Toxo, plasmosis, Plasmosis. The etymology of the word means poisoned form or like poisoned body. And it's a single celled protozoa, parasitic organism, that if you Google that alongside most diseases, you will find correlation. Now, why can't we find cause? Because we have an entire medical system that makes lots of money off people being treated for things and not actually getting to the root of it and getting cures in most cases. But if you Google toxoplasmosis alongside in the word lung cancer, words lung cancer, or toxoplasmosis and Parkinson's disease, I had there was this. I was working with a girl for something else, but then she had mentioned that her dad had Parkinson's and her brother had a huge cyst in his brain. And so we did a very similar thing to the way that I was treated, because I had hypothesized that what they had was toxoplasmosis, and the parasites got into the brain. And you can
I
also look.
thought that was where the rats chased the cats or something.
So So toxo, it's one of the things. So here's the fascinating thing about parasites, right? So toxoplasmosis, what it will do is it likes to live inside of cats. So it will hijack the amygdala. Now you got to think about this for a second. This is a single-celled parasite that must have some type of hive mind, because it's able to get into the amygdala of a mouse's brain and flip the switch, so that the thing that it was afraid of, it now becomes in love with and obsessed with. And the mice will go to the cat, so the cats will eat them and it can infect the cat. There's also
most humans have that too. Most cat owners have that, I think.
Yes, and it's not just pet owners. You can get it from all sorts of things. So that gentleman and his son that we helped, they were deer hunters, so they can get it from deer and things like that. But also, it's in everything, right? And so They did a study recently, if you guys want to look it up, toxoplasmosis Yellowstone study. They did a study on the wolves in Yellowstone National Park, and they found that wolves that were infected with the toxoplasmosis were 46 times more likely to be the pack leader, because again, in that instance, they would hijack the mind of the wolf. Even if it was a weaker wolf, it would become highly, highly aggressive to take over the pack leader. And animals don't usually fight to the death. So if you have one whose mind is being controlled to put itself in more severe danger, it can actually become the pack leader, even if it's not the most physically fit wolf. And the hypothesis is that the reason they did that is because once they become pack leader, they can lead the other wolves to where the parasites are. So majority that's what I found. That's why I don't really have much appreciation for the mainstream medical system. I've worked with way too many people who had ailments that if they followed mainstream medical science, they would have been on medication for something for the rest of their lives that had side effects. And we were able to
mainstream general physicians are chemists, and it's about chemistry. That's what they're paid to learn. They learn all these chemical reactions. That's what medicine is. Surgeons will always lean toward a surgery. And what you're talking about is alternate stuff. What I would suggest is you don't totally detach from mainstream and find a doctor that's open to what you're doing and work with them. And you're the one who decides your health care, not them. That's what I would suggest. It's very dangerous.
I put this
Very dangerous.
Manonimus. You're probably gonna hold on. Jesus Christ. Somebody's okay. You're probably gonna have to shorten down your name here in the future, so that way we can get you locked in. Just a suggestion. I'm not like telling you to do that. I was just saying it came out kind of weird.
That was weird. It came out weird. No, that's temporary.
That sounded so scary. Yo, that
I know
sounded
he's
so
got the clown
scary.
face. That must have really.
Zim Wayne Gacy.
Rafi's got the fear of clans, doesn't he?
Yeah.
No, I just said that because like people used to call me all kind of stuff. Like I can't even remember. But then one day Benno was like, if you just shortened it to screen, and I was like, dude, and it just worked. Are you going to keep it something like that?
I'll probably be Zim again.
Oh man, you should be not Zim.
Exactly. Probably not Zim, but it's too long.
You should not be Zim. You should be not. You should not be not Zim.
Do you know that Logan's name backwards is Nag out loud?
Now we do.
That's a cheating way. It's really Noggle.
Nagol. Nuggle for you. You win. You lose the soccer game. Nuggle.
How about
I
okay, you far?
I love how everyone just talks at the same time.
and the same 10 seconds no one speaks, but everyone hits at the same time.
Are we all following the 5-second rule?
No, I was gonna say that's how in tune we are, but I was gonna say at the same time Rafi was saying 5-second rule.
That's wild.
I think that's the standard amount of time to get away from whatever you're doing, get back to the space, and then add a mic, and then react. Like I put my pen down and then reach over to the mic, and that's how long it takes. And everybody does about the same thing.
Well, thank you for taking all the helium out of my balloons that were just filled up with joy.
I'm sorry, Ralphie. Please float. Please float away. Float.
Oh, now you don't want me here. That's fine. I see how it is.
No, Ralphie, I've got your string, so you just float and enjoy yourself,
No,
and I've got
it's
your string.
okay. Casey, we'll make this like a 1930s movie. Casey, I understand that my services are no longer needed here, dear. I'm just gonna let it
That's right,
be,
Mr.
and
Ralphie.
that's all there is to it.
Fun fact: have you guys ever heard of the opposite of helium?
Amelia?
Helium?
It's sulfur hexafluoride. If you breathe that in, it will do the opposite, and your voice will get.
Oh, yeah, that's not the opposite of helium, but yeah, the effects on your voice are the opposite, right?
Yeah, that's
Is that nitrous? Is that laughing gas? Because I did laughing gas, and my voice was like, whoa, 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 whoa.
No, it's like it. Yeah, it's not technically like on a chemical level the inversion of helium, but it does to your voice. Like, so instead of going, I can't even do that, but it will make your voice do. It's awesome.
It's interesting thinking about some of these things. I was just having a thought. I'm like, who was the first bloke that actually figured that shit out and done it?
Probably someone
me.
It was a tweaker. How can I get high today? Let's see if this will get me high.
It's like sometimes I think about.
To bring
It's
it
like
full
sometimes
circle.
I think about colloquial sayings like shooting fish in a barrel, and I think about it. Go, who was the fucking bloke that got his gun out? Who was pissed, and he just goes, "Oh, this is easy, fellas," like a pub bet, and just go, "I'm gonna fucking shoot this
Yeah,
fish in a barrel." That's how
alcohol was
easy this shit
definitely
is.
involved.
I don't know if it's true. I think I remember reading somewhere once that when you hear that it's raining cats and dogs, it's because people used to have poorly made roofs, and you know the animals would be on the roofs and stuff, and when it rained a lot, the animals would come crashing through. But I haven't verified that.
I stepped in a poodle. Ah.
Poodle. Ha. What do you guys think about red pandas?
I love pandas and red.
Great YouTube videos.
Oh, they're so cute. Please don't tell me they're not real. Please don't tell me that they're like robots.
And so chewy, too. It's like chewy.
Gross. Terrible. I love how when they're trying, I love how their thing that they do to make themselves seem more intimidating makes them look like cuter.
I want one. So I've been seeing a lot of red pandas on the internet lately. Is there something like that I'm missing? Am I the problem because I'm not keeping up with this situation, or am I missing something?
Well, Red Panda's a YouTuber that posts pretty good, precise informational videos on the phenomenon.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Duh. Okay, but am I missing something else aside from it being the person red panda?
If you are, I am too, but I don't think so.
As far as I know, I didn't even know red pandas existed until a few years ago.
I didn't know they existed until a few months ago, so you beat me, bro.
Yes.
It's probably just a bunch of synchronicities lining up that if people are figuring this stuff out recently and you're talking about it and you correlate with others, that it's it's synchronous that you're coming together with these thoughts, the consciousness connecting.
It's weird because I specifically remember having a conversation with my cousin on AOL Instant Messenger back in the day. And I was like, hey, what's up? She's like, nothing. I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, chillaxing. And then it's so weird, like 10 years later, the word chillaxing just comes out of like the ether, like all over again. And I'm like, my cousin and I made up that word back in the day. Like, I don't know. It felt like someone stole something from me.
I mean, that's the crazy thing about life, right? Because they say, a lot of people say seeing is believing, but I believe it's believing is seeing. So we really just don't know. You just don't know. Like, what about Mandela effects? Anybody have any crazy Mandela effects that they have seen?
Welcome to our weekly roundup of our laundry list of Mandela effects here.
It's almost like synchronicities at this point. Yeah, we've got them.
Last Sunday we had the same conversation at the same damn time. I'm
likely.
My gosh, this is weird.
This could be that day. It could be Groundhog.
What is that?
You're repeating something, isn't it?
I'm always curious on how people get into the subject. The reason why I got into it is because I saw a UFO when I was like 12. It should have been multiple things, but I don't know. I think it would be hard for me to get into it without seeing something.
I haven't really seen anything, or I'm consciously aware of having seen anything, but I feel like I can, or I would, and my mind is definitely open to hearing about it.
Are you talking about specifically about Mandela effects? Like you don't have any that you?
Oh, I just meant perception in general. Like if you haven't seen it, I'm sorry. I was just talking about personal perception. I think, like, have you seen it to believe it, or sorry, thoughts too rambling. Go to the next.
I saw a TR3B. That's what got me into this.
Hey, Screen, are you like weed whacking?
No, I'm pumping up the tire on my Accord. Like, I don't drive it, so it just kind of sits.
Pump up the tire, pump it up while your pump is pumping and your tire is jumping.
Better get that cap on that tire before you drive away and jump in.
Make sure your valve stem cap is on.
I've got a new glitch when I try to put on my headset with my Bluetooth.
Yeah, we're all very aware of it.
Everything goes silent in the room.
Yeah, well, it like blows up for us.
That's a new glitch, or because it never did that before to me.
And you can't hear me.
Have you tried?
No. This is a different set.
Constantly talking. Have you tried going to your home screen and then going back into the app after you connected it? That's what I have to do on mine sometimes.
That's anytime I put in my earbud or take it out, anytime there's a change in the state of the audio, I don't hear the room for several minutes. It feels like forever.
I think my internet's screwing up too right now. I'm looking down and I'm on mic when I had clicked off. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, good.
Booted recipe for nothing.
Screen, please refrain from using your microphone at times like this.
Thank you.
So,
Now return to our
with the Mandela effect, what is it generally that you're interested in?
Logan, your microphone is horrible.
Logan, your mic is doing the thing it does. When it does that thing, it does.
What happened, everybody?
Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my
Make
day
my day. Make
a
my
place
day.
to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight. Make my day.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened to me. So I didn't think y'all just wanted to hear it. Oh, also, whenever Rafi was talking about a teacher, yeah, I did bust out singing. A teacher.
I don't know what you said
Sorry,
about the teacher thing. What did you?
I don't remember. I don't remember exactly the topic at the time, but so like you're like a teacher or you like to teach, but anyway, yeah, definitely I belted out some George Michael. I do that. I bust out in song lyrics.
Casey Jukebox in the house.
Yeah, for real. I only open my mic sometimes, but I would say like 10% of the time do I sing into it. That's how much I sing often. I would sing everything I said if it was more socially acceptable.
Hey guys, I'm gonna take off for a little bit. I'm sure you guys will be around.
It was good talking to you this
Good
morning.
talking
Thank
to you.
you.
Later.
Bye.
Awesome space. Later.
Yeah. I think we bored him. We bored.
No, I think that he just like probably does stuff, like has stuff to do. Not like me. Like I need to draw stuff,
He
and so
has a
that's where I am and
jawline
what I'm
for
doing.
days.
Perfect.
You know, like some people do
All right,
stuff,
now
and
that
some
he's gone, we
people.
can talk shit about him.
He's so beautiful.
He's so nice.
I want to take him to lunch.
I love how all our shit talking is like flattering.
That should be like the new thing. Whenever people leave, we talk shit about them, but we just really be nice.
Well, on that note, I'm probably going to have to jump off as well, guys.
Oh, this is
It's
not a
about
good
12:30.
retention space. Then we can't we can't retain people like this, you guys. Then everyone's gonna leave, and we're gonna have to be like,
No.
oh, I love his accent and I love his intellect.
He'll be back. Just let it go.
It's just getting a bit late. It's 12:30 a.m. here, so gotta head off, get some sleep, and then go dig out some tree stumps tomorrow. Wicked fun.
Oh Lord.
I'm
Night
already
shift,
on the next
signing
day,
off.
so
No, he's a day ahead of
see ya.
us.
I never
Yeah,
went to
it's
sleep.
just ticked over to the 16th here.
Oh my God, he's in the future. Aussies are the real aliens then.
Did you want a
Yeah.
message from the future?
Yeah, what's gonna happen today, sir?
What's gonna happen? Actually, to be honest, I couldn't quite quickly think of my feet to come up with a good response. So all I'll say is thanks for having us on tonight and this morning, wherever you're at, and I hope you guys have a good day.
You too, Mike.
Later.
Drop down so we can start talking about you, please.
I love how his goodbyes are so long and heartfelt.
He's so nice.
Yeah.
He's
He
so
does have a cool
fantastic.
accent.
And like every once in a while, bust out some accurate AF stuff, right? I look forward to when AXR chimes in, or when I cross paths with them in the morning, him and Benno. Yeah, it's fun.
Hey, what happened to Titanium? She was just here.
I don't know. I couldn't get her up.
She was already up. But
No, I meant before that.
I'm assuming everyone's asleep besides Winston. I don't know why you're down there, Winston. Come party. Come PART. Why? Because you gotta.
You gotta.
We like to party. We like to party. We like to party. We like to party.
Do I not have a co-host? Do you guys see me? I have a co-host or
You
two?
have an ocean and a screen co-host.
It's letting me have another one.
Maybe Ocean dropped asleep.
That's what I was thinking.
I'm gonna leave and come back because I keep hearing this echo and it's killing me.
It's probably me.
Logan's mic.
It's Logan.
Why does he leave? If I have the problem. Oh, look, it's the little kitty. Hey, kitty, I sent you a co-host invite. Did you see it?
No,
Is it gonna let you
mate,
do 3?
Unfortunately, did not see the co-host invite. But I did think I'd step up and be another Aussie, even though they're pretty big shoes to fill. So, actually, you know what, mate? I might even step back down. I got a couple sheep I got to shear. So, take care, fellas.
You just did that so it would be nice.
That's what I call it too.
He doesn't have sheep.
Neither do I.
He does have shears, though.
That's one dangerous pussy.
Mayonnaise back in the building.
I signed up to the other internet here, so, and my phone isn't doing it anymore, so it's not a good internet, but there's something with that signal.
Yeah, how come sometimes you come in really good and sometimes you don't? Is it just like based on your signal or certain times of the day or what?
Well, I have a HughesNet, which is a very weak satellite, almost not actually high speed. That's what I'm on right now. And this other one is connected in like a chain link. It's called Newbeam. It's supposed to be high speed, but it has failures. You can tell when it's a resort area up here. So on the weekends, it's got quadruple or 10 times the draw on the network. So I think I have little moments where it just peters out.
Peter.
That makes sense. And same thing, I can't get titanium up again.
I got her.
Well, I'm out of here, guys. I
Hey,
just said it can
guys.
be long, but good to see y'all. Good to talk to you guys. Y'all have a good day.
Later, bro.
I talked a little bit accidentally yesterday. I ended up in a space, and I know you guys were talking about perception and what people have seen. And I've seen many things. I know at one point we were talking about the pixelated trees that I've seen that have just pixelated, right in front of me in the middle of the day. But some of the experiences that I've had with animals in 2013. Can you guys hear me okay?
Observer has the best dreams. Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Um, and just talking about kind of strange anomalies. Um, in 2013, I was hiking up with one of my dogs up the canyon. It was probably about 8:30 in the morning, and I would go up and meditate on the top of the mountain overlooking the ocean. And this humongous, well, I would say it was pretty big. It was about 18 inches tall. This bird was squawking at me, and I had some kind of meditative music playing with my headphones on. And so I'm just walking along, and I hear this squawk, squawk, squawk. And I look up, and about 15 feet in front of me, sitting on like this manzanita bush, is this bird about 18 inches tall. It was turquoise blue with a lime green, very, very thin beak. And it was staring right at me, squawking at me. I'm just like, oh my gosh, someone's, exotic bird got out, being in Laguna Beach. So I just am sitting there just amazed. I'd never seen. It was solid, bright turquoise. And then it flew over my head, landed about 15 feet behind me, and he was still squawking. And then, because I was kind of on the edge of a small little ravine, he flew down past me and then flew back up the canyon, and I just stood there and watched him. He was just absolutely gorgeous. So the second I got home, of course, I wanted to know, what kind of bird is that? And I have looked for years. Every once in a while, I get on another rampage, and spend hours trying to find this bird. And it didn't exist, as far as I know. But it was.
When you say the beak was really thin, can you elaborate on that?
The what?
You said its beak was really thin.
The beak was it was long. I would say about 3 to 4 inches long, but really, really narrow, really thin, and it was lime green. The feet were, the legs were, like a grayish black. I really inspected the bird because he was just, I was just in awe of him. He was absolutely gorgeous. And, but I have never been able, the closest thing I ended up finding of a blue bird that had some resemblance to it was I can't think of the name. The bird from Egypt, the thoth. What is it? The ibis. It was the closest thing, but the beak didn't fit. And it was just a very, very unusual experience. And I mean, I had this experience. It went on for probably 3 or 4 minutes. I mean, he was absolutely beautiful. That is one experience. Another time, I've had a lot of these types of experiences in nature. I was coming home at the time. I grew up in Lake Tahoe, California, and I was coming back from our morning hike, and we would do like an extreme hike to go up the mountain. So this is like 6:30 in the morning. It was in, I'd say, October. This is in the 90s, and there was just a little bit of snow on the ground, and we'd gotten in our cars. My cousin was still, at the place we parked, but I had to get going, get to the gym, get to work. And as I'm coming down, and I wanted to be careful because I'm driving kind of downhill, all of a sudden, these humongous bucks, I had never, growing up in nature, I'd never seen these types of, these types of bucks. And there was 8 of them. And I was going pretty slow, so it was easy for me to stop. They walked from down below the road, walked right up probably 5 feet in front of my car. They never looked in my direction like I wasn't even there. And they just slowly walked, and I opened my car. They were humongous, and the racks on them, I'd never seen anything like it. And I opened my car door, and I actually stood up and stood out and literally voiced, "Where's Santa?" Because that was the first thing I thought. I'd never seen anything like it. And so I'm just in awe of these gorgeous animals. And they walked across the road and then walked up the next hill on the other side of the road, right by Heavenly Valley. And I'm standing there just watching them kind of go up the hill. And my cousin pulled up behind me. She goes, "What are you doing?" I'm like, started to kind of go outside up this, hill. She's like, "Well, they're, bucks." I'm like, "No, these aren't bucks that we have here." And she's like, "Oh, okay, well, whatever." And off we went. Well, of course, I searched, went home, went to work, did all my stuff, got to work, got on my computer and started searching. Those they had fur on their antlers. I mean, I was only 15, 20 feet away, maybe 15 feet away from, maybe not even that far. I could see the fur on these humongous antlers. Well, those particular types of bucks, they only, why would 8 of them be together? There was no females. They were, I guess they are found up in Alaska, and I guess British Columbia, but not Northern California in the Sierras. Just some very unusual, experiences. Animals that didn't belong. The bird didn't belong at all that I've ever been able to find, and the bucks didn't even exist in our area. Just very, very unusual. Another experience I had in 2005, I went with 10 girls to Big Island of cancer, and it was a pretty, rough time. And I needed to just, kind of get away. And they're kind of a spiritual group of gals, and they'd like to go shopping and do all that stuff. And all I wanted to do was be in the water and, out just by myself, walking along. So we rented a house down in Kealuka Bay, where the Captain Hook monument is. And so every morning, and I'm an early riser, would walk out and stand in the bay, by the bay, and watch these dolphins would come in every morning, and they were swimming around. And one morning there was a few people out there swimming, and the dolphins were kind of near them, but no big deal. And I don't know what it was, and I had a pair of shorts, and I just set my coffee cup down, kicked off my flip-flops, and I got into the water. And I just started to breaststroke out, towards this group of dolphins, and there was a couple other people swimming around out there. They had those big, deep dive fins on. And the dolphins there was probably about 30, 40 of them. All of a sudden, probably once I was about 20 feet from shore, the entire pod turned around and started coming towards me. And it made me a little nervous, even though I'd swam with dolphins before, but more in like Escarret in the, ecological sanctuaries. I'd never had an experience like this in the wild. They completely came to me, surrounded me, and I mean very closely, to guide me and swim me out into the middle of the bay. And the one that was on my left had a baby, and the mother was swimming on top, and the baby was right below it. And she was so close to me that I reached out and just barely touched her side. And by that time, I had gotten close to a couple of the other people, and one of the guys who had tattoos all over his face, no judgment, but he just yelled at me, "Don't touch him." And I said, and once I was, kind of out in the middle of this bay, and been around and all over the place. I had many experiences like that that were phenomenal, and I feel very blessed to have had some of these experiences, but some of them have been quite strange. I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in. Are you guys there? Crap.
Yeah, thanks for
Yeah,
sharing.
we're here.
I'm fascinated by that bird.
There we.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just giving you
I've
space to
I've
share your
had, it's
story.
kind of so
It's
nice to
amazing.
find a
It is
group of people
phenomenal.
that, yeah,
Maybe they're
I
disguising themselves as
I've had
animals, but they don't know their regions.
Yeah, the bird sounded like
yeah,
a
and I'm
spiritual
an animal
experience.
lover, and it was a very spiritual experience. It was profound. It was, out of all the experiences I've had, that one with the dolphins was extremely profound. Um,
Maybe the whole UFO
it
thing
was
is just for
mind
nerds.
blowing, absolutely mind blowing.
Yeah, I think people underestimate even a
See,
deer walking across
I
in
live in
front of
rural
you.
Texas. I can't
People
hear anything.
people underestimate it.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Titanium. Can you hear us?
Huh. Oh, there you are.
We hear you.
Shit.
Well, if you can hear us, Titanium, we could hear you, and we heard your story, and it is profound. I agree. It's amazing. And I wonder if that's just a presentation to you in a manner in which you're most connected with.
Yeah,
Now we cannot hear you.
Looks like she dropped out.
Well, that's unfortunate. I hope that we can get her back.
Oh no, I see her down at the bottom.
Maybe sometimes the phenomenon can manifest as like various things for different people. For example, people who like nuts and bolts explanations will see things like UFOs, but in Titanium's case, she just saw something very like candid and spiritual as like a unidentified bird.
And maybe, like in my case, I'm not ready, so all I see are impressions from my peripheral.
Why do you say you're not ready?
I'm not sure. I think maybe it's perhaps a symptom or side effect of neurodivergence. I can't quite organize my thoughts or get my meditative state to be where it should be, and I wasn't instantly amazing at it, and so I really haven't tried much.
Would you say it's because you're pursuing other ventures at the moment?
Well, when I can focus, it's generally a hyper focus, and it's almost always on something unproductive. Like right now, I'm just coloring with markers.
That sounds productive.
It's pretty. I'll share it later, I'm sure. And my dude is making us breakfast. Sounds like hash browns, sausage, maybe some of those like gold-plated eggs that everybody's talking about.
I'd say throw in like, I don't know, some greens in there, get that vibration a bit higher, you know what I mean?
We took care of it yesterday. Higher vibrations. Come on, that was funny, you guys. They're all too busy right now.
Oh, that was an innuendo.
Yeah, not funny. I'm guessing.
No, I actually thought you were talking about vegetables still.
It's safe to assume I'm never talking about vegetables.
I really appreciated Titanium's anecdote about seeing that bird, but it was interesting from about 15 feet away. I don't think I would be able to identify something as specifically as she could. She's like, oh yeah, it was like 18 inches, and it's just like, it wasn't like 16 and a half, 17. She's like, no, it was 18 exactly. That in itself is kind of like a superpower.
Like, my front door is about 15 feet away, and there's a plumeria that we bring inside in the winter, and I could estimate its height based on its surrounding. I could give you a pretty accurate description of it.
Yeah, I suppose 15 feet is like 2 fully grown men horizontal.
Yeah, 2.5. Yeah, that's not that far.
Charlie Sheen.
Martin Sheen? I don't know. That was very random, and I don't even know where it came from.
So I'd love to see like a rendering of that bird. I didn't really understand what she was talking about with the beak though, other than she said it was like about 3 or 4 inches, and that it looked like an ibis, but it apparently had a different beak to an ibis.
To me, it sounded like it could have, if it was long and thin, but it was also large, like a water bird. That sounds like a water bird description. And then an ibis, like a marsh grass or a marsh, I think, marshland bird, like a heron, kind of has a long, thin beak.
It's a griffin.
Logan.
A great blue heron can easily be 3 feet tall. If the bird had long legs, it could be a water or marsh.
What's up? ¿Qué
Can
pasó?
you get Titanium up here? I can't ever bring her up for some reason.
I don't even see her requesting.
But I've never heard of a turquoise bird before.
I mean, I could think of some similar to like a peacock.
Ocean, are you awake? I bet she's sleeping.
Color Lake.
Color on Snap.
The bird she was talking about is literally in this room.
Color Petian.
Your personhood.
Was the prettiest pit bull running around the neighborhood.
I'm gonna channel Rafi and say there are way too many open mics right now, you guys.
That's just Logan's mic.
Fucking hate him.
Zim.
No, the echo is Logan's mic.
Yeah, Zim's cussing something right now.
I think I found a little spot where my internet's working. Yeah, did you guys have some questions about the bird?
Yeah, was it like solid turquoise?
Solid turquoise, and I mean turquoise. It was.
Because
I mean, I inspected it because it was so beautiful that I was literally, and when it flew into the little to go up the little ravine up, towards the top of the canyon. I mean, its wings, I could see right. I was looking now down at it when it started to fly. I'd say the wingspan was about 4 feet. I mean, it was just, it didn't have any white or any other colors. It was solid turquoise, and the beak was lime green, kind of a bright lime green, which was so odd to me. It was so unique.
you'd say on the spectrum of sizes of birds, it was relatively on the larger side.
Yes, yes. I say 18 inches, could be 19 or 20 inches. I'm just, that's just was my perception of it. But it was big. Yeah, it was a big bird. I mean, it was quite loud. It was squawking right at me. It was looking right at me and squawking at me. Like I don't know if it was trying to communicate with me. And like I said, I just, at first, even though I've had all these weird experiences, at first, my first thought was, oh, somebody's exotic bird got out. And I just was enjoying seeing it and kind of felt bad that this exotic bird had gotten out and wanted to know what it was. And I've never, ever been able. I have searched and searched and searched and never could find anything that had that color, all one color like that.
Where were you again when that happened? What state?
I was in California, and I lived in Laguna Beach at the time, and I was hiking up Laguna Canyon with one of my dogs. I used to go up to this point where they had a bench up there, and I would sit and kind of meditate, but I'd kind of do a walking meditation too and listen to music.
I live in Huntington Beach.
Oh, okay. I lived on Balboa Island before I moved to Laguna. I lived there for about 5 years. I loved it. It was beautiful.
Oh, it is like super nice there.
Yeah. It's gotten so crowded. And I can't be around people that much anymore. A little too crowded. But yeah, absolutely beautiful there. Yeah. So yeah, I've just had a lot of strange. Oh, I know what I was going to tell you guys too. When you were talking earlier about the scary thing, I did about 5 months ago, went through a traumatic experience, and I saw this gangly thing because I live in my RV with my husband, and we're in Texas right now, and it had like gangly arms and like additional ones. It kind of looked like it had like a hat on. It was scary. And I only saw it for a few seconds, and then it was gone. And a couple of days later, because when I have trauma or I get upset, my awareness expands tremendously, and I am able to see. And I'd gone through an upsetting experience, and but I think I also can attract, if I'm upset, some not so friendly things. And I went outside. It was about 5 o'clock in the morning, completely dark. This was like 3 days later. And there was a thing. I have because I have 4 rescue dogs and I have a pet fence, and it's kind of large. It's pretty large. I live in my RV's 40 feet. It's like a small, tiny home. It's got all the things you have in a home, and it had the body of a pig, but had ears like I'd say maybe a bobcat, but taller and very pointed. And it was dark, and there was just the porch light was on, and I was sitting in a chair, and it started running around within the little fenced area, but it was actually slamming itself against the fence. I could hear the rocks, the fence. That one scared me even more because and I actually went back inside, looked out the windows, got my high-powered flashlights, looking around, didn't see a darn thing. Thought, well, maybe some weird animal got in or got into the little fenced area. And so I waited a few minutes, and I'm like, I'm going to go back out there. Went back out and sat down, and it started happening again. And that was it. I didn't come back out after that. But that scared me because I'd never seen anything that was like an animal kind of weird thing. And of course, I ran back in, grabbed the light because it was sitting right there, started looking around. There was nothing out there, and didn't hear a sound. Um, that was kind of interesting. But I've had a lot of experiences, and I've had them my whole life as far back as I could remember. I don't know why some of us are just like that. I've been tested for everything, but after my awakening, it really increased in 2018 when I went through that experience. It was what I would meditate, but I was doing it only for, just to be the best I can be. And, I really I didn't have any interest in Kundalini. I know a lot of people try to wake up. I wasn't thinking like that at all. So I had kind of a spontaneous awakening. And I was in an extremely high state of consciousness for probably a year. And my family thought even my husband at first started to think, oh my God, what's happening to her? But then it started happening to him, and I guess the vibration that I had connected with and was running through me, and he started having an awakening, which was interesting. But thank God he did, because then he could understand what was going on. And it was wonderful at first, but then the scary things started to come in, and they would be very random. I would have these like lightning flash over my head, which I literally would duck. That happened like 3 times during that time. So whatever electrical energy that runs through us in that state of consciousness obviously interacts with what's in our environment, and that would happen in the house or outside. So I don't know, but I've heard since then, because I didn't know anything about awakening, like I said, so I had no idea what was going on. I just cracked wide open and had many experiences that year, and some of them were very scary. I even had to go to the hospital at one point, and I am not a doctor person either, because I had such tremendous pain that was in my back that I literally collapsed and couldn't get up. My husband had to pick me up and take me to the hospital, and it passed. They gave me some morphine, and they thought I was on drugs. I'm like, no, I don't even drink. I don't do any of that. I puff a little.
It sounds like you went into a state of fight or flight that was so prolonged that you just spent all of your
I fried myself. Yeah.
Yes, I've done that. I have had that. Like, nobody can appreciate the impact or the ability of trauma to like flood your system with so many chemicals.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't even When the scary things started happening, I had these little tiny shadows that were all around me all the time, buzzing me. And I couldn't, if I got in the shower, my husband would have to sit in the bathroom with me because if not, the water would go sideways, things would fly off the counter. I mean, it was terrible. it was terrifying, and that's about the same time I collapsed because I was starting to get overwhelmed and I didn't know how to make it stop. I tried reaching out to spiritual people. Finally, I went to two different people, and they were scared of me because of the things I was experiencing. They didn't even know how to handle it. And personally, I could read them, so I was like, oh my goodness, they're frauds. I finally found a lady in Los Angeles who was she's with the Golden Dawn, and she got all the activity to calm down. Um, and I was going to actually start studying with her, but then life changed and we left California, so I didn't get that opportunity. But yeah, I was very grateful for her at that point, and I still, I've learned through the years, especially since in the last 5 years since my awakening, that kind of how to handle these things. Um, and the last time I had a very scary experience was when I had those two experiences I told you about, the gangly thing and the animal thing that was in my little yard. Was I woke up, this was about a week afterwards, and it actually crept me open again, and I kind of felt something came in, and the love and bliss kind of feeling came in, which was good. I felt like something stepped in and kind of was protecting me. Um, and I woke up in the middle of the night. My husband he works nights right now, so he wasn't home, and it was about midnight, and it was middle of the summer here in Texas, so it's hot, but I have the ACs on. But I woke up and I could see my breath. It was freezing cold. I knew something was in my bedroom, and I sat up and I knew it was there. I was grateful I didn't see it because I would prefer, I don't mind feeling it, but I don't like to really see them. And it was very cold, but I immediately and I said out loud, no. And I got up and walked out into the kitchen. I looked at my phone, and my husband was 4 minutes out because I could see we have that Life 360. And I walked outside and sat down and just waited for him to come home. And I had no fear or anything. I was able to, and then I've had nothing major happen since then. So I just said, I'm not doing this anymore with these things. I'm going to take my power back, and you're not going to frighten me anymore. So, because they can terrify you if you've had those experiences. Anyway, I don't want to take up
Breakfast
everybody's
time for me,
time.
but absolutely. No, you have room to speak on your experiences, and yeah, I'm going to eat breakfast, but I hope that you don't go far.
Yeah, I'll be hanging around in this group. You know, yeah, it's just so nice to have people, that you can talk to people that actually kind of understand, and I'm not crazy, and it's just this has been my life, my whole life, and in the last 5 years, I mean, it actually, destroyed my life because it was so devastating. Um, because of what I came to realize about the world, and it's hard. So, but I feel very solidly planted, and I'm now at the point where I really don't care if people think I'm crazy. I just I don't care anymore. So it's a good place to be.
That's a comforting feeling. I wanted to say I'm so glad that you don't feel like you're under attack like that anymore. What
Yeah,
a relief, right?
yeah. Have you
Thank
been
you.
attacked like that?
I have been, no, but I understand that feeling of being hyper aware and alert and on guard 100% of the time.
Yeah.
And I think that that's why I can't sit in silence. I can't organize my thoughts. I need to be engaged. I need my brain engaged
Yeah.
almost constantly because when I do
Yeah.
start
Yeah.
sitting in
I
silence,
understand that for sure. I think a lot of
yeah,
people. Yeah.
go ahead. I got your talk.
Uh, um, I do, and I have met other people that have had awakening. Actually, I live next door to a young guy that I speak to, and it's great because he's had an awakening, not as intense as I have, but it's great to have a friend. And I have another friend we met on a camping trip that I stay in very close contact with, who also had an awakening and has struggled with a lot of it. Um, I haven't found anybody that had one like I did because I had so many visual experiences as well as, I mean, all of them, all kinds of experiences. But the one thing I have noticed with people is a lot of times the people that have these types of experiences do come from a lot of trauma. And I did have a extremely traumatic childhood. Um, and I think it also helps crack you open because you have to be hyper aware of your surroundings. So it also makes you, and I think I kind of came in with being a little bit more aware because my talking Kathy doll used to go off when I was like 3 in my room, and it was terrifying. So, but I noticed that a lot of people, my friend Sean, he was, in and out of foster care as his parents kind of left him on homeless, him and his twin brother. So a lot of trauma. Um, and the other thing is, a lot of us have lupus. I have fibromyalgia. I'm actually struggling with a pretty severe active case right now. And I'm doing what Veritas was saying. I'm so glad I found him when he started talking about that today. That was amazing because I am in a metal detox right now, trying to get my body back. Yeah, it could have been from about 5 months ago, helped trigger it. And because of the scary things, I just don't want to do that anymore. I don't want to be in that state. But I feel a lot more solid than I've ever been. But yeah, eating properly and taking care of your body is really important. But I just noticed that seems to be a common thing for people that have a lot of these experiences. It doesn't mean we're crazy. It's just somehow we just have a higher state of awareness. People talk about the Akashic records. You could call it the informed field. Um, I think it's kind of all the same thing, but I definitely tapped into those things and have. I'll tell you guys one more story, and then I got to get going because I'm freezing. I'm standing outside in sandals in Texas. Um, and then I totally lost my train of thought. What was I going to tell you? Yeah, I'll speak again sometime.
Yeah, you can always come back and say it.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I'm going to
For
keep
sure.
listening, but I'm going to go in the house and get warm because we live in our RV. My husband's sleeping right now, so I have to go find a spot I could get a good connection. But I appreciate you guys very much so.
Thank you, Titanium.
All right, thanks, guys.
That might be why my peripheral is so honed. It's because when I was a kid, you never know what was coming straight at your face. You might turn and catch a ball, or turn and catch a slap, or just always uncertain. Kind of a very uncomfortable place to stay.
Titanium, I'm not sure if has she left yet.
I think probably she's still around, but just on quiet mode. Go ahead. Go ahead, dear.
I'm still here, but I have to come inside, so I'm not going to speak for right now.
Yeah, you're on quiet mode.
I
Yeah,
feel like
I might.
learning details about the bird is a little bit more urgent than your husband's sleep, though. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, what questions do you have? I'll go back outside.
No, that's fine. You go in and you get warm.
I'm all right. I got warm for a minute. Let's go back to the bird. What kind of questions? What?
The only bird that I could really find that sort of vaguely matched your description was like a kingfisher, which obviously isn't native to that area and also doesn't really like one-to-one match your description. And my other question to you is Logan's AI generated profile picture. Do you think that makes him look like he's got a substance addiction?
No, and I
sorry.
say that because to the second thing, I say no because I saw other versions of the same picture which did look like a substance addiction. So I say no, that's the healthiest looking AI generated that I saw.
Oh, I'm not trying to vilify
No, I
anyone who
didn't think
does.
so. I didn't think so. There were just a lot. There were some that were much more gaunt, and they weren't as filled in. I don't mean healthy or sick. I just mean fuller.
Yeah, if anybody can find a bird that I described, please DM me.
Me too.
Because I haven't found anything close.
Was the beak straight or was it kind of like curved,
It was,
like down a little bit, like you said with ibis?
yeah, it was curved. It was not straight. Not heavily curved, but definitely curved.
Just like Winston.
How long were the legs?
I want to say, 4.5, 5 inches. They were kind of a grayish black. Kind of look like regular bird legs.
You found a dodo. I'm almost certain. A dodo.
Yeah, especially with like 5-inch legs and it's like 18 inches. That thing is dodo.
Yeah, I looked at the dodo bird.
At
It didn't
least
look like that.
dodo.
I mean,
Now you said it squawked a lot. Like, can you like reenact that at all?
I mean, it was just
For
like
research purposes only.
For research purposes, yeah, it just was like, rah, rah, and it was very loud. But the beak was lime green and very thin with a curvature. Lime green, maybe someone would see it maybe as like a neon yellowish green.
Read a picture
Oh,
of
so
the
like a
dodo.
chartreuse.
What were the eyes like? Were they side by side or were they more like at the side of the head? Like, were they big like
Side
an
of the
owl's eyes?
No, side of the head. Not like an owl.
Did it raise its wings when it like crowed, or did it do you feel like it was like a territorial thing?
No, it didn't. The only time I saw its wingspan is when it took off in flight and kind of went down a little bit below me and spread its wings to get some, drift going up the canyon. And I was just, the color and it was just, it was very, very beautiful because it was such a bright turquoise. And then with this neon colored beak, I mean, it was so unreal. But I assumed I was going to be able to find it, what kind of bird it was. When I got home, I wasn't even thinking I was having an experience, to be honest with you. It didn't even dawn on me until I couldn't find it. I'm like, oh, another one of those.
Did you see it poop?
No, I did not. No,
Hmm.
it was in front of me, squawking, looking directly at me. Then it flew over my head and I turned around and faced it, and it continued to squawk. And then it took off in flight towards me, but kind of to my right at that point, and made a U-turn, and then started to go up this little ravine that goes up the canyon. And I watched him till he was out of sight because I was completely, um, I was in that complete moment, inspecting every aspect of him because I thought he was so beautiful.
Was it on the darker or the
Mesmerized.
lighter side of turquoise? And did you have any dreams about this bird after the fact? Did it correlate with any like significant events that were occurring around the same time in your life?
No, my life was fantastic at the time. My husband and I, well, at that time we weren't married. We had met, about a year prior to that, maybe a little over a year prior to that. We were happy. Everything was great. My life was great. I just started a little business, and everything was great in my life. And I was in a very positive, high vibrational state, I would say. And you know, I love nature, and I love living there, and just enjoying my walk, my hike up the hill to get some exercise. It was very early. It was early in the morning. So all I had was a couple cups of coffee.
Have you ever heard of any anecdotes of people encountering that same type of creature?
No, not. I have not found anybody that has seen that. No one.
I wonder if oh, I'm sorry for cutting in. I wonder if
Oh no.
sunrise could have cast a sheen on a verdant black, like a
No.
verdant black sheen that was reflecting turquoise.
Oh no, no. This was the sun was up high enough
Okay, Mick West.
to where I was standing in full sun, and no, it was. I mean, like I said, I inspected this bird from about 15 feet, and I was, trying to take in every detail, and
Did you say it had 15 feet?
No, I was about 15 feet from it.
2
And
feet, just like normal.
I mean,
Gotcha.
that's how much detail I was so in that moment. Do you know what I'm saying? That I was inspecting it. I'm kind of naturally like that. I'm very, if I see something beautiful or magnificent or unusual, I will take in, people think, why don't you get out your camera? Because I don't think like that. I do have a few pictures of different things, but it wasn't even, like I said, I thought it was a bird that escaped, somebody's house. I thought it was an exotic bird that escaped somebody's house, so I was just enjoying the moment. I was totally engrossed in it. It wasn't a sheen. This bird was a bright turquoise blue with a neon thin curved beak. I mean, which and I think the more I realized it was so unusual, it just put me right there in that moment. You know, it's just the best way I could describe it. And I knew I wanted to look it up too when I got home. So of course I was trying to get every detail, you know. So
I think
Anyone
we've
else?
covered all of the scientific questions.
Anyone else find it weird we're trying to identify a turquoise bird on a bluebird app?
Yeah, we're talking about the blue bird. That is funny. I didn't think of that.
Birds aren't real.
Birds aren't real. It wasn't the Twitter bird. He's a little too small and a little too fat. It did
Talks a
kind of
little
have
too much.
yeah. It had kind of a longer neck. You know, it had that longer thin neck. Yeah. So yeah, if
So it's
anybody
not a
finds
blue
it,
avian.
no, no. I've looked up every
Yeah, I heard the blue
freaking.
avians are like interdimensional or something.
Oh, those blue avians. I mean, there's blue. Well, there's a lot of blue
It's
birds,
a
but
blue
this blue
bird.
I'd never.
It's a blue
Yeah,
griffin. I put it
I
down in the
I don't
pocket.
know,
It's a blue griffin.
but
It's a
I always
supernatural
thought they were
being.
like a humanoid. Yeah, I don't know. It was crazy. I mean, it was just yeah, very out of place. And but like I said, when I was experiencing it, I was thinking it was a bird that escaped from somebody's, an exotic bird that just escaped. So I was just knowing that that was a precious moment, and I wanted to take it all in. So I inspected it as much as I could until it, flew away. So. So, well, anyway, guys, I'm freezing again. Unless you have more questions, I gotta go in the house.
No,
Yeah,
please, we'll
Zen
rain check it.
wants. I mean, mayonnaise wants to know if it could be a griffin.
A griffin. Let me look up griffin.
Griffin has the head of a lion, right?
No, look at it. Look. It's got a beak.
Yeah, like if you could classify
Oh,
it in like a bird family, would you be able to
oh,
classify it
no,
in
no, no, no.
like that?
It would look more like a herring. That not even close. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. A griffin. No. Um.
Still, that's too
Well.
many legs.
Yeah. Huh?
And Griffin has too many feet. That's too many feet.
Do you mean a heron, not a herring?
A heron. I think it's a heron. Let me look.
Heron is correct. Heron. Herring is a fish. A heron is a
Yeah,
bird.
it
I'm
had
tired. I
the
literally
body.
googled
The
fish.
body looked like a heron, but not the beak. And like if you look at a blue heron, no. I mean, this was bright. I mean, this was a vibrant, bright turquoise. I mean, it was. I mean, it was turquoise. I've looked at these birds. Yeah, similar body style, but the beak is totally wrong.
Do you get a sense it was more of a spiritual encounter, or could
I
this
do.
actually be like an
I
endangered species?
No, I think it was a spiritual encounter. After years. I mean, that happened 10 years ago. I believe now it was a spiritual encounter, without a doubt. I do believe. Um, the one thing I will say, um, because since then I have, done a lot of research in the last 5 years, um, and I know that there was a lot of Thoth, and the Temple of the Birds. Um, that even though the beak was wrong, because I was in a very high spiritual state at that time, although I wasn't awakened, I was doing, a lot of
Did you know about
just
those
walking
before your
spiritually.
experience?
No, didn't know anything about. I didn't know anything about Kundalini or anything like that. I did yoga and I worked out in the gym, but I was kind of like I would say a very shallow spiritual person. Religion always kind of, I don't know, there's something wrong. Now I know what it is, but I just didn't like religion. I said something's wrong there. So yeah, Yeah.
Is that your
Crazy.
present day opinion on religion?
Well, I think I do believe that we've been heavily manipulated. Um, and I don't know if some of you guys heard me talk yesterday, but it's something came into our system, I believe, and kind of hijacked us. Something not nice, and has put us on the way we live, the way we operate. Is not how it's supposed to be. And I tried to do everything in my power to be the best I could be, to live in this system. I made it to the heights of success, and when I got there, I couldn't have been more miserable. And I realized it was all a lie. I really believe the way we're living is, this work, sleep, eat cycle is not how we were meant to be. Um, that may not be very good news, but it's at least that's my perception based on all my experiences throughout my life, and what I was told during my awakening, which was very, very intense. And I had full-on conversations with I would call very high spiritual beings that I could not see, but I could talk to and ask questions on things I knew nothing about. My husband, we'd been together at that point 7 years, that he knew I knew nothing about. And I knew nothing about Egypt. If somebody had said to me, "What do you know about Egypt?" I'm like, "Yeah, the pyramids are there." That's what I would have told you. I really didn't know anything about that stuff. One of my experiences was I was shown by this very high being. Um, he was explaining to me that they hijacked. This is not how it's supposed to be, and they knew it back then. So he put me so I could see through the eyes of, I would say, I don't know if I was male or female, but I was looking down, and I was in the halls, in this hall, and this woman was walking by me. I didn't know anything about this. She was walking by me and had 2 lions walking in front of her. And I knew I wasn't allowed to look up. But then this entity took me and put me in this being, and I could see the 2 lions walking in front of me. And so I would get these, and then he would take me somewhere else and show me these things through the eyes of entities. I don't believe I now know that Sekhmet and Basset were those deities back in that time. Do I believe I was one of those deities? No, I don't. A lot of people think when they have experiences like that they've been reincarnated. I believe that what we call the Akashic records, or I like to call the informed field, I had this entity helped tap me into so I could see what he was trying to talk to me about, because I didn't understand what he was telling me because I didn't know anything about it. But
Do
of
you think
course,
that you had these conversations with entities as a result of um, meeting someone from the Golden Dawn? And do you
no,
think
this
like that
happened.
the bird had any influence in momentum?
No, 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 no. That experience with Sonia at the Golden Dawn was 2 years after all these things happened, and several years. The bird incident was several years before that. This was due to a blowing open of, I guess, what you could call my chakras on accident. And I kept meditating because I didn't know what was happening. And that I should not have done. It can be quite dangerous, I believe. I thought it might kill me. And I've thought that a few other times too. It's dangerous for people to, I think, without proper care. I have never been trained in any form. I am basically a virgin that has done this all by herself. I only saw her once because I had so much activity going on around me, and my husband was experiencing it too, and she was able to calm the activity around me. But that was 2 years after those experiences. Right, like me
Uh,
seeing through the eyes of one of those deities
So
and
you
being
saw through the eyes of the actual deity. Are
deity.
you able to like remember any names or anything like that?
Well, he was telling me how the Bible, now I'd never read the Bible, he had told me also um, that he was telling me about, like, he says, he was talking about the Gnostic Gospels, and I can't think of some of them, but I started spouting some of this stuff, asking my husband. My husband was raised in a very strict Mormon family, and so I started asking, because I wanted to verify if what this entity is telling me, because I didn't know about these things. I wasn't aware of them. I couldn't have told you from, you know, the Gospel of Isaiah, the Isaiah to, I didn't know anything, because I was very turned off by religion. Um, that, so I started asking my husband questions, and it scared him. He said, who are you talking to? And he told me the scriptures you're speaking of, Wendy, are the forbidden scriptures. And this entity was telling me this is more of the true teachings of Christianity. And I didn't have any idea about these things. So that was, I do now, because of course I have read and studied. And I mean, sometimes I throw the book and go, oh my gosh, because I'm like, oh, I was told that. Oh, it's kind of, it takes you a while to kind of, how would I say, integrate all this. It's quite shocking, and it can, kind of be upsetting, to realize that, you're having these experiences, and I really had, I had to face it, that, this had been kind of, certain things had been going on all my life, but when I blew open, I guess what most people would call your chakras, and opened myself up, um, I felt like I had so much coming in. It was like grabbing something out of the air. It was like I could have picked anything and found out about it. But the entities that I spoke to, um, I won't speak to anything nasty. I just absolutely not. And I really don't, and I'm kind of glad I don't really have, I mean, I probably could if I tried to, but I don't. I have a lot of respect for it, put it that way. um, I pick up things. I have precognition, and I know what's coming, and those kinds of things. But and I knew all this was coming, what we're living through right now, and that was hard to handle in 2018. To face the world and realize, oh, everything's going to go to shit. Great. And nothing is what it seems. It's kind of the way I felt. So it's taken a long time to, I'll probably be doing it for the rest of my life. And I continue to have things come in and happen. So, but I'm handling them, and I've learned also, because there's a lot of, I would say, trickster things out there that we can't see that can manipulate us. And so when things come in, they come in a certain way to me. I know what that certain way is when it's real information, and I've learned it's very subtle, but I can tell, and I can tell when it's probably not on the up and up. So I will disregard it. I'll always put it in that little file in my brain, but it's disregarded.
When you saw through the deity's eyes with the two lions, what did
Mhm.
you make of like the hallway or the corridor? What kind of architecture or do you remember much about that?
Well, I was, of course, me being such an animal lover, I was looking at the lions. I was like, oh, lions. And watching them walk, the, the, just the, I mean, the magnificence of them. The one thing I did see from the girl, or maybe I was, I don't really know. I'm assuming I was female when I was standing watching the deity, and then I went into the deity. But she had I saw a white, kind of a linen-looking dress, and she was barefoot, and her feet. I'm olive complected, but she was more olive complected than I was. And then when I went into her, I was very engrossed with the lions, and it felt like I was walking down or she was walking down a huge corridor, and people were lined up as she was walking through with these two lions walking in front of her, side by side.
Would you say it was reminiscent of Greek with her skin tone? Like, did she appear like humanoid?
Yes, definitely. I could see her feet. I have little tiny, I'm not a very big woman. I'm 5'3", 110 pounds. I could tell her feet from being on the side of watching this procession, I guess I would call it. Her feet were bigger than mine. I wear a 5.5 or a 6, I would say. I mean, I'm very detail oriented. I always have been. Her feet looked like a size 8, beautiful feet. I mean, she was barefoot. And yeah, Greek, I guess you could say, but her very beautiful colored olive skin tone. I didn't see anything else. I didn't see her face. That was pretty much the extent, and then the vision or the experience ended. It wasn't a vision, it was like an experience.
Was the corridor or the architecture somewhat like archaic?
It was
Like
very
Roman era?
very clean lines, but it was definitely, you know, what do I want to say? A beige stone. It was stone for sure.
Do you
But I
remember
didn't
how
see
the
any.
people who lined the corridor were dressed?
I don't. I just knew they were there. But I did know everybody had their heads their faces facing towards the floor, the stone floor. It was very smooth, the very clean lines. Yeah, I know, crazy, huh?
No, not at all.
Yeah, very, very, very unusual. I mean, I I felt blessed to have had that experience. Um, it was, and that was when I was really that was when the high vibrational consciousness was with me, and I wasn't having scary experiences. So I was in that. I'm shivering, so you guys, if my voice is going, because I'm shivering. Um, but it was a beautiful experience. But I try anytime that happens, in any of my strange circumstances, I do try to get as much detail visually as I can.
It
And
seemed like a very profound experience. I'm
yeah.
wondering if you had the sense of whether it was like in sort of like another sort of realm. I mean, it was if you were seeing through the eyes of a deity, but like the setting.
It felt ancient. It felt like it was a long, long time ago. It felt like I was being shown the past. That's how I would describe it. Because of what he was explaining to me, about the Bible and the scriptures and how everything was misconstrued, and which made complete sense to me because of why I was so turned off by religion. And the reason I got turned off by religion is because of, I had very, very violent, my father was a very, very violent man. And it was really tough. And I was out on my own at 16, ended up in foster care and stuff like that. And then out on my own at 16, he tried to kill me actually when I was 15. And where was I going to take that? I forgot. Lost my train of thought. Sorry, guys. What did you ask me before that?
I can't remember. I'm really sorry to hear that happened. Unfortunately, it's not as uncommon as I would hope for. I'm just going to bring up Casey. Maybe she's got some questions.
Okay.
Hi, I'm
But
back.
yeah, thanks for sharing all of that. Welcome
Sure.
back.
Thanks for bringing me back up. Isn't it funny how religion gets in the way of spirituality to the point where you don't
Yes.
want spirituality anymore? I think that that's a specific attack. It's a guided attack to close you spiritually.
I'd just say it's totalitarianism, not really religion.
Yes, I would agree. It's
I'm sure there's reverence in like true religious practice.
Yeah. I was also told about the Tibetans as well. They had more of a better understanding of what's really going on here. And the Gnostics and the Egyptians, the first dynasties, the beginning ones, the early dynasties.
What's your background, if you don't mind me asking, Titanium?
I'm a California real estate broker. I ran a Windermere office. I still have an active license in California. I've owned my own businesses, small businesses. I've had a couple online businesses, but I haven't been able to work for the last 5 years because of all this stuff.
Do you think you have some kind of like birthright connection to these experiences, like from your like perhaps ethnic background?
I don't think it has to do with our avatars. That's what my meat suit, I call it. I think it has something to do with our souls, our essence, our consciousness. Because this place is hell on earth, really, for many people. A lot of suffering goes on here, and it shouldn't be like this. We should be caring for one another and helping each other and taking care of the animals and the land and the people that run it they blame it on us, but it's really them. And I think we could change it, but everybody would have to wake up and have to take full responsibility for themselves. And we're taught that everything's outside of us, and I believe everything is inside of us. And I think everybody has the same abilities that I've had. I mean, maybe not everybody, because there are people walking around that aren't human souls. I've seen them. And they can really give you a fright. Although they look human, they're not human. So there's a lot going on here. But we basically, our society's been hijacked, I believe. I mean, not just
When
ours,
you
but for a long time.
when you mentioned that about like non-human souls,
Mm-hmm.
could you provide more details of the people you've encountered? Like, were they of certain professions at all?
It's mostly been, I'm out shopping or doing something like that. Probably the most profound one happened when I was 12. I was in San Francisco with my mother and my grandmother, and San Francisco at that time was, it was during Christmas time, so my mom always liked to go and do Christmas shopping. And we were waiting for a trolley, and lots of people, everywhere. And there was this young, I would say he was probably in his 30s, walking, and I noticed him. I felt something because I pick up things. And I started to watch him kind of through the crowd. And his head whipped around. And I mean, he was probably, by the time he got closer to me, he was probably 30 feet away, maybe a little farther. And his eyes caught my eyes. And I instantly knew something was horribly wrong. And I looked, his eyes and my eyes connected. And his eyes were yellow. And they were, I saw something that didn't look human. And I turned my head because it was too frightening to look at. But I knew he wasn't human. I was 12. I didn't. That was one of the scarier things. I've had other people where I just get that feeling that either they've done something horrific, like murder. I pick those kinds of things up. And I believe people that participate in that kind of behavior, a lot of them are either possessed by other entities or are not human at all. You know, I can feel it. There's something way off, and I move away from that situation quickly. I'll tell you a little bit of a story that to me, this was intense. I was 41, so this is 20 years ago. It was May 5th. It was Cinco de Mayo. My girlfriend and I flew to Cabo to go, party for 3 or 4 days, goof around. And when we flew in, we met a couple that was on the plane, and we were all having cocktails and just laughing and having fun. And we got off the plane, and we were waiting in line, and the federales came and pulled me and my girlfriend out of the line. And she was a princess, so she had a big mouth, and she was like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Just shut up, Robin, just shut up." And they put us in 2 separate rooms, got our luggage, went through all our things, it was a nightmare. Then threw all our stuff together, then tried to throw us out of these rooms, push us through the line. And if you've been to Mexico or Cabo, and I haven't been down there since then, red light, green light. So I get to the little desk and where you have to show your papers, and normally you go show your papers, and they just tried to push us through. And for my birth certificate, my driver's license, they had taken all that, and it was gone. All my identification was gone. So I turned around and I'm like, hey, where's my papers? Where's, my identification? And, they were just like, vominos. And so that was just a real drag. So I'm like, oh man, but something didn't feel right. Something did not feel right. So we got to the hotel, got cleaned up, and then we thought, well, we'll go out for a little while. And coming back in the cab, we left the Giggling Marlin, and we're heading back to the hotel in a cab. And there was a kid, and we'd never stayed in this particular resort. We usually stayed on the Strip. And this was kind of over Land's End. It was a brand new hotel. And so we get in the cab, and the three of us. I'm sitting in the middle in the back seat, and the kid took a cab because he was in a resort that was like right above us.